Hi there, how are you?
Okay.
LaWanda Hill.
Okay. We're just getting the last piece connected.
Hello. Hi. Here you go.
There we go. Okay, yep, the back is right. Just grab the key. Right there on the right hand side.
Straight down the hall on the right hand side. This one. All the way down.
Yeah, it's saying streaming here. I have the record button. It says streaming.
Oh, it's loud.
Okay, it's live. It is live now.
Mhm.
It's live. It's live now. Yeah. I mean, see Google Live. You got to go into Google Live itself and double check it.
And you two live?
Yeah, you got to double check. Okay, yeah, if you can get the image, yeah. All right, talk to you. Like what happened with those cases, because you do this already as well. When broadcast, I told them, like, you know, broadcast now. You have to go into the computer live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Double
Cause see,
check.
I always start from YouTube live.
That's what I always thought there too. Cause when you start there, you're
Mhm.
there. So now this is kind of behind. You know that.
Right.
So
Y'all ready?
no. So the Wanda, if you can,
Here go talking.
on the Wanda's,
Mhm.
when she gets ready, we'll pull up one so we see it. But you are now live, ladies and gentlemen. We're not live.
Did you see Franz?
Yeah,
No.
he's in the bathroom.
Easy. Oh,
So
okay.
this is even better. So you're now live. This will be the page. I'll give you the link in a little while. So I just want to make sure we had good, clear, crisp look. So you look good when you're up there. And then give me 10 seconds. We got everything
Did he
on.
shoot out the text?
Yeah, he was doing that as soon as we were 100% sure that we were live. Because once you do that, they're gonna once you use the text, they're gonna start forwarding and clicking. If they click and nobody's there, they're like, hey, it's not, they haven't started yet. They're gonna be playing around for a while. Okay.
Good,
Now
good.
I'm gonna try my next magician act.
Oh Lord.
Good news. The good news with you guys is that I'm here. Better news is
I'm here.
I'm good. The better news is I can't find the
I
cord.
can't do it. I can't do it.
And believe it or not, this is my first time doing this. So you'll be just fine.
He said you'll be just fine.
All right, Luanda, do you have a clicker?
A who? A clicker?
A who don't sound good.
You sound like me. Who?
Clicker.
No,
Clicker.
you gave me one?
No. I thought you might.
You don't
I
travel with a
thought
clicker?
you travel with a clicker? What?
No, y'all taught me something today. I need
Okay.
a clicker?
So the Keisha, do me a favor.
I gotta go get it clean.
No.
Who the battery?
We look in the little that little suitcase, the gray one.
In the room.
Yeah, the big one. The big suitcase. Open it up and
I
there's
need a
small
clicker.
batteries there. I bought some new AAA batteries so you have a clicker. Rule number one:
Get a clicker.
get a clicker, have your own stuff when you show up. So you like,
Over here.
yes. But I haven't unmuted it, so don't worry about it. I'm going to unmute it. Then you guys walk up there, just relax, have some fun, say
Does
how
she
I
have a
look.
mic as well? Or?
I have one.
Yeah,
Oh, she
and
does.
we'll
Okay.
get you a lapel.
No, that's fine.
We
That's
just did this to get you guys going.
Gotcha.
Okay? You ready?
Ready?
Okay. I kind of miss it, but I'll go ahead and be the Okay. I'm just not doing what I'm going to say. All right. Okay, I'm going to unmute you. Okay.
Welcome.
One
Good.
second. So, the tape at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to go past that line.
Gotcha.
See that line?
Mm-hmm.
Relax.
So we're going to stay in the cover.
They can hear me talking to you. They know what you hear. They can hear me too much. All right. The camera is there.
All right. Mic check. 1, 2. We good?
Mic check. And tell them to get a mic check with you.
Mic check, mic check.
All right. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Awesome.
there you go. All right.
What? The
And
clicker.
live.
LaWanda
And
Hill.
we're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Life Leverage is officially kicking off.
Hello and welcome to the wonderful, the absolutely extravagant series called Life Leverage. I am Franz Conde, co-hosting with the awesome Dr. Tony Hatton. Hello, Doctor. Go just show what you got. Go. You're looking awesome. You're looking fantastic. And we are here, and we are so excited. And we know that you've joined us before on our web series, but today we are here, L-I-V-E, live. Can you say live? Live. So out there in TV world, we welcome you. We are so excited. We got a phenomenal lineup for you, and I'm going to let Doctor talk a little bit, and I'll come on back in a moment. Go ahead,
Awesome,
Doc.
Franz. Number one, it's great to be live, right?
Yes.
Because we've been doing this for 9 weeks.
9 weeks. Tuesday after Tuesday. It's been phenomenal.
Yes, hosting Life Leverage TV for 9 weeks. You know, Life Leverage TV, real people shared their real stories, right? And real solutions. I mean, we got a lot from the audience, you know, the people we were interviewing
Absolutely.
during Life Leverage TV.
Absolutely.
And they're here today, so we're really excited. It's one thing to be behind the screen, right?
Mhm.
It's another thing to be live. So all the Life Leverages out there, great day to you. We're so excited to be here with you. I just want to warn you, you never know when you're going to receive something that's going to be a defining moment in your life. So have pen and paper handy, and remember to always post in virtualnetworkinglive.com, right?
.com, absolutely.
Because that's where we get to see who's been hanging out with us, right? And all the takeaways as well. And after the segments, we always go back in there and post comments
That's right.
and see what, you know, who's making comments, who got big takeaways, you know? Because for the past 9 weeks, we've been doing some amazing things, right? And interviewing some amazing people from their stories, their background, their triumphs, right?
That's right.
And some of the stories like coming from abusive relationships.
Abusive relationships. Remember the young lady out in Great Britain we had?
Yes.
We had somebody else from down south. I mean, all over the country, all over the world. It was an international audience. People just talked to us and just poured their hearts out.
Yes.
And people were transparent, and we were transparent. And that just made us a community. And so we are excited for you double Lers. You know, I call you guys double Lers, the Life Leverage folks. And we are just fired up. We're here live. As you can see, Doc, we're here live in the flesh. So we are not virtual today. See, she can touch me. I can touch myself. See that? Touch myself.
Yes, we are not behind the screen. So exciting, Life Leverages. You know, it's one thing to hear us or even to be pursuing your own goals, right?
Mhm.
It's one thing to be pursuing your own goals, but it's another thing to have support when you're doing that.
Absolutely.
You know, and if you've been tuning in for the past 9 weeks at Life Leverage TV, we've been sharing real stories from real people and their triumphs, because we all go through the same thing as entrepreneurs. There's no set of life struggles for average people and a set of life struggles for entrepreneurs or life leveragers,
Can
right?
you please repeat that? I just had a conversation with somebody about that today. Please repeat that right before I got here. Yes.
Because we think that, you know, it's going to be hard, or I can't do it, you know, or who do I think I am, or why should that happen for me, or no one in my family's ever done it. And we think that there's a certain set of struggles for entrepreneurs, people pursuing their goals, people who have vision, and a certain set of struggles for average people. It's not. It rains on the just as well as the unjust.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. And I'll tell a lot of people the entrepreneurial road can be a little lonely at times, but you're never alone. And that's part of what Life Leverage did. It allowed us to come together as a community because some of the people shared their stories. They felt alone
Yes.
when they were going through their struggle. They felt they were the only ones doing it.
Only
But then you come into a community of winners who tell you, wait a minute, I understand your struggle and I can personally relate to your struggle
Yes.
because I've been there or I'm going through it and I'm going to either go there with you and get you through it or I've already done that, so let's do it together.
Yes,
And so that's what was so powerful about it. And just people pursuing their passions and becoming fulfilled in their purpose. And I was talking to someone the other day and I told them, and they were just trying to find, they're like, wow, we saw you on Life Leverage and we saw Dr. Hatton and you guys look so well put together. And I have to admit, you do look well put together. But, and they wanted to know, how did you get from point A, the struggle, to point B? Because for them right now, they're still in the struggle. And what do you think I told them, Doc? Because you kind of know me now. So let me, what do you think? Because we dropped a lot of nuggets,
A lot of golden
with
nuggets.
sauce, without sauce. There was a whole bunch of nuggets going on.
Yes, yes. The first thing I would say, and I would probably assume that you would say as well, is that it's a process.
Yes.
You cannot, life leverage, you cannot compare where you are to where someone else is because the processes aren't the same.
Exactly.
Right? And a lot of times we do that. And it's like shooting yourself in the foot. It's self-sabotage because you don't compare where you are to where someone else is. You don't know their journey.
Absolutely.
That journey and that path is so unique. It's just like a 5th grader comparing himself to a 12th grader. It's no comparison, right? And if you do that, Franz, you will continue to struggle.
Exactly.
There is no positive side to doing that, right?
Absolutely.
You continue to struggle. So we have to understand clearly as life leveragers that our paths are unique. We have to own our own processes and take the stress off. One of the things I realized, Franz, is when we're pursuing our goals is that we think because we got it clear, we got all the information, we got the support, we pumped up and fired up, that it's going to happen immediately. That when we start pursuing it, it's
Right.
going to happen,
That's right.
Or if it doesn't happen today, it'll happen tomorrow.
Right.
Or maybe next week, or maybe the next conference. And we don't embrace the process. We don't stay in the moment. We keep thinking this next thing is going to be it. And it's not the goal, Franz. It's not the goal that's the great reward. It's who you become in the process. So if you're not becoming, you will not, access that goal.
See, ladies and gentlemen, this is coming to you from a doctor. So in other words, exercise patience or become a patient. I don't know about you, but I like being healthy and strong and happy. So because the thing most people don't leverage is their struggle.
Yes.
You have to leverage your struggle. I remember I said, we talked about this before. I said, listen, your struggle is tailor-made to your success.
It is.
Period.
It is.
It is tailor-made for you to get from your point A to point B. And yes, it can be painful, but guess what? I work out. It's always painful when I work out, but it's not about the pain. It's about the result
Yes.
and the person that I'm becoming through the pain,
Yes.
not to the pain.
Absolutely.
So get through that. I always tell people, when you pursue your purpose, you discover your passion. But when you discover your passion, your purpose pursues you. So pursue you in the end, basically.
So what you're talking about is you actually shift from chasing to attracting.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
You actually shift. So if you focus, like you say, on who you're becoming, think about this, life leveragers. If you're focusing on who you are becoming, you're becoming this great person with character and courage and confidence and, believing in yourself and trusting in yourself, who you're becoming. You can't help but attract what you're pursuing
Absolutely. Absolutely.
when you become that kind of a person.
There you go. Because you become a living magnet to what you want subconsciously. No matter what you're saying, you are attracting what you really and truly believe. So you can tell me whatever you want. All I have to do is look at your life and see what you're attracting, and I can tell you what your real process is as far as your thought.
Point, Franz. See what you're attracting, because a lot of times we're still procrastinating. We still don't believe in ourselves,
There you
right?
go. Right.
We still got a lot of negative self-talk going on, right? And we still don't take that next step that we know to take. We're struggling because we don't see the how, the big picture, and we think, I need to know all these steps, but we won't even take the first step that we know to take.
There you go.
You're right. So what are we attracting when we're in that kind of position?
There you go.
Right?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Powerful point.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you say PowerPoint or powerful point? Well, once again, we have a very exciting lineup for you today, and we're going to go into a lot of details. And I know a lot of you out there in virtualnetworkinglive.com had a lot of questions and just were wondering about, what's the next step and what's the next level for the series and what's going to happen. And believe me, we are just getting started. Listen, Dr. Hatton didn't wear this just for 9 weeks. No, we are just getting started. And we of course, we got to give a shout out to the wonderful and the awesome Dakisha Chambers Williams, because I'm sure somebody out there was like, where's Dakisha? Dakisha is here. She's here. But, she's handling the technical difficulties behind the scenes. She's doing her thing. She's a mompreneur. She's awesome. She's just, listen, we didn't even need studio lights because when Dakisha walks in, it's like, oh, so. And so, once again, we're excited. And so the moment you've all been waiting for, drum roll, please. And without further ado, I will give to you our first live, L-I-V-E, Life Leverage guest. But first, the wonderful, the awesome.
I had to show up because I wasn't sure what Trevor Otts was doing. I don't have a microphone on. Let me grab a microphone.
Go ahead.
I don't have a mic. Can you imagine? I don't have a mic. But we are bringing up next. You guys look awesome, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
You're incredible. Everybody, why don't you just give them a hand? Why don't you give them a hand for all the work they're doing? They are just incredible. Franz came all the way down from where?
New York.
New York. So nice they named it twice. And Tony Hatton, the Dr. Tony Hatton, came from where?
Maryland, right here around the corner.
They don't. First of all, they don't know where right here around the corner is. Where is right here around the corner?
Gwen Oak, Maryland.
Gwen Oak, Maryland. Okay, they're both here. Look, thanks a lot for kicking it off. Now, are you going to come back later and share your own story, your own message?
Absolutely. Would love to.
You love to.
Yes.
Okay, can you promise to do that? And Franz, will you do the same?
Absolutely, 100%.
All right, you'll be back shortly. Well, if you can, they're calling you to exit over to the left. Your mics are on. We'll get that taken care of. And I understand coming up next, in just a second, we have none other than LaWanda Hill. But first, Franz Kahn, if you come back, Franz, for just a moment. I see the screen went down for just a moment. Come on back up. And can you share with them what it means to be consistent? What it means, take about 2 minutes and do that, and then I'm gonna check something. There we go. I gotta check something back there just really quick. So they're gonna have police escort me around the side, and I'm gonna go back and do that, and I'll fix that. Okay, just 2 minutes.
Sorry, no autographs today. No autographs. Well, one of the things I've learned on my success journey is one of the key principles is, like Shay just mentioned, is to be consistent. The word C-O-N means with, and consistent means that you are constantly doing something. So you need to be consistent in whatever you're doing in order for it to come to fruition. I'll give you a perfect example. Water versus solid rock. Matter of fact, let's do a better example. Dripping water versus solid rock. If you drip little bits of water on rock, all it's going to do is wet the rock. However, over time, because it's consistently and persistently dripping on that water, eventually that rock will crack. How does that relate to your struggle? How does that relate to what you're going through? Your struggle sometimes seems hard as a rock. It's so hard. It's so difficult. I can't get through it. But guess what? When you apply the principles, when you apply the consistency, when you are no longer procrastinating, when you are speaking your success into existence, when you're associating with positive people, when you are getting the mindset of a winner, those are the drops of water that are hitting that hard surface, that struggle that you're going through. And eventually it's going to split that struggle in half in order for you to partition that so you can come into your breakthrough.
Whoa! Come into your what?
Your breakthrough.
Oh, man, you know what? I'm not sure what Trevor Otts is doing, but you're doing a great job, by the way. I don't care what Trevor Otts, I don't care what you say about Franz. No, Trevor, we're not going to replace you. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But for a little while, you'll be here, and you're going to share that message.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. With that being said, I see we have the first person all queued up and ready to go. And ladies and gentlemen, she's going to be talking about don't be average. Now, think about for a moment, what it would mean for you if you weren't average. And she's going to share the 7 keys to being a woman on fire. Well, I think that's the title. Is that the title? The 7 keys to being a woman on fire. Franz, I'm not sure what happened. I don't know why I didn't say the 7 keys to a man being on fire.
But it's okay because I believe that even if you're a man, which hopefully if you are like myself, you can still benefit from this. I'm going to ask LaWanda after she comes up and say, LaWanda, can I still benefit from this presentation? Is this something I can walk away with? I understand you have this niche, but today should be talking about don't be average, the 7 keys. So with that being said, all the way from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, is that correct?
Yes.
All the way here, live, in person, in living color. None other than, let's give it up for none other than, here she comes. Done. Security, security, stop, let her through, let her through. Hey, LaWanda, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing fine, how are you doing?
Great introduction.
Oh, thank you
And
very
of course,
much.
men can benefit.
Men can benefit.
Yes.
Okay, so they're doing a mic check. I'll make sure they can hear you loud and clear back in the back. I'm getting the signal. We have the crew up there. So say something. Say hello to the folks out there.
Everybody, I am so excited that you decided to join us. I hope you have your tea, your paper, your pens, so we can get it cranking and going so that you can take notes.
Okay. All right. So they're going to get ready. So I tell you what, I'm going to head on over. I'll have my paper and pen. I'm going to go back and check everything in the back.
Okay.
And I'm looking forward to it. Now, what's the name of the presentation again?
Don't be average. 7 keys to being a woman on fire.
Oh, I can't wait. Okay. Take it away.
All right. I'm excited. I am so glad to have you all with us. Congratulations for taking a step toward change, toward transformation, just toward being different, toward shifting into a new direction so that you can gain information and everything you need to, become the person that you were born to be, the person that you were ordained to be. And with that being said, let us get started. We're talking about not being average, giving you the keys to being a woman on fire or a man on fire. All right. Well, my name is LaWanda Hill. I am a life coach and a minister, and I enjoy working with people. I enjoy counseling. I enjoy coaching. I enjoy making an impact in others' lives, just to bring about change, to inspire, to transform, help someone transform their lives. And what I've been life coaching for 7 years now. I've been ministering for 18 years now. And so I really and truly enjoy what I do. Again, don't be average. It's time for change. It's time to get on fire. It's time to ignite the fire that you once had. Some of us are on fire. Some of us, our fire has burnt out. We used to be on fire, but then life happened. Circumstances happened. It could have been death. It could have been the fact that I've had a kid and I had a child, or I've gotten married and responsibilities has come and it caused me to shift into another direction. So what happens is that the flames start to cease, and we're not on fire the way we were prior to getting married or buying a home or having a family. We have to cook, we have to clean, we have to work, and all the responsibilities that begin to take place. And then we feel like that we no longer can do the things we plan to do prior to that. But I have good news for you. If you are a mom, if you are a nurse, a doctor, it doesn't matter. If you are a student, it doesn't matter who you are. You can absolutely be on fire. So this is who this is for. Stay-at-home mom, student, doctor, nurse. It doesn't matter who you are, where you work. This is for you. So I want you to know that you can absolutely be on fire. You can do this. If you feel like you're useless, if you feel like there's absolutely nothing else for you to do, maybe you're retired, maybe your job, you've maxed out on your job, or you've maxed out at home. It doesn't matter. You can absolutely be on fire. If you feel frigid or uptight and you just don't know what to do, you can be on fire. I can assure you that. It doesn't matter if you feel dull or boring, if you feel like, okay, you know what? There is absolutely nothing to my life. I don't know what to do. I haven't done nothing for a while. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I can do anything new. I promise you, you can be on fire. So if you're restless, lackadaisy, I mean, you just tired and you're pooped and you feel like, you know what, that's it. I mean, it is what it is. Enough is enough. And I mean, I don't know what to do. You can be on fire. If you feel impassive, you don't know what your next step going to be, if you feel like you don't have the energy to pursue any goals, you can be on fire. This presentation is just for you. So if you're an entrepreneur and you're just getting started out and you've decided to start your own business, this is for you. I promise you, I have something for you. Even if you are unfulfilled and you feel stressed out or depressed or hexed, I guarantee you I have something for you today. If you feel like your dreams are, I mean, you don't know, you're afraid. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to take that next step. And you might know what to do, but you're just afraid of stepping out. I promise you, I have something for you. So guess what? I, LaWanda Hill, have been where you are. I've sat in your seat. And I know that if I can overcome, so can you. What do you mean? I've been a single parent with 3 children. I know exactly what it means not to know what to do or afraid to take that next step. I know what it means to be afraid. I know what it means not to know, not to have a vision. I know what it means to not have passion. I know what it means. I have 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. I am a life coach. I'm a minister. I went to school for psychology. I went to school for nursing. I also graduated in divinity. I know what it means not to know what you're going to do next. I know what it means not to have a clear vision, not to have clarity about your life. I know what it means not to know what the next step is. And so because I've been where you are, I've sat in the seat that you're sitting in, that makes me a reliable source to give you information and to make an impact and to inspire you or to encourage you today to be able to take those next steps. I often tell, I'm married with 3 children. I am a minister and I'm a life coach. And so what I do know this, I know that sometimes you have to take that first step. You have to just do it. You just have to make up in your mind to make a decision that I'm going to move forward. I can do this. So that's my job today, is to inspire you, to encourage you, and to motivate you to do that next thing, to become clear about your vision, to become ignited, to become a woman of passion so that you can follow through on life. You can follow through on purpose so that you can find out what it is I need to do and just do it. Be like Nike, just do it. All right, my big why. My big why is this. My big why is so that women just like you or men can find and fulfill their purpose, to help you, to inspire and encourage you to find, fulfill, and pursue your purpose, to pursue your passion, to go after what it is you know you need to do, what it is that you love to do. That's my why. So guess what? Live with passion. You can do it. I am rooting for you. Just simply live with purpose. Simply live with passion. And how can you do that? First of all, I'm going to give you these 7 keys. So I hope you have pen. I hope you have paper. Get you a cup of tea, Coke, coffee, what it is you enjoy, some water, and get ready to take some astounding notes so that you can pursue your passion, so that you can have the secrets to what it is to being a woman on fire. So how is it, you may be saying, that I can get on fire? I've been dull. I don't know what to do. I don't have any skills. I don't have what it takes. That's what you're saying. But I can guarantee you one of the first keys to being on fire is, first of all, you need to become in tune with your purpose. What it is you enjoy, what it is that you love, what it is that you would get up every morning and do and not even expect to be paid for it. What is it that you really and truly love to do? You may be thinking that it has to be something like a nurse or a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. What it is you're good with. What is it? Get in tune with that. That's how you become in tune with your purpose. I want you to go deep inside of you. And I want you to clear out all of the voices, all of the noise, all of the outside noises that's been telling you you can't do it. How are you going to do that? Look, get rid of all of that noise and go within you. Go deep. Let's do some soul searching. What is it that you love to do? When you realize what it is that you love to do, and you would do it for absolutely nothing, you would get up every morning and you will race and do it. That is how you become in tune with your purpose. Write down some ideas. Write down what it is you love to do. And that very thing that sticks out the most, that is what your purpose is. That is what you are passionate about. So do that. Just write down some things that you love. And that very thing that pops when you look at it, that's it. And if you have to do it more than one time, that's okay. Do it until you get it. Keep doing that until you get it. Then I want you to realize this. Kenneth Hilbrand said this: a sense of purpose simplifies life and therefore concentrates our abilities, and concentration, it adds power. So what it is this: when you have a sense of purpose, when you have a sense of why you're here, what your life is, and when you begin to concentrate on what it is that you can do, that gives you the power. That gives you what you need to simply know what your purpose is and to concentrate on that. So this is what I want you to do. What it is your vision is, I want you to write it down. What is a vision? You might be saying. A vision is this. It's a view in your own mind of what you think or what you desire or what you want for your life. That's simply what a vision is what you see your life being through fulfilling your purpose, what it is that your life looks like. Write that down, what it is that you see yourself doing, what it is that you see yourself accomplishing. That will be your vision. So I want you to get it, write that down, write that on your paper. Write down what your vision looks like for you, from your view, no one else's. This is also what I want you to do. I want you to examine your strengths, examine your values, examine your morals. What does your achievements look like? Write those down as well. Take an evaluation of what those look like for you and write those down. Also, key number 2, I want you to, whatever it is that you said that you love to do, I want you to use that to make an impact in the world, make a difference in the world, change somebody's life through by what it is that you're doing in this world. Make an impact. That is key number 2. I want you to also go beyond self-improvement. A lot of times we get ourselves together, we do self-development, and we become the people that we desire to be. But then we stop there and we feel like we've accomplished what we need to accomplish. But I need you to go beyond self-improvement. What I need you to do is, when you have become the person that you feel like you need to become in this world, then I want you to go and make that impact on somebody else and help them to become who it is they have been ordained and purposed to become in this world and in this life. That's what going beyond improvement means. And I want you to also become an expert in what it is that you are desiring to be in this life, whatever it is you have purpose and passion for. Become an expert in that field. When you become an expert in what it is that you enjoy doing, you help somebody else. You make an impact in somebody else's life. You transform somebody else's life. When you know what it is that you are purposed to do, whether it is being an accountant, Become an expert so that you can help somebody else with their finances. Whether it is being a coach, become an expert in whatever your niche is so that you can make an impact on somebody else. And it's like a domino effect, and then they become an expert and they help somebody else. And it goes on and on and on. And eventually, when we do that, we make a great impact in this world and in our lives. Also, give back. Give back to your community. Give back to the people who have poured into you. Whether you realize it or not, it is truly better to give than to receive, because what happens is when you give back, you open a door for where people can respect you, to where people don't mind hearing about you, don't mind hearing from you, don't mind receiving your expertise. You open a door to where you allow people to say, you know what? That person has made an impact. And you allow people to trust you, to trust what it is that you have to say, to trust what it is that you're doing. And you gain the respect and the trust of others when you pour into your community. But not only that, you become an asset to society. You make a difference in the lives of other people. You make a difference in the lives of the school system, of the people in the youth and the children and the people in the school system. You make an impact in the governmental system. You make an impact in your local grocery stores, in your local small businesses. When you give back, you produce change in the lives of people that you may absolutely never meet. So that's what giving back does. Key number 3 is to become transformative. You want to become a person. You want to be that butterfly who goes, that caterpillar who transforms from a caterpillar to a butterfly. You want to be that person to where when people see you, they says, you know what, that individual is not the same. They are great. They have changed. No matter what your attitude is, no matter what your character is, if you don't like it, you can change today. You can become transformative. You can just simply switch over to be the person that you desire to be. I don't care what your past consists of. I don't care what family you were born into. It does not matter. Being a person on fire is a person who has transformed their lives and who can also transform the lives of other people, who can make that difference in the lives of other people. And that's what being one of the keys to being a woman on fire or a man on fire. That's the key to being a person on fire. You transform, and then you transform the lives of others. You never require somebody to do something that you never do. When you're transformative, you don't ask of others that which you yourself wouldn't do. Because you realize this, if I would not do it, then I'm not going to ask anybody else to do it. So when you're transformative, what you do is this. You said, you know what? Whatever I'm going to ask of her, or whatever I'm going to ask of them, or whatever I'm going to ask of him, it would definitely be something that I myself would be willing to do. And that's what being transformative is all about. It's being a person of integrity that will not ask of others that which they would not themselves do. You have to really and truly be open to change. You have to be willing to grow. You have to be willing to build relationships with others. And I know sometimes we can be shy and laid back and not want to get in, talk to others or form relationships. But that's a part of being transformative. Being transformative is I'm open. I'm open for change. I'm open for growth. And not only am I open for it, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for growth. I'm ready for new relationships. I'm ready to connect. I'm ready to move forward. And that's what being transformative is all about. You have absolutely open yourself up to do just that, to change, to grow, and to connect with others. It also means being a role model so that you can inspire others. When you get to a certain level of coaching or nursing or being a lawyer or being a friend or being someone who helps others with relationships, when you get to a certain level, you are a representative of what other people desire in their life. And so you become a role model to where people look at you and say, you know what? That's what I want to do. That's what I want to be. And I know if they can do it, I can do it too. And so you, in that term, you inspire others to be great. You inspire others to change. You inspire others to make an impact in the lives of other people. Key number 4 is you must be authentic. You have to be transparent. You have to be genuine. You have to be open to let people see who it is you are. Because what happens is when you're authentic, you gain the trust of others. People want to trust, and that's an issue a lot of times with people. When you're not genuine, when you're not authentic, then you become a person no one can trust. But when you are authentic, people don't mind putting their lives in your hand and say, you know what, help me fix this. You know what, this is what's going on with me, and I need some help. And that being authentic helps people come to you in their genuineness, and also become authentic and let their guards down. So that key number 4 is you must be authentic. You have to tune out the negative opinions of others. So when you become authentic, then you tune out all the naysayers. You tune out all of that, and you become the person that you know you need to become. That person that's in the back of your head saying, you can do this. The person that's cheering you on saying, you can accomplish this. You listen to that person. You listen to the voice within you, and you tune out all of the negative responses, the negative opinions, the negative comments. You tune that out, and you listen to the voice within. And so you have to be yourself. Be who you are. Be who you were created to be. Being authentic simply means that you are who you are. You're not trying to be anybody else. I want you to realize this. There is only one you. Look at the palm. Look at your hands. Look at your hands. Let's look at the palm of your hands. I want you to realize there is not another set of hands like this. You have the only set. So that makes you simply authentic, but not only that, that makes you simply unique. You become unique. There is nobody else like you. There is nobody else with this set of hands, with this face, with the way you look. Nobody else. You are unique. So be who you are. Be who you were designed to be. There is nobody else like you. So be you. Just be yourself. Simply be yourself. And key number 5 is know who you are. Know who you are. Who are you? A lot of times we don't get acquainted with who we are because we've put on other people's personalities, and we've tried to act and do it the way other people do it. But in order for you to be a person on fire, you have to know who you are. You have to know yourself. You have to know what it is you like. You have to know what it is you don't like. You have to know what it is you believe in. You have to know what it is you desire. You have to know your values. You have to know your morals. You have to know this. And in knowing who you are, you gain the credentials. You gain the characteristics. You gain what it is to be a person on fire. And in knowing who you are, you know your story. Everybody has a story, my dear. And yours is, even though me and you have might have gone through some of the same things, yours is unique because of your personality, because of your character. Even though our stories might look alike, how we've triumphed, how we've overcome is different. Why? Because my personality is different from your personality. Therefore, my story, even though it might be the same, it is different. And even though my story might resemble your story, my character, my personality, the way I come out will impact somebody's life different from the way yours will. So I want you to know this. When your story is what it is, you will draw the attention of people that has the same character or the same personality you have. And therefore, you will reach people who I possibly would not reach because of who I am. And that's what makes us so unique. That's what makes us different. It's because Even though our stories are the same, we won't probably never reach the same people. Some people like Coke, some like coffee, some like cocoa. It doesn't matter what you like, that's your preference. And so that's what makes your story unique. All right? So what is your story? Know it. You have to clear your mind. Meditation, it allows us to sit back, get away from everything, all the things that are going on in our lives, and to go deep within ourselves and to clear our minds. When our minds are clear, it allows things that we need to just flow through us. The ideas that we need for the day, for our life, for our future, for the present, they just flow. Things just flow. So whatever I may need at this particular time, it just flows. Why? Because now my mind is clear. So make sure that every day you clear your mind. Clear your mind. Get rid of all of the scatter. Get rid of all of the negative, all of the disbeliefs. Get rid of that by clearing your mind. I promise you, a clear mind will take you so forward. It'll help you to consistently move forward in life. Do what it is that you enjoy. Do what you enjoy. A lot of times we sacrifice so much, especially as women. We put everybody before us. We do everything everybody else wants to do. And we leave ourselves out of the picture because we're so busy trying to make sure everybody else is happy. But you have to have a well-balanced life. You have to have that balance there. And so you have to do what it is you enjoy. You have to do what you like doing. You have to do what it is that you know that it is that you enjoy doing it. And that way, when you come on the job and when you're in your family, you have that balance there. Because why? That your family gets what they want, the people on the job gets what they want, your clients get what they want, and you also have in your life what it is that you desire and what it is that you enjoy doing. So what I want you to do is take a challenge. Do this challenge for me. Dial 225-395-0077. And I want you to text the word ignite. I know you see fire there, but text the word ignite. IGNITE. Technology, I tell you, you gotta love it. You just have to love it. I know fire is on that screen, but I want you to do this. Let's see if you're listening. Well, we're about to find out if you're some good listeners. I want you to text ignite. IGNITE. Text that word to 225-395-0077. Now we're going to find out if you're listening. Take that challenge with me by texting the word ignite to 225-395-0077. And I want to challenge you to put everything aside. And I want you to put yourself today. Just do this for me today. I know you have all kind of stuff going on. I know the children in the background, they're saying, I want to eat, I'm tired, feed me. I understand. But do this for me. Take this challenge. Put yourself first today. Do that today. And I want you to become a woman on fire. I want you to become that woman that ignites somebody else. I want you to become that woman who is passionate about what it is that they were born to do, what they were created to do. Do that for me. Be that woman who can light the flames of somebody else and light the flames of other people. Do that for me. Take out time to gain the characteristics, to build those characteristics in your life so that you can even ignite your children. You can even help them grow to become people on fire, individuals who are on fire. They can even go into the schools, their classes, and ignite others. So I challenge you today. Put in place the characteristics that you've learned and become a woman on fire. What are my natural gifts? That may be a question that you have asked yourself at some point. What are my natural gifts? What is it that I do naturally Some of us were born with gifts. Those are the gifts you were born with. You didn't have to go to school to learn them. You had them when you got into this life. When you came into this world, you had some gifts. What are they? Write that answer down. Write those answers down. What were you born with? What are my skills and talents? What is it that you've learned from going to school, from going to college? What are those skills and talents that you learned? What is it that you know how to do? That's the second question. Write those answers down. Write that down. What is it that you just simply love to do? What do you love to do? What is it that you enjoy doing? And you will do it every day for the rest of your life. Write that answer down. When do you feel the most alive? When is it that you feel at your highest peak and you enjoy and you feel vibrant and energetic? What are you doing when you feel that way? Write that answer down. What are you passionate about? What is it that you wake up with? What is it that you go to bed with at night? Write that answer down. What brings you the greatest joy in life? What is it that makes you happy? What is it that puts a smile on your face when you are doing that? Write that answer down. And what is it that you would change in this world if you could? Write that answer down. If you can change anything in this world, what would it be? Write that answer down. And your true passion, it should be like taking a breath of fresh air. You should breathe it. It's that natural. That's what Oprah said. It's that natural. It's like breathing. You do it naturally. So I want you to pinpoint your passion. Pinpoint what brings you joy, what brings you life. Pinpoint that. And another key to being a woman on fire is to have influence. Therefore, you impact the lives of others. You influence the lives of others. And you need that to be on fire. So if I'm going to ignite somebody else, I have to have influence. They have to like something I do. They have to love what it is I do. They have to love who I am, and they have to desire advice from me. I have to have an influence on them. In order for me to ignite flame in someone else, you have to have influence. And you do that simply by being who you are and doing what you love. I guarantee you there is somebody watching you that you can make an impact on. Practice what you preach. People with influence, they don't just walk the walk, and they don't just talk the talk, but they walk what they talk. I'm going to say that again. They don't just talk the talk. They walk what they talk. They are practicing what they preach. You have to do what you say. It's not do as I say. Do what you say, because people are going to do what they see you do, so you're going to have to walk this thing out. And you have to be a person of integrity. In order for you to influence anybody, you have to be a person of integrity. You have to mean what you say and say what you mean. You have to be honest, and you have to be authentic. You have to be genuine. You have to be sincere. In order for you to have influence, integrity has to be intact. Know that. You have to be innovative. Be creative. When you see something isn't going right, don't just say, well, you know what, that doesn't look right, or that. Give some advice, or put your hands to the plow to make a difference, to make it better, to make it go right, to make it flow. Don't just look and have a negative opinion about it, but be willing to put your hand to the plow. Be willing to give the wisdom to make it flow better, to make things go better, to help people be better. That's what being innovative is all about. And find the information for the knowledge and skills. You have natural born skills or talents. You have things that you know how to do that you were born with. But in order to make it better, in order to make it just like pop, gain the knowledge and the skills that you need so that everything can just flow, and so that helps you become a woman on fire. That's a characteristic of someone being on fire. Get knowledge, get understanding, get wisdom, and be creative. Be very creative. Learn how to think outside of the box. Don't just stay within your little walls, your little four corners, but learn how to think outside of the box. Learn how to be very creative. Learn how to just go for it. Learn how to have big ideas and not get comfortable and complacent in where you are, but learn how to be creative and do things outside of the box. I guarantee you, it's fun. Take a risk. Think possibilities. Think what's possible. And anything is possible, I can assure you, when you believe. If you don't think it's possible, that's because you don't believe it's possible. But when you believe things are possible, then they become possible in your world. So 7 women who represent women on fire, the characteristics of being a woman on fire. Here is number 1, Lisa Nichols. She's in tune with her purpose. She's impacted millions of teens with her life coaching and motivating the masses. She has made a major impact in the world, a major impact. She knows what it is that she desires to do. She knows what her passion is, and she goes for it. Not because she's never had challenges, not because she don't know what it means not to be in lack, but because of that. She took that and she ran with it. She found out what her purpose was. She found out what her passion is, and she went for it and made an impact in the world. Oprah Winfrey, she's making an impact in the world with her own network and with her Oprah Winfrey show. Oprah Winfrey went from having absolutely nothing, check the story out, to becoming a self-made billionaire. She is a woman who knows what it is that she wants in life, and she's impacting the world through it. If she can do it, so can you. Cheryl Brady, she's very transformative. She takes scriptures and inspires others through scriptures, and she causes their lives to transform. She is not a woman who has not had her challenges. All of the women I'm showing you today, they are women who have had challenges. They are women who've absolutely came from absolutely nothing and to becoming something great and impacting the world. Marianne Williamson, she's a very authentic woman. She teaches people how to come from a place of fear and to operate in love. And doing that, she's making an impact in the world. She too has had her challenges in life. She too has had difficulties in life, but she did not allow that to stop her. She got in tune with who it is that she needed to be at some point in life, and she became a woman who made impact in the world and is making. Joan of Arc, she understands who she is as well as others. Joan of Arc, she dressed herself and disguised herself as a man so that she can help the French army win a war. She made major impact in the world, and so can you. And the late Maya Angelou, so woman of great influence who took poetry and inspired and transformed lives of so many people. She was the first Black African American who produced and who directed film. She made a major impact in the world, not because she didn't have challenges, not because she did not have struggles. She did. And I understand you may be facing challenges, you may be facing struggles, you may be facing difficulty, but all of these women, they got in tune with who they were. They got in tune with purpose. They got in tune with what it is they enjoyed, and they took it and they made an impact in the world. And I want to encourage you to let you know that you can do the same. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Believe that it is possible. You can do it. And I am almost positive that every last one of these women struggle with some type of self-esteem, struggle with some type of lack of confidence. At some point, they probably believed that it was impossible for them to become who they are today or who they have been in this world. I can guarantee that at some point, they had an issue with believing, I cannot do this. And I can guarantee you, if you go and you can ask every last one of them if they thought that they would be who they were or who they are, I can guarantee you they probably would have told you no. But I want you to know, if you can believe it, and if you will receive it, and if you will embrace it, you too can make an impact. And it might not, you may not be the next Oprah. You might not be the next late Maya Angelou. You might not be the next Cheryl Brady, but you can be a person who can make a difference in your family, in your community, and possibly in the world. What is it that you believe? What is it that you think is possible? Because if you think it's possible, then I guarantee you it is. Michelle Obama, who is a lawyer, she also is making a great impact in the world and in a community. She's an outreach worker in Chicago. She has done great things. She is innovative. She sees things broke and she fixes them. You can do that. What it is that you desire. And I want you to know that there are some bonuses for being a woman on fire. There are some great, you will not believe what it means to be a person who makes a difference. Believe it or not, if you can make a difference in one person's life, then I guarantee you, you have made a difference. If you can change one person's life, you have made a great difference. So here are some strategies for being a woman on fire. Purification. One of the first strategies is purification. Become clean. Get all of the negativity out of you. When you're becoming purified, that means there is a fire that is put to you. Sometimes it's tests, trials, tribulations. Being on fire, it causes the negativity to be burnt out of you. You become purified. You become pure. It's a purification process that takes place. Your warmth. Your warmth. Sometimes you're that person that can just touch somebody and just be there and give someone a great hug. That's what being a woman on fire about. Their warmth, their presence. It makes a difference. Wrong slide. Let's go back the other way. It's preparation agents. What it is, it prepares people for becoming who they know to be, who they need to be. It prepares them for their passion. Another strategy is if they're passionate, they are on fire. They love what they're doing. They enjoy what they're doing. They are passionate about what it is that they're doing in life. They're enthusiastic. They have great zeal. That's strategy number 5. You have to have zeal. You have to be enthused about what it is that you desire to do. Strategy 6 is eagerness. You have to be eager about what it is that you enjoy doing in life. That's another strategy. You have to be fervent. You have to be passionate. You have to have that zeal. And that's strategy number 7. So what is your calling in life? We're all called to do something. We're all called to be great. We're all called to make a difference. We're all called to do something. How is it that you're going to do that? What is it that you'll do in this life so that you too can make a difference? Don't try to be what your neighbor is. Don't try to be what your friend is. Be the original. Do what it is that you know you need to do. So when life hits you hard, hit back harder. When you're dealt a lemon, make some lemonade. When you have struggle, hit back, go back, bounce back. If you fall, get up, dust yourself off. Get back up, get back in the race, get back in the game. Because you, my friend, you are amazing. All right, so we're going to wrap that up. And hopefully you've learned and you've got great ideas. You've got some excellent tips. You've got a strategy of what you can use to help yourself get in the game so that you can become a flame and that you can help somebody on fire. What happens when you are on fire? When you are on fire, what happens is this. You cannot start a fire. If you light a fire, anything around it is going to catch on fire. When you start a fire, everything else around it catches on fire. So when you become on fire, everything around you catches a fire. Your family becomes a person on fire. People on your job, because it rubs off. It catches a flame. And so what happens is this. When you are passionate, when you are enthused, when you love what it is you do, you help somebody even though they may not be doing the same thing you're doing. You help them become passionate about what it is that they're doing. You don't have to be doing the same thing somebody else is doing. You just have to love what you're doing and be great at what you're doing. I guarantee you, when you get out of all of the negative comments, all of the negative things, all of the stuff that everybody else is doing, then you become who you are. You become authentic. You become genuine. You become a person that everybody loves to be around. So I want you to do this for me. Text again the word ignite, IGNITE, to the number 225-395-0097. Again, 225-395-0047. Text the word ignite to that number, IGNITE. I hope you have gained great wisdom. And don't just keep it to yourself. Tell somebody, call somebody and tell them to join in, to get ready, because we are having an awesome time here. And there are some more amazing speakers that is coming forward to help you change and transform your life. And thank you. Thank you.
Woo! Did you say thank you? Did you say thank you? All right. Woman on what?
Fire.
Woman on fire, making it happen.
That's
That was
right.
just fantastic. That was incredible. Now, here's for the folks that are out there. You told them what they can do. They can text the word ignite. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Where do they text the word ignite to? Do you remember the phone number?
225
Oh, hold on. 225
395
395
0077.
77. All right, they can do that. Now you're here.
Right.
You're live. You're in person. Let me see if you're live. Let me see. High five. Yes. Okay. That was real. What's one of the reasons you decided to spend some time today to share your story on Life Leverage?
Because I believe everybody has a story,
Mm-hmm.
and some people are afraid to share their story. And I believe when people see who you are and the fact that you're okay with sharing your story, it helps them to share their story. It helps them to get their thoughts together and become authentic and begin to share their story so that they can help somebody else.
Now, just one last question. The next speaker, Takesha, I understand she's in the house.
All right.
I think she's in the green room. I think she's back there. They're getting powder and all that
All
stuff.
right.
They don't do that stuff for me. I don't know why they don't do that stuff for me. But she's getting all ready to come up here in just a second. It's going to be incredible. I mean,
Okay.
it's going to be incredible. But if there was some parting words that you could leave for the person out there right now, because you're here. You're at what series we at again? The Life Leverage series. Okay, Life Leverage series. And the folks are out there. What's one word that you'd want to share with the folks out there as they go out there to really be a woman on fire? You gave a lot of information, but if you had to sum it all up in like 30 seconds,
Okay.
and say, look, this is what I want you to do when you leave today. What
Okay.
would what would that one message be?
That one message would be, know who you are. Get to know you. And when you get to know you and you become genuine and authentic, you can help inspire somebody else.
Aha, fantastic. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate it. Now, are you getting on a plane?
Yes.
Please don't tell Oz where you're going, but you're back to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and back on the plane again.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All
Take it to the left,
right.
take it left.
Thank
They're going to escort you out. They're going to hit the mute button. They're going to escort you out as you're heading off that way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Life Leverage Series. I mean, what an awesome time. This is incredible. This is truly amazing. We're doing just, I believe that the reason that a number of folks are participating is because they want to share their story. They want to share their message. They want to make sure they step back and they share the lessons they've learned so it can make us all a better place. Now, as I was listening to LaWanda Hill, the one takeaway that I have, and think about this, what was your one takeaway? Like, okay, right now, of all the messages she shared, here's what I'd like for you to do. Head on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now, open up a browser, and once you get there, I'd like for you to share your big takeaway. What was the one idea that you walked away with that you can use immediately? Now, what I walked away with is exactly what she just said at the end. Know yourself first. So you've heard this before. You've got to take care of yourself first before you can help someone else. And how true is that? Now, it's an honor. It's a privilege to be here serving you. I'm up here by myself. I see Franz. Hey, Franz, come on down. Franz, come on down. Let's say hello to Franz real quick. He's here to get the next person geared up. He's coming around. They're bringing him up. Be careful to stay down. Be careful. You got to step up. You got to step up. You got to step up. Come up the steps, around the side. There he is. Hey, man, I see you back there.
Yes, sir.
If you can, for folks that are listening, take maybe a minute or two and share what was your big takeaway from LaWanda Hill. She talked about being a woman on fire. She shared some ideas. Why is it important to be a woman on fire, one? And she said men can do it as well. And what was your takeaway?
Well, first of all, LaWanda, you did a phenomenal job. Everyone out there in the virtualnetworkinglive.com browser, like Shay said, make sure you give her a virtual round of applause. Listen, I got so much. Listen, she said, what was it, 7 keys? 7 keys. Listen, I got all of them right here. I put them right on here. I was not playing. I got the keychain. I ran outside. I was like, I'm going to get all of them. And one of the ones I found was focus. And but the biggest takeaway I got from her, because she's from Baton Rouge, so she bought the crawfish, she bought the gumbo, she bought the seasoning.
I didn't get the gumbo. I didn't get the
You didn't
gumbo.
get the gumbo? Oh man, listen, no, listen, you got the gumbo. See, but you see how she did, right? She said text ignite, but it said fire. You know why? Because she was already on fire, and she needed you to get ignited, and for you to get on fire. I like how you did. That's a Baton Rouge thing. That's a New Orleans. Excuse me, not New Orleans. That's a New Orleans thing. New Orleans thing. But my biggest takeaway from that phenomenal presentation was be authentic. Be yourself. Because you can lie to anybody you want, and you might actually convince them. But you can't lie to yourself. Because you always know you're telling the truth or not. And there's only one thing that's going to set you free, and it's not a lie, it's the truth. So be authentic.
All right. Well, LaWanda Hill, you rock. I know she's back there. She's watching. Thank you for all you do. And I understand coming up, we have a young lady, Takesha, from Greenbelt, Maryland. Oh, no, Maryland. She's in the house. She's here. She's here. She's actually live. She's live.
Really?
Yes.
Wait. I think somebody, wait. Did somebody just write, is Shay live? They don't believe we're live, bro.
We're live, man.
Bam! See that? We're live. L-I-V-E live. What you know about that? Live.
And we'll be live later, too.
We're going to be live later.
We'll be live tomorrow as well, so as long as we possibly can. So with that being said, let's go ahead and welcome to the stage none other than Takesha. Come on around, Takesha. Come on up. Life Leverage. Come on up. Have a seat right in the middle. Come on a seat.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to go back there and do a quick mic check. Franz, we'll grab a mic check. I'm going to give Franz the mic here. I'll give you the mic here. I'm going to give you the mic here. And then we're going to do a quick mic check. I think they got to get you turned on, which we're going to do. And Franz, why don't you say hello?
Oh, yes. Life Leveragers, LLLers, how you doing out there? We have somebody from Maryland. Maryland. I'm so Maryland. You got to get the accent here, you know. I asked for directions, and somebody gave me some directions, And if I didn't speak in an accent, they were like, they could tell you from out of town. So I was like, how do you find Sanford straight? And so then it worked. So welcome. Welcome,
Thank
Takesha.
you.
We hung out on the video series.
Yes, we did.
And you shared your story. I still remember it, but I don't want to give away the nuggets for anyone that didn't see it.
Okay.
And because you have a chance to show them, to tell them, to let them feel your energy, your spirit.
Right.
So I'm going to let you talk really big. Just tell them really, really quickly about yourself before we go into detail. Go ahead. Tell us.
Okay. So my
Oh, you got a mic? Oh, see that? See that? Shay is on point, man. Listen, that's why we work with Shay.
okay.
So, let me give you the proper introduction. Ready?
Okay.
Ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, I give to you the one, the only, from Maryland,
Greenbelt, Maryland.
Greenbelt, Maryland. See, mine is brown, but Greenbelt, Maryland. Takesha, virtual round of applause. Takesha, take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you, thank you. I am so honored to be here. I'm so excited. And I just want to say hello to everybody out there. I'm glad you're joining us. And then first of all, I just want to start off and say thank you to Mrs. LaWanda Hill. She gave an excellent presentation. And one of the things that I took away from her is learning that to go beyond self-improvement. And that was really key because, you know, you get to a place sometimes and you say, well, I'm good. You know, I had enough training in this. I don't need any more information in that area. And you don't sometimes extend to help others, but you will never be able to continue to grow unless you reach back and help others. So I just want to say thank you to Ms. LaWanda Hill again for that presentation. And again, my name is Takesha Wilson, and I am from Greenbelt, Maryland, and I am the CEO of Purpose Life LLC. Yes, I am the CEO, and my background is in counseling psychology. Now, when I first started my company, when I first started my business, you know, I'm so excited. I was working with youth. I did a lot of work with women, and I said, oh, I want to help women find their purpose. I want to help youth, you know, who don't know who they are. I grew up shy. I was always scared. I still have to fight past a lot of fear right now. And I said, I just want to help people, you know, get past that in life. And I realized that me being shy and me being fearful, you know, actually hindered me. So I said, well, how can I help others, you know, really improve that in their area? And then also just working with youth. You know, I never said, oh, I want to get up and go to school and I want to work with youth and I want to help youth find their purpose. It was kind of something that I kind of stumbled in and I had a passion for. And it just worked out great. And then one of the things that really started touching my heart is just realizing that the things that a lot of youth go through and a lot of trouble that they get in is because, you know, they don't know who they are. You know, they fight. That's a major phase where they fight through, you know, their whole self-identity. You know, they're trying to identify with different groups and different people, and they find themselves in a lot of trouble or places that they never even imagined or end up going. So that is my passion, you know, to help the youth and to help women just realize, you know, who they are. I watched as I grew up, a lot of women in my family go through so many changes, and that's because they were still trying to identify who they were, you know, even as they were adults. So that kind of led me to want to work with women as well. So just a little bit more background information about me. Even though my company is named Purpose Life LLC, you know, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, I got my purpose together. You know, I went to school to become a counseling psychologist and, you know, just want to counsel and work with people and really want to help them. And, you know, I'm all set with my purpose as far as working with women and working with youth. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing good, you know, and I was just really blessed in my life, and I am still blessed in my life. And then what happened? Life happened to me. And it was something that was totally unexpected, something that I wasn't even prepared for in my life. And that caused me to begin to wonder, who am I really? What is my purpose in life? Yes, I have this great company called Purpose Life LLC, but then I find myself struggling with my own purpose and realizing who I really am in life. And so what happened to me in 2011, I went through a time where I actually was laid off, you know, off my job, and that was during a time where a lot of people were unemployed. You had the housing market that went downhill. A lot of people were going through foreclosures and different things like that. And I was one of the ones that was caught up into all of that nonsense and all of that mess. And so I'm thinking, oh wow, this is a great opportunity for me, you know, to go really jumpstart my business. My business was actually in my heart for 2 or 3 years before, and I really thought that I was supposed to leave my job, before I actually got laid off, and I'll talk more about that later. But, I just kind of stayed in my comfort zone and stayed there and then end up getting laid off. And so here I am, saying, okay, I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to use it to the best of my ability. I'm not going to start my own business. I'm going to go start forth my own company. And I met amazing people. I went to a lot of networking events and, was able to just connect with people and get things going. But then I realized my money started going down slowly. I wasn't having that income of cash flow like I usually have it come in. And then all of a sudden I find myself in jeopardy of losing my home. My home was in foreclosure. And by this time I said, okay, well, I got to get back to work. I just got to get some things going. This is really not working for me right now. So let me at least, go back to work, maybe get a part-time job or something like that, until I'm able to, really get my business going like I really want to. And so, but that really wasn't how the story went. My plans were quite different from, and I don't know if many of you heard this saying that that's in the Bible, that your thoughts are not my thoughts, your plans are not my plans. So, of course, it didn't go perfect like I thought it should go, or it wasn't an easy straight line to get there. And so what I mean by that is that I didn't get a job right away. I didn't find a part-time job. I didn't get a full-time job, and it was really hard. That's when a lot of people, again, like I said before, was unemployed. It was really hard, and I'm saying, hey, why can't I find a job? I have a master's degree. I went to school. I'm trained. What's going on? And things started continuously happening. I went through different things as far as being on food stamps. Okay, I had to go on food stamps eventually. My house did go into foreclosure, and I had to go through a lot of channels to actually fight that process. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I wanted to keep my home. I was just like, I'm not getting kicked out on the street. This is crazy. Even though I had family and friends, but at that time I still had a lot of pride, and I was just saying, oh no, I can't do that. And so I was just like, I'm keeping my home, and I'm still fighting, and I'm still doing this, and I'm still going to do that. But guess what? Time continued to go on. No job, no part-time job, no income of money. Savings is now gone, okay? Unemployment, I experienced that. Receiving the unemployment benefits, I experienced that. Receiving, what was that? I think it was like $324 or $354 every week. Who can really live off of that? I experienced that. Food stamps, I had to go do that. So I know what it's like to actually wait into the food stamp line or go get recertified or whatever it is, and you have people that treat you really nasty, and that's supposed to be their job. I know how that feels like. I know how it feels like to be unemployed. I know how it feels like to almost lose your home. I went through the foreclosure process on 3 different occasions, and that was a really tough fight. And I had to go through different channels to keep my home and different things like that, and it was just really a scary time for me. And so what I ended up doing is I had to file bankruptcy from keeping to lose my home. I found out that I could actually file Chapter 13 bankruptcy, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have money to pay nobody back. When you file Chapter 13, you have to have a plan to actually pay people back. But then also for you all who may be facing the same situation, they can stop everything from being sold or stop all processes at that particular time. So I did that. I didn't know what I was doing. I went and read a book, found the book, and filed on my own. Everything was wrong. Everything was wrong, but it was able to stop that process at that particular time. So my journey with that is with the foreclosure, with the bankruptcy, fighting to keep my home. My car was repossessed. I had to stand into the employment line and receive unemployment. I had to get food stamps. And I think they approved me for $35 a month. I mean, like, really, are you serious? Like, who can live off of that? But thank God I have family, thank God I have friends, to really support me and to keep me. But, as time continued to go along, and I realized it was actually a deeper issue. And it wasn't that I wasn't responsible, and it wasn't that, okay, you're just one statistic. The thing was that the deeper issue was that this was a pattern that actually occurred in my family. Okay, so I realized that all the women in my family, and I love my family dearly, and I'm not saying this to air dirty laundry or talk about anybody in my family, but I just want people to realize that, you have to pay attention, and you have to recognize your own behavior patterns, what are conscious and unconscious, and that's the psychology part that's coming out of me. And then also recognize, the patterns in your family that you have picked up, and like I said, you don't even realize it. So the thing is that I realized in my family that there were major losses with the women in my family. And with that being said, a major loss of losing their jobs, and being unemployed for a long time. I was actually unemployed for about 2 years. A major loss of relationships. They were all married, and then they were all divorced. And then a major loss of personal property, whether that be homes, whether that be cars, or different things like that. And only one woman in my family, my immediate family, that actually had or owned a particular home. So when I really started looking at the deeper issue and what was going on, it was just like I didn't have the pride anymore, but I had to fight. And I had to fight against all of those statistics or negative things in my family and those behavior patterns and say, hey, I'm going to be the one to do something different. This has to stop. We have came a long way. We have done so much, and to just continue to let this pattern go and just lose in our family, this has to stop. So one of the things is that when you're going through a struggle and when you're going through difficulty, you realize things about yourself that you never knew. And so one of the key areas that I want to talk about is, what is your domain? And meaning, when I say what is your domain, what is your area of strength? What is your area of power? And that could be in the form of your gift, that could be in the form of your talent, that could be in the form of your purpose. I can honestly say I love Beyonce, and I love the way she performs, and she is so excellent at it. And when you see a person like Beyonce, that's because she's operating in her gift. She's operating in her talent. I don't necessarily probably agree with everything how she does, but you have to give honor where it's due. So I will ask you now, what is your domain? What is your area of influence? What is your area of power? What is your area of purpose? And for me, like I said, when I first started my company and I actually had the name Purpose Life LLC, I was saying, okay, yes, great, I'm gonna help people find their purpose. But then I realized that at this particular point, when I'm ready to jumpstart and kick off my purpose, I was lost in realizing what that looked like for me. So I began to say, how can I really help somebody find their purpose? How can I really help somebody find value and know who they are when I don't even know my purpose, and I don't even realize what my area of domain or influence is anymore? And so I can say that through this particular experience that I went through with this economical hardship, losing my job, almost losing my home on 3 different occasions, going through bankruptcy and repossession and different things like that, my purpose became clear to me. And it doesn't mean that what you were working on a couple of years ago as your purpose is not your purpose anymore, but it may have shifted into another area. So like, for instance, for years, like I said, I worked with women and I worked with youth, and I also did counseling and therapy in that, and I still want to do that, but now my focus of purpose has moved into a different area of working with women. Okay, so like I said, you want to find out what is your domain. And I think Dr. Haddon had mentioned it earlier. You don't want to compete against others. You don't want to compare yourself against others. You don't never know what somebody's personal journey was that they had to actually get there. So sometimes you say, oh, I want to be like that person, or that person is great, but you don't know they almost died. You don't know that they probably lost their husband. You don't know if they probably lost, their children to get to that place in life. So you never, you can admire a person, but you never want to compare and compete and try to be like someone else. And so the next area that I want to talk about is, whose voice are you listening to? It was very key for me during that difficult time, that I stayed away from negative influences, that I stayed away from people who just didn't believe the certain things that I believed. They didn't have the same mindset that I had, and they didn't have faith. For for your journey, and when you're trying to really get to your purpose, and when you're really trying to survive your struggle, you have to make sure that you're listening to the right things. You have to make sure that you're listening to the right people. And when I say right things, also, the music that you may listen to, you know, the type of TV shows and movies, everything, you know, you have to surround yourself in a totally environment where it's uplifting, where it's positive, and where it's powerful at all particular times, you know. And you don't want to listen to the cultural influences. And for instance, the cultural influence, when I say by that is, you know, everything that's going around in your community, like, oh, my grandmother has diabetes, and my great-grandmother died of this, and my great-grandfather died of this, or in the African-American community, we only could do this and get to this level. And even family influences. You know, families sometimes don't mean well, but they just can't help the way they respond and sometimes the way they think. And you have to be able to just kind of I don't want to say separate yourself from your family. Sometimes in rare occasions you may have to, but you have to be able to like distance yourself a little bit, or be able to have those hard conversations and say, look, Ma, you know, I love you dearly, but I just can't have those type of conversations right now. You know, so the thing is, who voices are you definitely listening to? And you have to always stay in an environment where it's very positive. Like I said, making sure that you surround yourself with positive music, uplifting music, listen to inspirational people, stay in contact with places and people like events like this, like the Life Leverage series. You know, connect yourself to positive people, positive influences, you know, to keep you on that track when you're going through that difficult time. And the next area that really stood out to me when I was going through my difficult time is getting past stuck. There were so many opportunities that came my way when I was going through that difficult time in my life that it was hard for me to like actually reach out to it. I was depressed. I didn't have the energy. I didn't have the mindset at that particular time initially when everything started. You know, when you're going through losing your home, almost losing your home, and when your car get repossessed and you're wondering, you know, like, I have no money, what am I going to do? You know, it's hard. It's very hard sometimes to see past all the clouds and all the smoke and realize the opportunities that lie before you. And the reason why I say that is that particular time when I was experiencing my difficult hardship, I had met this wonderful woman, and she's a great friend of mine, and she's actually a mentor. And at the particular time, she still does. She's an entrepreneur. She has her own business and her own office space. And she said, Takesha, you can use my office when I'm not here. You can schedule clients to come here and meet with them. I'll give you a key to my office where you could use it. She actually paid for profile pictures for me to get done professionally and everything. But because of what I was going through, and it was so hard for me, I couldn't get past that. I was so concerned and wrapped up in that I couldn't reach forth and run to what was lying ahead of me. So when I say you have to get past stuck, you have to get past stuck those things or those obstacles that continue to come your way, and to be able to continue to fight. Like, I had that amazing opportunity, and now it's gone. We're still good friends, and we're still mentors. And she actually moved into a different partnership, and we're still partners. And she has a different office location now. So the way that I was able to have access to that office back then, I don't have right now. I know that I can use her office space, but now she has to be mindful of her other business partners that she has, you know, connected herself with. So you have to be able to really get past stuck and recognize the positive things and the positive opportunities that may come your way. And then my last point that I really want to discuss and point out is fulfilling the call. And actually, that's where I'm at in my particular life. My situation has really pushed me to a place where I feel like I no longer can keep quiet, where I can no longer hide behind the dark. I was telling Dr. Hatton that, you know, this Life Leverage Series event, this is my own personal challenge. This is my own personal goal for me. And this is something that I wanted to go after and do. And I knew that I couldn't continue, you know, to just keep this to myself, to keep the gifts and the talents to myself anymore, and to be able to be a service to people and to be able to help them, and just like I said, Minister LaWanda said, go beyond being the expert or beyond self-improvement. That's what she said. Go beyond being self-improvement when you reach out to helping others. So as part of me fulfilling my purpose in life is really reaching out and helping others. And that's what I'm doing. So I'm stepping up to the plate and I'm fulfilling the call despite the fear, despite the anxiety, despite everything that happened before, and not being afraid to tell my story, not being afraid to help others, get to that place where they need to be in life. And one of the things that I realized is that by me not fulfilling my purpose and not fulfilling my call is who is going to die because you were not available or you were not in place to help that person. What opportunity are you going to miss because you were not fulfilling the call or you were not operating in your purpose? You have to listen to your heart, and you have to be authentic, and you have to be genuine, and you have to be real what's deep down inside of you, and you have to step out and really go after it. And so this is what I'm doing now. Life Leverage is one of the events or one of the things that I challenge myself to do. And one of the things also, like I said, I'm helping people find their purpose. But another thing is that I really want to help and educate women with financial literacy. And meaning is that I know great women. I know a woman who's a minister, does all these great things, helping out people. And I think Dr. Hill, I want to say Dr. Hill, Minister Hill, has said, that women aren't really good at taking care of themselves. And so one of the things is that she doesn't have any protection for herself. She doesn't have any retirement planning. She doesn't have any life insurance. And her financial goals and her financial dreams is just non-existent. She has this great vision for helping others and for herself, but she doesn't have the action plan on what that looks like. And so one of the things is that you can fulfill your purpose and go after your dreams, but you want to have a great balance in every area of your life, and that's including your health, and that's including wealth, and that's prosperity in every other area. And so that's one of the things that I really desire to do, to help position women to be in a better place where they are, just more financially equipped. I believe that if I had the knowledge and the information that I had in regards to finances, that my financial hardship would not have been to the degree that it had been. My information with finances was so limited. So today I'm just declaring that I'm just really going to take on that and just really educate women around the world. I'm going to help them, heal emotionally and mentally, because my background is in counseling and I have a degree in counseling psychology. But also I want to say, what other areas do women and people, not just women, but men also need help in fulfilling, or just help in healing? Like I said, you don't want to have a lopsided life where you're helping others, but then your finances is a mess and your health is a mess. We want to be whole and we want to be complete. And so right now, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to join the Life Leverage series. Thank you for taking the time to listen. And if you need to get in contact with me, you can reach me at purposelife.llc@hotmail.com. Purpose is spelled with the ED, life, LLC@hotmail.com. And my number is 201-341-0153. Again, 201-341-0153. And thank you so much for having me.
Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a hand. Whoa! Life Leverage, Life Leverage, Life Leverage in the house, in the house. Give it up, give it up. It's okay. It's okay to smile. She was like, I just couldn't wait to be there, Shay. And then she's like, yeah, you can laugh. See, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you. I'm honored to share my story. It's time. It's overdue.
It is.
Yeah.
And thank you for being authentic.
Thank you.
You shared the challenges. You shared the lessons. For the persons out there right now, share what's one of the reasons you decided you could do a lot of things with your time today. And I know you got a lot of things to do.
Right.
But why did you decide to stop by today on the Life Leverage series? You're live. Look at me if I say you're live. She's live. Yeah, she's live. Indeed, she is. Why did you decide to stop and share your message at this time, at this moment, with those folks that are watching us right now?
Just taking advantage of the opportunity. When opportunities come your way, like if I wasn't in a position where I was fulfilling my call or my purpose or trying to get to it and just being aware, I would continue to be in that same place, continue to be stuck. And, and then the thing is that you miss reaching people's lives, and so you miss your blessings, and you miss the opportunity to help and bless people as well. And so also it's just timing as well. This is just the right time for me, to share my message, for me to start walking in my purpose and fulfilling my call. So it's just the right time.
Wow, so the folks are all watching this, and this is your time for you to fulfill your purpose. You're doing all these wonderful things. They're wondering, what do you do for fun? Like, what do you do when you're not out trying to save the world, if you would? What do you do for fun?
Honestly, I love to laugh.
You laugh?
Yeah, I'm very silly. I'm very silly.
Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. I should stop back and see how silly she can get. No. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna put you on the spot.
Okay.
But you like to laugh.
I love to laugh. I enjoy having fun. One of the things that really helped me is when I'm, working with youth. They're just so much
We say
fun.
youth now. Are youth like 25? Can that be youth, or are youth for you like 15 or?
Well, like 15. Like last week, I was babysitting my niece.
You were babysitting?
Yes, babysitting my niece.
How old is your niece? Is she a
My
teen?
niece is 8 years old.
Oh, okay.
So I was
8 years
hanging out
old.
with my niece, and I'm cleaning something on the floor, and she's video recording me with her tablet.
No way.
Yeah, and I didn't even know. And then she goes, sits back down, and she starts laughing. And I said, "What is so funny?" And she showed me, and it was really funny what she was doing.
Did she post it to Facebook?
No, oh no.
Oh, okay.
she's
I just want to make
savvy,
sure.
But she didn't do that.
She ain't not yet.
Right.
If it is, you're not sure it's out there.
Right.
Okay, so if you can, just for a moment, because we know we got Franz. Franz is in the house, by the way.
Oh.
Franz Condi is
I
here
seen
from
him.
New York, New York.
I
So
seen
nice they
him.
name it twice.
Right.
If you can you share maybe a mentor that you had in your life that helped you get to where you are today? And if you got here by yourself, that's fine. Just say, Shay, I got here all by myself. I didn't have anyone to give me any guidance. But if you did, the folks that are watching right now, they might be curious who's been a mentor for you, and share maybe a words of wisdom they've given you along the way.
Okay. So my mentor, and she's actually my mentor now, her name is Alicia Stewart.
Alicia Stewart, okay.
And she's right in the area, just a very lovely woman.
Now, when you say area, for folks out there, I mean,
Okay.
folks are all over the country. They don't know what right in the
Maryland.
area is.
In Maryland.
In Maryland. Maryland's,
Yes.
Maryland's a big state.
Okay.
Last time I checked, I think it's one of the top 10.
Atlanta,
Okay, Atlanta, Maryland. Okay, she's in Atlanta, Maryland. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And she has been just so vital in my life. I met her like 2 or 3 years ago, and I can honestly say it seemed like I've known her forever. And she was the one who actually said to Keisha, you can use my office space. I'll give you a key. You can see clients here.
Who's this person? What's her name again?
Her name is Alicia
Okay,
Stewart.
tell her. I don't mind a little office space myself if you're out there. Okay, go ahead.
And so she gave me so many words of wisdom, and she always says something to me, and I'm just like, how did you know that? Well, one of the things is that she just always encouraged me to just never give up.
Never give up.
Yeah, and she said, you have to move past your circumstances. She said, you have to rise above your circumstances, and she has told me that.
Wow. Well, if you have extra space, I mean, I'm looking for space too, especially if I can come there and meet some folks. I'm happy to do that. Last question as we get ready to go. That's Franz Condi's cue to get ready in just a moment. That's his cue, by the way. I just gave him a cue. I gave him a cue. Success. What does success mean to you, please?
Never giving up, even when it looks like, really, honestly, when it looks like, okay, what in the world am I doing? Like I said, when I had filed for Chapter 13 bankruptcy and I had to write that plan all on my own, I didn't know what I was doing. I went and got the book, and I just read through the book, and they rejected my plan.
What?
Yes, because, of course, it was all wrong. But guess what? I went to court. I didn't say, oh, they rejected my plan. I got this court date. I'm not going back no more. I went again. You know, and so when I went again, I didn't have to say, okay, well, can I have more time? The lady said, we're going to give you more time until you get a job. We're going to give you more time until you get a lawyer. And this is like on 3 different occasions. I didn't ask for that, but I was so blessed, and that was just really on the strength of me not giving up. I went to court each and every time, not knowing what was going to happen, not knowing if they was going to stop it right then and there, knowing that I didn't have a job that I knew that was coming up in a month later, but she just gave me, okay, we're going to give you another month to do this. We're going to give you another month to do that. So just honestly, just show up. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what it's going to look like. You don't know what you're going to say. You don't know what the other people's response is, but that's that faith part. I was just like, okay, I just know that I got to fight, just continue to fight. So yeah.
I've lost control. No, good story. Thank you. She was on the road. She said, hey, I'm about to start all over again, Shay. You done went to a whole nother area. Once again, thank you so much. We appreciate you sharing your story.
Thank you.
You're awesome. You're amazing. And the word she leaves is never what?
Never give up.
Absolutely. Okay, head over that way. Be careful. Security walking around. Be on the stage. And just go down those steps. Please go down those steps. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Now, Takesha just shared with us. And if you had to sum up everything she talked about in just one word, what would that one word be for you? Now, here's what I'd like for you to do. I'd like for you to give a virtual applause. Now, how do you give a virtual applause? Well, you can head over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now, that means you have to open up a browser, by the way. So this right now, click on another browser, open it up, and type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. This is where all the action is taking place. This is where you can ask questions and go ahead and post your big takeaway. What was the one takeaway that you just received from Takesha? Life leverage. Real stories for real folks who can use it right now. So, this is just totally incredible. Now, you're thinking, Shay, what was your one takeaway? I'm glad you asked. Let me think about that for a moment. Let me think about that. All right, the one takeaway, I have one word for the one takeaway. You want to know what the one word is? Oh, here it is. You ready? The one word is perseverance. That's right. Jot that down in your notes. Perseverance. That's what she talked about. And that's a lesson that we all can learn to keep on going no matter what. So I'm really, really excited. So with that being said, I'm going to look back and do a mic check in the back and see if Franz Condé, understand he was in the green room. He was getting queued up. Hopefully he's hit the unmute button as he's on his way up here in just a moment. He's in mic 1. He's on mic 1. There you go. Mic 1. Come on up. Barrett Matthews in the house. Let's get Barrett Matthews' hands. Let's just give him a hand. You see Barrett Matthews back there? Where's your microphone? You need a microphone. Yeah, I thought that's what y'all was doing. Okay, so go back there and get. There you go. No, Mike, he'll be right back. Barrett, Trevor Otts, where are you? Just Trevor Otts. Can someone just beam Trevor Otts in? Just beam him in. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam Trevor Otts here. See, if Trevor was here, that would never have taken place. He would have had a microphone before he came up. Make sure it's a Sennheiser mic. This is the right mic. Okay, that's it. And make sure it's muted so they can't hear you guys talking. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much. We're at Life Leverage Series, and we have an entire lineup today. We have a number of, not so much speakers, because that's not what they are. Presenters, no, that's not what they are. We're here with real folks who are going to share their stories on how you can improve the quality of your life, how you can improve the quality of your relationship, how you can improve the quality of your health, how you can improve the quality of your business through lessons they've learned themselves in life that they're here to share with you. And this is a very special occasion. It's the first time we've ever done this type of series, and it's an honor and it's a privilege just to be a part of this. And I'm humbled to be here. I thank you for watching. I thank you for viewing. Now, I want you to pay this message forward. This is not just a message for you. Look right above the video feed. It's showtime. Look right above the video feed. Just look, you can do this. Don't even just look straight ahead and just hit the share button. Then hit the share button. And then once you hit the share button, it'll pop up and just put hashtag Life Leverage is live. Just put hashtag Life Leverage is live. Now, why would you do this? Good question. There's an opportunity for you to pay it forward to someone else who may need to hear this message. This message of inspiration, this message of motivation, these life lessons, and something they can use immediately to make the next 12 months their best 12 months ever, because now is their time. You just heard Takesha. She said, never give up. Keep on going no matter what. So with that being said, I believe we got him queued up. Barrett Matthews will check the headset just to make sure you can hear him. He's on mic 1. On mic 1, you may have to unmute it. With that being said, Franz Condé, come on up. Okay, take two. Now, I'm sure you have a mic on.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay, so we're going to do a mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, good. They're all the way back in the booth somewhere, way up there in the Coliseum. We're in this Coliseum. Hey, what can we say? What can we say, man? So you drove down today?
Drove down. Had a great drive.
From where?
Actually from Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn, New York. Oh, no, you're from Brooklyn.
I'm from Brooklyn.
Really? Born and raised?
Not born and raised. Actually born in Chad, Northwest Africa, and raised in Brooklyn.
Now, this story, I can't wait to hear whatever the story is. That's all right. So if you can, for those folks that are watching, what's one of the reasons you agreed today to spend these precious minutes with the audience? There are only 1,440 minutes in every day. never 1,441. And so you could do something different, but yet you're here on set, on location. Please share with us.
Well, I can tell you, first and foremost, you're worth it. I know how many people drove miles for me when I didn't even know who they were. I know how many people invested in me when I didn't feel like I was worth investing in. I know.
Oh, okay. I think they give me a signal that your mic might not be on, so you might have to. You might have to hit over that way.
Oh.
And make sure the microphone is unmuted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is live. This is what happens. This is like real time. Barrett Matthews, I'm going to ask him to beam Trevor Otts up. I'm going to say, Trevor Otts, beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. Let me go back and, ladies and gentlemen,
1 2 1 2.
thank you for your patience. This is live. We're not really recording this right now, so they're going to make sure that the mic is connected and everything is correct. And just give me a second, and I'm going to go check this out and see what's going on. Give me 1 second here.
1 2 1 2.
I'm running around the side. I'm coming through the side. I'm going to let Tony Hatton go up there.
Great day, life leveragers. I'm sure that you've been taking notes. I personally have been taking notes, from LaWanda and Takesha. They gave out some powerful information. When we talk about being a woman on fire and a man on fire, it's very, very important. One of the things that stood out to me the most was when she talked about knowing who you are, knowing your strengths, and knowing your values. That is incredible, and it's very important. What if you don't even know those things? How can you stay on fire? How can you be authentic? How can you be be true to yourself, life leveragers? Think about that. In order for you to stay on fire and be in alignment and walk in integrity, you must know exactly who you are. What are your strengths? What are you good at? What are you passionate about? What do you love doing? Sometimes we're afraid. We hear these things all the time. And sometimes we're afraid. Sometimes we don't believe that we can live that life that we're passionate about or simply love. You've heard it so many times, but life leveragers, I want to encourage you today. This is no ordinary day. Today is your defining moment. If you've tuned into the Life Leverage series right now that you're watching, this is your defining moment. You have to seize the opportunity. There is no perfect moment. There is no perfect time. So many times people say, I'll wait until I move before I start my dream. I'll wait until I purchase a house. I'll wait until I get married. I'll wait until after I have this child. I'll wait until I get the money. I'll wait until I feel better. There is no perfect time, life leverager. You are the opportunity, and you get to create your own opportunities. So I just want to encourage everyone, stay tuned. We have another speaker coming up. Have your pen and paper handy, because you never know when you're going to see something or hear something that's going to cause a shift in your life. Welcome to the Life Leverage series, Franz Conde.
Thank you, Dr. Hatton. Always a pleasure.
Awesome, awesome. I'm going to run off of the stage and let you have it.
All right, once again, welcome, Life Leveragers. Thank you for being out here. And you know that we have put these series together for a series of 9 weeks now. We're going on to the next level of life leverage. We're excited to have you, and we are fired up. My name is Franz Conde, once again, all the way from Brooklyn, New York. You're an entrepreneur, edutainer extraordinaire par excellence. And if you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. I'll explain it later, because I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I'm kidding. No, I'm just kidding. But I want you to get your pens out. I want you to get your papers out, because I have a little bit of time, but I have a lot to tell you, because there's something on my heart that you need to hear, and you need to hear it today. Because what time is it? It is your time. What time is it? It is game time. What time is it? It is time for you to shine, and I'm going to be here to help you get to that point. So are you ready? Are you ready? If you're ready out there in the virtualnetworkinglive.com, that was a hint, please hashtag I'm ready. If you're ready, say it. I'm ready. All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go. I started off by saying I'm an entrepreneur, edutainer extraordinaire par excellence. A lot of people ask me what that means. The point is, I do know what that means. But when someone asks you, who are you and what do you know what that means? So just a quick breakdown of what that means for me. It means that I'm an entrepreneur. It means that I'm also an educator. It means that I'm an empowerment speaker, and that I'm also an entertainer, all wrapped up in one. And people usually ask, how did you get to that point? Which is a great question. But a better question is, why did I get to that point? A lot of people want to focus on the how. How do I get from point A to point B? How do I overcome my struggle? How do I do this and how do I do that? Always begin with the why. the why will lead to the how, or better yet, the hows, H-O-W-S, because there's always more than one way to get from point A to point B. And the point is not to get from point A to point B. The point is who you become while going from point A to point B. So we're going to have some fun, we're going to relax, but we're going to get serious at the same time. Napoleon Hill, one of the most successful men in history, said something very key. He said that success begins with a definiteness of purpose. I'm going to say that again. Success begins with a definiteness of purpose. Notice he didn't say a suspicion of purpose. Notice he didn't say a suspicion or maybe some type of conflated idea. No, definiteness of purpose. That means you need to definitely know who you are. And that's what began my success journey. So my question to you is, do you definitely know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, what your purpose is? Because here's the funny thing. When you pursue your purpose, like I said earlier, if you were paying attention, when you pursue your purpose, who remembers? No one? When you pursue your purpose, you discover your passion. But when you discover your passion, your purpose pursues you. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. And so I had to come to the realization of, what did I really want? Why was I put on this earth? Why was I put here? And so I humbled myself. That was step number one for me, is I had to become humble. Humble and do what? Ask. Because I realized a lot of us don't know what our purpose is, and that's okay. But even though our conscious minds might not know what our purpose is, your subconscious mind does know what your purpose is, because the subconscious mind is that feeling, emotional part. And you always know when you feel good, and you always know when you don't feel good. And you know what inspires that, and you know what doesn't. So you need to pay attention to those feelings and see, what is it that moves you? What is it that inspires you? What is it that pushes you? I had to literally get on my knees, and I literally got on my knees one night and said, Father, Creator, what exactly is my purpose on this earth? There's a lot of things I like to do. I like to play sports. I like to sing. I like to write. But what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And there's a big difference between what you like to do and what you're supposed to do, what you were created to do. Because once you find that out, there is no stopping you at all, at all. And so I know exactly what I was put here for, because I decided to ask. And I decided to quiet my mind and meditate. A lot of us are afraid of silence, but silence is a weapon of mass destruction of fear. Get into a silent place. Quiet your mind, because when you quiet your conscious mind, now you can hear your subconscious mind. And most people know about the subconscious mind, but there's another level of mind most people are not aware of, and that is your superconscious mind. S-U-P-E-R, superconscious mind. What is a superconscious mind? That is the source of infinite intelligence. It's there. It exists. It's that gut feeling that you get that tells you, you know what, I knew something told me that I should have, or something told me that I shouldn't have. That is the superconscious mind. Some people call it God. Some people call it the universe. Whatever you want to call it, just understand that it exists and that there are laws that apply. Just as sure as there's a law of gravity. I may not believe in the law of gravity, but guess what? If I jump up, I'm coming back down, whether I believe in gravity or not. And just like there's laws for physical results, there's also laws for spiritual results. And there are the laws of success. And once you get into alignment with those laws, you will develop the habits that it takes to become a successful entrepreneur, a successful author, a successful speaker, a successful whatever it is that you have determined you want to do. So first and foremost, ask. Ask whatever that higher power is, what am I supposed to do? And then believe it and write it down. Write it down. Tap into that superconscious mind. You are more powerful than you believe. There's so many things I had to overcome. Even coming here was a struggle. But I never focused on the donut. I never focused on the hole. I focused on the donut. You don't focus on the struggle. You focus on the result that will come from the struggle. Write this down. Please write this down. A-T-R-O-P-H-Y. I'm saying it again. A-T-R-O-P-H-Y. That spells atrophy. Does anyone know what that means? I'll break it down. Atrophy, for those of you that go to the gym, you know exactly what I'm talking about, is when you go to the gym and you get a personal trainer, they will focus on a particular muscle or depending on what your goal is, and they will develop that muscle. However, if you stop doing that over a period of time, your muscle will atrophy, meaning it will start to get weak, it will start to get feeble. Now write this down. A space T-R-O-P-H-Y. And what does that spell? A trophy. Notice they're spelled exactly the same way. Atrophy, a trophy. So my question to you is, are you allowing your mind, your spirit, your gifts, your talents, your abilities to atrophy, to become weak, and that only happens when you don't use them? Or are you becoming a trophy? Are you becoming what you were put on this earth to become? Are you inspiring others? Because once you become that trophy, and what I mean by trophy is that symbol to inspire others, that symbol of success that other people need to see, that symbol of success that people need to see so that they know that they can do it because you did it. And notice, atrophy is one word, A-T-R-O-P-H-Y, but a trophy is a space, T-R-O-P-H-Y. That space in between is waiting for you to fill that gap in. So are you going to fill that gap with your goals, with your dreams, with your ambitions, or are you going to let it all shrink and atrophy into one word? I challenge you today to fill in that gap between A and trophy. You are the difference. If you stand in the gap between A and trophy, you will become that trophy that someone needs to see. You will become that, and you will achieve and focus and develop your dreams. However, if you don't stand in the gap because of fear, it will atrophy. We're talking about Life Leverage Series. And life can be an acronym for one of two things. It can either be what? Live in faith every day or live in fear every day. Same life. Live in faith every day or live in fear every day. The choice is yours. They are two sides of the same coin because both of them require belief. If you are afraid, it's because you believe something negative is going to happen. If you are faithful, it's because you believe that something good is going to happen. So what's the key? Your belief. So what do you believe about your goals and your dreams? What do you believe about yourself? What are you doing to improve and increase your self-image? What button are you pressing on that self-image elevator? Are you pressing the ground floor or are you pressing the penthouse? What are you pressing? Become who you were born to be. Oh man, so much I want to touch on in so little time. Whew! All right, so let's talk about your mindset. What exactly is success? Write down what success means to you. To me, it means how many people's lives can I impact in a positive way. So one of the ways I did that was I had to focus on my purpose. And let me break something down that I discovered in the journey that I had to go through. I realized that I had two purposes, so to speak, a spiritual purpose and an earthly purpose, and both of them were intertwined. So my spiritual purpose, coming from a spiritual standpoint, the word says, he who worships him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So the spiritual purpose is to glorify my Creator with my life. My earthly purpose was to do that with what? The truth. The truth of what? The truth of who I am and who I'm supposed to become. Those are the gifts, those are the talents, and those are the abilities. And most people take their gifts and they hoard them. Don't do that. Give them away. They are a gift. That's why they are called a present. And a present is supposed to be given in the present. Don't allow your gift to be hoarded, because if you do, it will atrophy. I have a gift of singing. So guess what I do? I sing. I have a gift of speaking. So guess what I do? I speak. I have a gift of enterprising. So guess what I do with that gift? I enterprise. But you know what happens to most people? They become afraid of their own gift. You have this big tree, Christmas. You got this big gift under there, beautiful red ribbon. You're excited, but you never open the box. It's right there in front of you. It's waiting for you to open it. Take that ribbon off. Take that ribbon of fear off. The gift is there. It was there when you were born. It will be there until you transition. It is there. Do not allow fear to stop your gift. I can speak from personal experience because I did that for a long time. But guess what? Now I'm working on my own album. I have a program that I'm working on with kids to become entrepreneur leaders. People are hiring me to speak. People are hiring me to sing. I mean, you name it. I got my own company. That did not come from being afraid and letting fear overcome my faith. Don't get me wrong. There were times I was afraid, but I did it anyway. Never let fear determine what you will do. You are born for greatness. You were born to succeed. You were born to be everything that you were designed to be. I believe in you, and I implore you to become everything you were born to be. Because I can't tell you how many lives I've impacted and how many lives have impacted me because they stepped, not back, but out on faith. And because they decided to step out on faith, other people decided to step out on faith. And then other people saw them and they stepped out on faith. And now you have this whole faith army of people accomplishing and overcoming their dreams. The other young lady that came up earlier said, you don't have to be the next Oprah. She's right, because Oprah can't be the next you either. So don't focus on becoming the next anyone. Focus on becoming the first you. The first true and authentic who? You. I would make a lousy you. I can pretend to be you, but at the end of the day, I got to go back to what? Spirit and truth. And the truth is, this is who I am, and there's a truth about who you are. And the beauty of it is both of them work together synergistically. Because the gift, talents, and abilities that you have, I don't have. But I don't have to have them. You were given those gifts, talents, and abilities. You were given the ability to plant those seeds. You were given the ability to remove those weeds. The mind is a garden. What are you planting? Are you planting seeds of success or weeds of regret? What are you planting? What are you planting? You are the farmer of your own life. You are the garden of your own life. And here's the thing. Negativity is automatic. If you go to any garden, like I got to go and hire somebody to mow my lawn, because you know what happens automatically? Weeds come up. I didn't plant them. Where'd they come from? Weeds pop up automatically. What does that mean? Negative is automatic. Some people think, well, I'm just going to sit and do nothing. I'm going to be neutral. There's no such thing as neutral. I repeat, no such thing as neutral. You are either growing or you are dying, period. I'm just going to be neutral. There is no, the only place you will find neutral is in the car, your car. And guess what? If it's a neutral, it's not going anywhere until somebody does something. So my question to you is, well, what are you doing? Are you going to stay neutral? Because if you do, before you know it, weeds are going to come and choke your seeds. What seeds am I talking about? Your seeds of success, your gifts, your talents, your abilities. What you're truly passionate about. Not what you're telling people, but who you really are. Now, if those two are the same, congratulations. That makes you a person of courage. But most people don't do that. Most people tell people what they think they want to hear. For example, I just said I'm an entrepreneurial edutainer extraordinaire par excellence. I dare you to find that in any yellow page or on Google anywhere. You know why you can't find it? Because I was given that. But what is that? Where'd you go to school for that? Can I do that? It was in me. That's what I was put here to do. So I'm clear on my purpose, because when you become clear on your purpose, so my earthly purpose was tied into my gifts. So the spiritual purpose for me was to glorify my Creator with what I did with my life. The earthly purpose was how I did it. Since you focused on the how, the earthly purpose is how you do it. How do you do it? With your gifts, talents, and abilities, because when you use them, people know your passion. It's oozing out of you like a fountain, like a waterfall. And it just refreshes their spirit and refreshes their soul. And there is no denying that, man, when I walked away from that thing, woo, that conference was powerful. Oh, that thing. Did you hear what that guy said? Did you hear what that woman said? But see, here's what you don't really understand. It wasn't really so much them saying it. It was them getting out of their own way so that it could be said. If you're afraid, you are in your own way. Don't be in your own way. Don't get in your own way. Don't flatten your tires. Don't do that. Get out of your own way. And what do I mean by that? If you are afraid, be honest and say, this is what I'm afraid of. Put it down on paper and then ask yourself, well, why am I afraid of it? But more importantly, ask yourself, what is the purpose of that fear? And fear, as I said before, if you were on a different video conference, I said there's only two natural fears that we're born with. That's the fear of loud noises and the fear of falling. So that means every other fear that you have was programmed into you. You learned it, in other words. Only two. So if you're afraid of failing, somebody taught you that. You were programmed for that, either consciously or subconsciously. If you're afraid of succeeding, somebody taught you that, and you believed it. But here's the good part. If you were programmed for that, you can be unprogrammed. So that means that you were born for greatness because there were no other fears put there. Those are the only two fears, and that was for your protection. However, if you get that out of the way, now you can realize, listen, I was born for greatness, but programmed for mediocrity. So now here's the question. Are you going to become your own programmer? Are you going to become the Neo of your own matrix? What is that matrix? Your life. I decided to become the Neo, the Morpheus, and all of that because the design was already there. And if you step into that, freedom is going to await you. I don't have to answer to a boss every single day unless I choose to. Your freedom is awaiting you. More importantly, your gifts and talents and abilities, like I said, they are seeds. What are you watering them with? One seed that people fail to realize is the power of your words. Your words are also seeds. A lot of people want to cuss all day and wonder why they're not blessed. Listen, you will get what you confess. You will get what you confess. So why curse when you can bless? Blessing, cursing, two opposites. Are you a blessing? Are you blessing people with your words? Or are you condemning people with your words? More importantly, are you condemning yourself? Because at the end of the day, what you say at the end of the day to yourself is what will happen, period. So, I challenge you, I implore you to step into your greatness. No one else can do it but you. No one else can do it but you. People can encourage you. People can inspire you. People can motivate you. Because I had a guy say, oh, I don't go to those motivational seminars. I said, well, why don't you do that? He said, well, it sounds great and all, but it never lasts. It wears out. I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. Guess what else wears out? He said, what? I said, showers. Does that mean you stop showering? No. It's a daily habit. So every day I'm reading because leaders are readers. Every day I'm listening to some motivational, inspirational something. Every day I'm writing down my goals. Every day I'm seeing exactly what I want and also seeing what do I need to sacrifice to get it. For all my biblical people out there, for all the people into that, every time a great transition was about to happen in someone's life or to a group or a community, there was always a sacrifice required. What are you sacrificing? And here's what you can sacrifice. You can sacrifice your excuses. You can sacrifice your doubts. You can sacrifice your fears. You can sacrifice anything and everything that is not serving you. So, be clear. I love when Dr. Hatton speaks because she always talks about clarity and vision. And the scripture even says, a man or a people without vision shall perish. Guess what? I drove down here. My windshield had to be clear because I was going somewhere. And I knew exactly where I was going. So I could put it down into my GPS, God's planning something, and get here. The same process is involved in success. Are you clear about not just what you want, but who you want to become? are you putting it into your GPS? In other words, are you writing down a plan of action? Because even if you put something into the GPS, you still got to get into your car and do something. Shay always says, the universe rewards people differently that do something or that act. If the universe rewards people that act differently from those that don't. And it's true. I'll take it a step further and say the universe rewards people that act and ignores people that don't. So, get your mind right. Really focus and think about what it is that you want, what it is that you want to become. Like I said before, I believe in you. I don't have to know you to believe in you because I already know, like I said, that you were born for greatness, programmed for mediocrity. So let's change your program. Get with the program. Whose program? Your program, your creator's program. You already came with a design, and there were no design flaws. The problem is some of us, like for example, when you open up, I'm about to get the Galaxy S6, and it either comes with an instruction manual in print or on the phone itself. And some people just want to jump the gun and not even read the manual, not respect the manual. There are things you are supposed to respect in that process. You came with a manual as well. Are you respecting that process or are you ignoring it? Some people are pressing the green button to end the call when it's supposed to be making a call. And like I said on another event, are you ignoring your call? Some people have the phone, never got the service. You see some people all nice and shiny, looking all great, but don't know their purpose. That is your connection. All cell phones are connected to a tower. What tower are you connected to? I know who my strong tower is because the plan came from the invisible. You cannot see the cell phone signal, but you don't have to see it. So why am I saying all of this? The point is that you were already made for greatness. There is a plan of action for your life waiting to be executed, waiting to be completed. Notice I said waiting. You think you're waiting for your success? I got news for you. Your success is waiting for you. It is waiting for you because that's what it was created for. It was created for nobody else but you. And only you can fulfill that. There are 6 billion with a capital B people on the planet. And no one else on earth is exactly like you. That should tell you something. You think you're random? No. You were put here for a purpose. You are not an accident. You are great. So when I look at you, life leveragers, you know what I see? I see royalty waiting to happen. I see kingships and queendoms waiting to happen. I see thrones. I see the old you being cast out and the new you being formed and reborn. That's what I see. I see greatness. I see a spirit of excellence. I see zero excuses. I see everything that you were created to be because I see you in spirit and in truth. Spirit in the invisible because we are all spirits on a certain level. And the truth of what you were put here to be. I can feel your vibration. You are powerful. You are strong. Do not let your trophy atrophy. Ever. Stand in the gap between the A and trophy. Stand in the gap. Believe. Speak it. If you don't believe yet, start speaking it. I'm a winner. I'm awesome. I was born to be great. I'm destined for excellence. I'm destined to succeed. Nothing will ever get in my way. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that can stop you is you. Which means that the only thing that can start you is you. So let's get started. Let's put the keys in the ignition. Let's turn the ignition. If you have one of those automatic cars, do that. Whatever it takes. You cannot stay in a comfort zone and expect to get uncomfortable results. Because for a broke person, $1 million is an uncomfortable result on the inside because their self-image does not match that level of money. That's why you see 99% of people that win the lotto are bankrupt 5 years down the road. 5 years. A very successful man once said, before you win $1 million, become a millionaire. Why? Because if you are broke with $5, what do you think is going to happen with $5 million? All you're going to do is increase your level of brokedom. That's all you're going to do. So if you spent all your $5 or all your $50 or all your $500 or your $5,000, when you get that $5 million, you're going to spend that all too. Because you never invested in what? You. Never keep yourself at the level of just being a consumer. Consumers means that it eats the thing and it's gone. Become a producer. Produce. The first thing you need to produce is you. Recreate yourself into the best you that you can be. I'm fired up about you. Every day I wake up and I have a routine that I go through. Success habits that I study. Because the magic, honestly, is in the mundane. Yes, you can go to the rah seminar and do this and do that, but at the end of the day, what are you doing daily is going to determine what you get for eternity. So I challenge you. I implore you. Reach for your destiny. Reach for the stars, and when you get there, reach for some more. Because the purpose of reaching for the star is not to get to the star. The purpose of reaching for the star is to become a star. And so I challenge you, and I look forward to you becoming the star that you truly are. Rihanna said to shine bright like a diamond. I dare you to shine brighter than any diamond. And that is my last point. I'm Franz Condé, and I'm going to bring up my brother Shay. And I hope you got something from that. And feel free to connect with me on Facebook. Feel free to connect with me on Twitter. Feel free to connect with me on Instagram. You can find me on Instagram at Condé Global, and on Facebook and other social media, Google+, on Franz Condé, LinkedIn as well. And let's further the conversation. And go into the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group and tell us what you got out of that, and more importantly, what you're going to do with it.
All right. Mic check. Let's give him a hand. Great job. Getting ready. You see the future. You see the destiny. Absolutely. You see where folks, not where they are, but where they're going to get to. Can you take a moment, if you would, and share a time where maybe you had a setback? If you don't mind, just I'm gonna ask them this question to be authentic for just a moment, and maybe share a time when you had a setback and it was a little shaky whether you're going to get to where you wanted to get to, your destination, but you kept on going anyway. And the most important part they want to know is, what was the lesson? So you shared a whole lot, but give us a setback. How did you come back from it? And what was the lesson you learned, please?
One of the biggest setbacks I had personally, and this is just, I'm being completely transparent, I lost my dad in 2011. And my dad, for me, was like a hero. So you can imagine, and you know with kids, you always have your heroes, your superheroes. And honestly, my dad was like that for me. In my eyes, he was like a hero. And so this is someone I could talk to on a daily basis and get advice from. And then one day he was just gone. And it literally broke my heart. And the funny thing was, I was on the verge of becoming all the things that I mentioned before. And at that moment, I said, is it all worth it? Mind you, I already knew what my purpose was, and I turned it into a mission. I was like, I need to educate, I need to inspire, I need to uplift, I need to empower through my gifts, talents, and abilities. And I focused on the loss and the pain. But then I had to come and refocus again because my camera got out of, I let the vision get blurry. I let the screen get blurry. But when I started refocusing again, I realized it's not about the loss, it's about the legacy. It's about the legacy. Because it's not what dies, it's what lives. It's what continues in you and what you pass on. So it's never about the loss. It's always about the legacy.
Never about the loss, it's always about the what?
Legacy.
The legacy. So when, at some point all our days will come, we will transition. And, what is the legacy you would like to leave behind?
That's a Ask the question.
No, I figured we're hanging out. We're
we're
behind the
hanging out.
scenes.
Same
They gave me
shades.
the microphone and they said, "Hey, you're gonna hang out for a little bit." So I'm just curious. In all seriousness, AJ, I mean that's just not a question for him, and I know I'll give you a minute to think about it. But at some point, we're all going to transition. And so, what's the legacy that you would want to leave behind?
I want people to remember me as a servant leader.
A servant leader. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Meaning, a lot of people want to be leaders because they think, see, a lot of people confuse leadership with being a boss. And they think, well, I have this crowd following me, or I have X amount of followers on Twitter, or I have these employees. I'm going to tell them what to do. We are put here to be servants. If you are really a leader, you are not telling people what to do. You are exemplifying who you are in them and who they should be in you so that they can get to the level. Because bosses create employees, but leaders create leaders. So my legacy is I want to create leaders. Because why? Leaders are legacy leaders. And
Leaders are legacy leavers. Ah, I like that. I like that. That's pretty cool. Okay,
Thank you,
okay.
thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing that, man. I didn't know I was going to do that. He didn't know I was going to do that
I didn't know I
either.
was
But I just make two quick questions, and then I understand the Dr. Tony Hatton. She's here. She's still in the house. Now, she was here early. She's one of the first ones to say, you know, she was here early. I mean, you would think someone like that would just, you know, come choosing in whenever. But she was here. She was ready. She was prepared. Before we bring up, what would you like to say about Dr. Hatton? I got two more questions, but just for those folks that are out there right now, they're like, all right, I'm here. We have an entire lineup today. It's going to be amazing. And you don't want to miss a minute of what's going to take place. I'm telling you, the best is still yet to come. No offense to you. The best is still yet to come. But before I do that, tell them a little bit about what you know about Dr. Tony Hatton.
Folks, let me tell you something. You are in for a special, phenomenal treat. Dr. Tony Hatton, I've had the pleasure of co-hosting with now for 9 weeks straight. And we've gotten a chance to know each other and to grow in each other and to grow within each other and just to impact each other. And let me tell you something. Literally, and this is not an exaggeration, not a hyperbole, literally, every time she opens her mouth, nuggets fall. Listen, I start walking around with buckets now just to make sure that I don't drop anything because she's a powerful spirit. She's a powerful woman. She knows her purpose. She's been through the struggle. But she never let the struggle go through her for naught. She always takes her struggle and uses it to bless someone else. Uses it to empower someone else. Uses it to impact someone's life. So she understands the purpose of struggle. She understands that the struggle is not for her, it's to inspire other people so that they know they can get through their struggle and see that it was not even a struggle to begin with. Because once you get to the other side, it's no longer a struggle. It's just a bubble that needed to be burst.
Whoa. Well, that is the Dr.
That is
Tony, not a Dr. Tony Hatton, but the Dr. Tony Hatton. Okay, she'll be coming at the moment.
With a capital
Understand?
V.
With a capital.
Capital V.
Capital V. This guy, he's funny. This guy's okay. You would think he was a comedian, wouldn't you?
That was good.
Yeah, I thought you liked that.
Ah,
Okay,
that's good.
the last good book you've read. You know, what pops to mind when you think of a book during these times for folks that are here at Life Leverage, they're watching right now, and they might be looking at their bookshelf, they're surfing on the internet right now, and what's one book that you would recommend? I know it's always the good book, but let's just take the good book and put that to the side for a moment. I know there's Napoleon Hill. Let's take that book and put that to the side for just a moment. We are in the year 2015.
Absolutely.
There's some books out there.
Absolutely.
What's one book that you would recommend that's on your shelf that you've read?
The book I'm actually reading right now.
Right now?
Rereading.
You're rereading it.
Is the 12 Universal Laws of Success.
Ah, classic.
12 Universal Laws of Success. Here's the thing.
By who then? Folks,
You know,
they may not know.
The author escapes me, but he's the only author. I looked it up a million times.
Okay. Go Google it right now.
Google it, yeah,
Go ahead.
12 Universal Laws of Success. Here's the thing. Everyone knows, every law-abiding citizen knows that if you obey the law, there's a benefit. And if you break the law, there's a consequence. Guess what? There's laws of success. Are you breaking the law? Do you even know what the law is? A lot of you are being arrested in your development because you are not following the laws of success. And you're being tried. You're going through trials, right? When you go through trials, you got to go through what? Court. So why are you going through that trial? You're breaking the law of success. Why are you going through that? You do not understand that law of success. Or you don't even know it. So get that book yesterday. Read it, because it even tells you how to read the book and how to read every other success book that comes your way. It gives you a methodology. It gives you steps. Get the 12 Universal Laws of Success. I promise you, if you read that book, and don't read it like a novel, read it like your life depends on it. Read it like you're lost in the desert, and the only oasis you have is if you read that book from beginning to end. Otherwise, you will die of thirst. So don't allow your laws of success to be broken, because some of you are spinning your wheels. How come I went to the seminar, I spoke to this person, a conference, and I consulted. What am I doing wrong? You're breaking the law. That's what you're doing wrong.
The laws of success.
12 universal laws of success.
I think I read that many, many years ago. I can't remember, but I like to believe one of the laws in there. We're bringing up Dr. Tony Hatton. Matter of fact, they're out there right now. She's a lot closer now than she was before. She's just about here now. And if you look, let's just go ahead and let's let everyone know that she's coming forward. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Look right above the video, and there's a share button. Now, you can do this. We're going to ask for your help. I mean, we can't do this, because this is not about Shay Brown. Certainly not about Franz. And it's not about Trevor Otts, because we got to beam him up. We got to beam him up. And so he is here, ladies and gentlemen. You're probably like, where's he at? So it's not about him. It's really all about you and about other folks out there who need to hear these stories and hear this message. So we'd like for you to pay this forward. Hit the share button right above. Hit the share button. Now, once you hit the share button, a window pops up. And inside that window, put Dr., that's Dr., Dr. Tony, Toni, Hatton, Hatton, is speaking now. So, okay, I'm going to try that one more time. So just hit the share button. Just hit the share button, because she's coming up in just a second. I only got one more question to ask her. She's coming up. And the button's hitting share. The button's popping open. And they're going to put Dr. who?
Tony Hatton.
Is what?
Is speaking now.
Oh, he's good. You're good. I might just keep you a little while. It's speaking now. And so go ahead right now and do that. And she's coming up. She's known as the attractive what?
The attractive thinker.
Now, why does she call herself the attractive thinker?
Well, first of all, she is attractive. But
Wait, is she married? What's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first mind that comes out of his mind. I agree, by the way. I concur.
But more importantly, she's attractive in spirit, in mind. In mind and in spirit. So she's attracting what she chose to become. She didn't allow it to happen by default. She said, this is who I am. This is who I want to become. This is the road that I have to take to get there. These are the sacrifices I have to make. And guess what? I'm making them. And guess what? Success is not a destiny. It's not a destination. It's a journey. And she's on her journey.
Oh, she's on her journey. She's coming up. So for all you hit the share button, thank you. For those who went back and hit the Twitter button, a double thank you. And for those that went maybe hit the Pinterest button, we really appreciate it. Last question for Franz, who's here right now. He talked about the 12 universal laws. Now, I can't think of the book or the laws, but I like to believe one of the laws in there is the law of belief. And I'm going to allow you to give these closing comments. Now, the law of belief for those out there, it means whatever you tell yourself over and over again, you will eventually believe. The law of belief is whatever you tell yourself over and over and over again, you will eventually believe. As the folks are getting ready to key up for Dr. Tony Hatton, here's the question I have for you. What do you want folks to tell themselves? What do you want folks to believe in themselves as you exit off the stage in just a moment? You gave a lot of closing beliefs a minute ago, but if you want to repeat that, that's fine. But ladies and gentlemen, listen very carefully. Get a pen, get a paper, write this down right now in your notes. This is what Franz Conde is suggesting that you tell yourself. The law of belief is whatever you tell yourself over and over again, you will eventually believe. I believe I'm amazing. Whether you believe it or not, it don't really matter. I believe it.
Amen.
Over to you.
Amen.
What do you suggest?
So, my suggestion. Here's like I said, the magic is in the mundane. And we are all creatures of habit. And the thing is, people want to go to one event and have a change, or go to one conference and have a change. But it's a daily process. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. But like I said, hopefully you take showers every day. You can't say I showered yesterday, so I won't shower next week. That doesn't work. It's a continuous process. So number one, here's what I suggest. There's a song out called Thinking Out Loud. I suggest you do the same. Think out loud. I do not mean go out and start shouting. That's not what I mean. In your own mind, think out loud. Like Shay said, he said, I'm what?
I am amazing.
I want you to come up with a hashtag personally for you. For you. For you. So I am is the first, and what you fill in will become the last. So I am, he said, I am amazing. I am powerful.
Powerful.
I am strong. I am courageous.
All
And
right.
don't just put anything down there. Here's what I strongly suggest you do.
Okay.
Write down what you're afraid of and write the opposite. Write down what you're afraid of and write the opposite. So if you're afraid of success, say, don't put I'm afraid of success. Be like, okay, this is what I'm afraid of. I am successful. If you're afraid of failure, I am born to win. If you're afraid of achieving, I am born to achieve. As a matter of fact, I already have. Speak the future into the present, and it will become your gift.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. As you exit the stage, thanks a lot. Make sure you get get Dr. Tony Hatton ready. Don't forget your mic is on. Ladies and gentlemen, he said it. He talked about songs, by the way, and songs that are out there. So the song that comes to mind to me is you start thinking about yourself. The song comes to me is a guy by the name of Lil Wayne. I like Lil Wayne, by the way. You know, I got 2 boys. I like Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne says a couple years ago, I'm no quitter because I'm a go-getter. Oh, yes. Maybe I'll play that tune for you a little later on. So tell yourself you are a go-getter. And even if you don't believe it right now, if you tell yourself, Shay Brown, if you knew my situation, if you knew what I was going through, you would say, no, I'm not a go-getter. Here's what I want you to tell yourself. Shay Brown holds the belief for you. So I'm going to hold the belief for you that you're amazing. I'm going to hold the belief for you that you're a winner. And I'm going to hold the belief for you that you're going to achieve your goals. Because sometimes you need someone else to believe in you before you believe in yourself. And I know many folks have believed in me and held the belief for me before I got there. And I'm going to do the same for you. So with that being said, it's my honor and my privilege to bring to the stage none other all the way from where? Oh, Maryland. Okay, Maryland. Here she is. Give it up for the doctor, Tony Hatton. Dr. Tony Hatton, how are you?
Amazing.
You're amazing. Oh, she said, Franz Condon, she says, I am amazing. She put that little emphasis on it. Well, thanks for coming out. We appreciate it. Good. And you're here. Decided to hang out. You know, high five. She said, I'm live. Got my yellow on today. She said, I'm kicking back, feeling good. Ladies and gentlemen, she got the red shoes. She does have the red shoes on. Those shoes are red shoes now. She came with the red shoes. They're with the red shoes today. But it is a pleasure. It is an honor. Looking forward to it. I'm going to go run back behind there, grab my pen, grab my paper. Hey, if next time, I don't know if there'll be another life leverage, but there is. You want to be here. You want to shake these hands. You want to talk to these folks. You want to touch the Dr. Tony Hatton. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn the stage over to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Please make sure my mic is on.
Yes, I'm going to do a mic check in just a moment.
Great day, life leverages. Can you hear me, Shay? Am I on? Is that good? Am I on? Awesome. Great day, life leverages. I am so excited to be here with you. Again, I am Dr. Tony Hatton, your vision expert. Because, you know, I share this with a lot
Mic
of
check,
attractive
Dr. Tony Hatton. Hold on a moment.
Can you hear me, Shay?
Can, but I'm not sure
Mic check, mic check. Okay, wonderful. That'll be great.
Give me 1 second.
Awesome. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me real good? Is that good? Can you hear me? Am I coming through clear? Awesome. Great day, attractive thinkers. Again, this is Dr. Tony Hatton, your business vision expert. I really support new and aspiring entrepreneurs in shifting their perception so that they can create a new reality. It's very, very important. And by the way, my website is www.theattractivethinker.guru. That's .guru. I want to make sure that you have your pen and paper handy because you never know, attractive thinker, when you're going to hear something or see something that's going to cause a shift in your perception. When your perception changes, everything about your life changes. Think about that. How you see a thing determines everything. See, you don't have a lack of information. You might say, well, Dr. Tony, what is an attractive thinker? An attractive thinker is a person with vision who can see beyond, Can you see beyond what you're looking at? Did you even know that that was possible, to see beyond what you're looking at? And then you have to have the courage to focus on what you see until it manifests. It takes courage to focus on something that is not seen until it manifests. When you're focusing on it, you're nurturing it, you're developing it, you're pouring into it, you're growing it. You know, attractive thinker, you don't lack information. If that's the case, you can go online and get information. It's right at the tip of your fingers. You don't lack information. The vision can be distorted, and when the vision is not clear, we don't pursue. If information was the issue, you can go online and get that. Think about that. You go to events, you hear people speak all the time, and you get motivated and inspired, and you struggle to accomplish the very notes that you took. You go home with a bag of books and papers and CDs and audios, and you're listening to things, and you struggle to implement. There's a reason for that, and that's where the vision piece comes in at. So my question to you, attractive thinker, is, do you clearly see what it is that you're pursuing? If you do not clearly see it, you will not pursue it. You will not move forward towards something you cannot see. Think about that. The vision has to be clear. So the question is, what is your vision? Are you clear, attractive thinker, or are you pursuing something just because there's money in it? See, that's a danger. That's a dangerous thing that attractive thinkers do. We pursue things because it's money in it. We might say, well, they said you can make $3,000 in 3 days. I'm going to run over here and see if I can do that. Or they say you can make $10,000 in an hour. I'm going to run over here and see if they can do that. And before you know it, you ran here, there, and everywhere and haven't made anything because you weren't true to yourself. You have to get crystal clear. What is it that you want to do, attractive thinker? Who are you? What gift do you bring to the world? You know, you heard Shay and Franz talk about the golden nuggets. What golden nuggets do you share with the world when you show up? Just your presence. You know, there's power in being you. I can't be you. That's how unique you are. You've heard several of our speakers talk about that. You are extremely unique. I can't be you if I tried. Think about that, and see that levels the playing field, because a lot of times we're comparing somebody else's success to our failures, which isn't even a good comparison, right? It's not even fair to compare that way, because everybody's journey is different. And I'm going to share something with you. You say, well, Dr. Tony, how did you become a business vision expert? See, I took my process, and this is where you want to take notes here. I took my process, and I got to a level in my process whereas I understood it wasn't personal, it became preparation. See, a lot of times we say, I want to change the world. I want to do something with my life. I want to make this world a better place. And you get overwhelmed because you don't have to look far to see what problems exist in the world that we're here to solve. But see, here's the deal. You want to change the world, but when opportunities come into your space, see, when we hear the word opportunity, we're thinking something great, something grand, but opportunities show up with a mask on. It looks unfavorable, but is in your favor if you take the opportunity. I want you to think about that for a moment. When opportunities show up in your space, do you resist them because you don't recognize them as opportunities? Do you resist them because you can't see beyond the mask? Think about that. You can't see beyond the mass of the opportunity to see that it is in your favor to grasp that opportunity, to seize that moment, to develop and nurture that thing that just showed up in your space. And, you know, it's common. It's normal for all of us to do that. But let me share a little bit with you about my struggle, about my process. Because like I said, everybody's process is different. See, here's the deal. This should stop you from comparing once you hear my story. This should stop you from comparing because, see, we want to compare each other's levels, our levels of success, but we don't understand the journey and the process it took to get to that level of success. So if you really want to compare yourself to someone, what you're really saying is, I want your process. That's what you're really saying. I want your process. So when you hear somebody else's process, sometimes it causes you to, step back a little bit, and not want to wear those shoes that look so shiny and bright. You understand what I'm saying? So have your pen and paper handy because I'm getting ready to drop some golden nuggets, and I promise you they're going to cause a shift in your perception. So, earlier on in my journey, I had so many incredible things happen in my life. I learned so much through my process. You understand what I'm saying? Because you have to look at it with a different lens. You can't, when you go into a process, when life shows up and knocks on your door, because see, life is not going to stop just because you decided to get a life. Life is not going to stop happening just because you decided to get a life. Think about that. Life is not going to be fair. It's not designed to be fair, attractive thinker. So when life shows up at your door, knocks on your door, you have to already be who you are. Are you a victim or are you a victor? Think about that. Are you a victim? Because see, when life shows up at your door, those opportunities that are masked as your opportunity to do something great and grand with your life, but because you don't see it that way, you can't see beyond the current circumstance, you miss the opportunity. Think about that. How many opportunities have we walked away from because we didn't recognize them as opportunities? Vision is a powerful, powerful, powerful thing. Vision is a powerful, powerful, powerful thing. If you don't see it clearly, you'll miss it. So life knocked on my door, and it left the package. It didn't care if my name was on it or not. It left the package, and it walked away. When I opened the door, all I saw was the package. I didn't see who left the package, where the package came from, how the package got there, who wrapped the package, nothing. All I saw was a package laying on my front door that I refused to walk away from. My 10-month-old son, diagnosed with cancer of the retina, bilateral, meaning in both of his eyes. The only solution was to have his eyes removed in order to save his life. By the time he was five, we had to do that. We had to have his eyes removed in order to save his life. This year he'll be 29 years old. You know, attractive thinkers, that's enough to rock your world. Think about that. Life knocking on your door, drops a package and walks away. You're clueless. You're clueless. The closest I had ever come to someone who did not have vision was my own son. Did you hear what I said? Who am I? Dr. Tony Hatton, your business vision expert. I took what life handed me. I pulled the gems from it and I served it back to the world. What can you toss to the wind based on what you've been through, attractive thinker? You're looking here, there, and everywhere, searching all over the place, trying to find your purpose. Go back and dig into who you truly are. What have you come through? What have you mastered? What have you survived? Think about that. It wasn't for nothing. It wasn't just because that's just the way life is, or that's just how it's going to be, or, you know, that's just my luck. No, everything is strategic. And I made up my mind, attractive thinker. If I had to hurt that bad, it was going to have to count. I'm going to say that again. You might want to write that down. If it has to hurt that bad, attractive thinker, you need to make sure that it counts in your life. Think about that. It wasn't for nothing. What gems did you leave in your journey? I had to go back through the rubble of my past and pick up the gems that I had left along the way. Because if I can show somebody without eyes how to see, you better believe I can show somebody with eyes how to see in life. What are you talking about, Dr. Tony? What I'm talking about is why you keep starting and stopping. Why do you keep picking up your dream and putting it down? Why do you keep talking yourself into and out of the very thing that you pray for? That's what I'm talking about. Vision. How do you see a thing? Think about that. Starting and stopping and going throughout life, backwards and forwards, and picking up your book idea and then leaving it on the night table for another 10 years. Think about that. Why do we go through those kinds of changes? The vision is distorted. We don't properly see it. We don't properly see what we're pursuing, and we don't properly see who we are either. We don't properly see ourselves or what we're pursuing clearly. Because when the vision is distorted, we hesitate, we procrastinate, we talk ourselves into and out of the very thing we desire. We end up with never resolving those old New Year's resolutions. There's a reason behind that, attractive thinker. There's nothing wrong with you. I want you to get that, write that down. There is nothing wrong with me. I need clarity of vision. I need to believe in myself more. I need to trust myself. I need to own my process. I need to understand it wasn't personal, it was preparation. See, here it is. Here's the deal, attractive thinker. When you are crystal clear on who you are, let me share something with you. Do you know fully believing in yourself is a process? You have to get sick and tired of tripping and falling, getting sick and tired of, going crazy over everybody's opinion about you, getting sick and tired of, showing up and not showing out like you should because you know you're great. You know you have the power. You know you can do it. You have to get sick and tired of living beneath your potential. When you get to that point in your life, and Franz mentioned it a minute ago about, a loss that he had. And I always say, when there is something lost, in the middle of a loss, there's always something to be found. Again, that goes back to vision and your perception. How are you perceiving this thing? Are you perceiving it as a loss? And then, your perception is based on how you see yourself. Are you a victim? Or are you a victor? Because a victim would say, you know what? Nothing good ever comes my way. You know what? I knew that was going to happen. You know what? I knew I wasn't going to make the deal. I wasn't going to get the contract or the customer. You know what? I knew I wasn't going to be successful when I left that job and tried to be an entrepreneur, following everybody else, pumping me up. I knew that was going to happen. You know what? I don't even know why I tried. I don't even know why I think I can. I don't even know why I'm even out here. I don't even know why I'm on this. I don't even know why I told them I was going to do it. That's the conversation of a victim. But when you're a victor, no matter what shows up in your space, you're going to sift through it and find the good that you can use. You're going to find the good that you can use. Think about that, attractive thinker, because in everything there is something that you can use. You might want to hashtag that or post that in a virtual networking live feed. Think about that, attractive thinker. In everything that presents itself to you, because you are a victor, you have a victor's mentality. Victors don't quit because they know who they are. Do you know who you are? Do you know who you are, attractive thinker? Do you know that you're unstoppable? Do you know that you're limitless, that there is no end to you? Do you know there's no end to your ideas? Every time you get an idea and you manifest that idea, another idea comes. Have you ever run out of ideas? That's because you are endless. There is no end to you. Do you know who you are, how powerful you are, how amazing you are? Do you know you're built to take a licking and keep on ticking? Do you know that there are things going on inside your body and your mind right now that are out of your control, that are keeping you alive at any cost? Do you know how precious you are? Do you know how amazing it is, what a great opportunity it is to be alive and to be breathing and to be moving and to be able to think a thought? Think about that, attractive thinker. You're not insignificant. You do matter. You are a part. Yes, you are the chosen. You are special. You are amazing. You may have heard these things before, but I want you to get it down on a deeper level. What if you thought about what I was saying instead of hearing what I'm saying? What if you actually thought about the words that you're hearing right now instead of just hearing them? You are amazing. Think about that. You may have heard that before, but did you hear it this time, attractive thinker? You are limitless. There is no end to you. You're focusing on one book, that first book you haven't even got out, when there's 10 books inside of you. Think about that. You got to get the first book out in order for the other 10 to be produced, in order for the other 10 to come forth. These goals that you have, they are mediocre goals compared to your potential. But you must get these out first to release the overflow that's coming in your life, that's coming through you. That first book is nothing. That first book will give you the muscle that you need to produce the other 10. That first book is just an exercise to get your feet wet, attractive thinker. Think about that. You have so many ideas inside of you. Because you're endless, there's no end to you. You will continue to produce. We don't grow old, we grow. Think about that. We just keep growing. You don't grow old. You just keep growing. So you might say, well, Dr. Tony, I'm in my 50s or 60s or 70s or 80s, and I'm done. I'm just, chilling. I'm just, enjoying my days, enjoying the rest of my days. Think about that. Is that you, attractive thinker? When there's so much more inside of you. If you want to know what you could do, see, age is not the issue here. It does not matter how old you are. It does not matter how old you are. If you're watching Life Leverage series right now, it does not matter how old you are. You still have breath. You still have life. Do you know what that word life means? That's an overflow and abundance word. That word is full to capacity of living, life and living. You still have life inside of you. Do you know what you're capable of when you have life inside of you? Think about that. You never get to a point in your life where you're done. If you're still breathing, how can you be done and still breathing? How can you be done and still have life in you, attractive thinker? That is programmed into our minds. That is programmed. That's a belief that we have. I get to a certain age or I get to a certain stage and that's it. Really? Really? Are you really willing to pronounce the end over your life while you're still living? Do you know how many people can use what's locked up inside of you that you've already decided to take out of here with you? If you really, okay, let's say attractive thinker, you don't know what your purpose is. How about starting being a solution to a problem? And you don't have to go far to see problems in our country. You don't have to go far to see problems in the world. How about being a solution to a problem until you discover why you're really here? Because there's some power in the action that you take. I'd rather take wrong action than no action at all. I'd rather try and trip and fall and find my way than to sit and waste good air, sit and waste good potential, I could tell you, for years, see, we try to make sure everything is perfect before we step out there and do something. We try to make sure everything is perfect before we dot every I and cross every T and have everything laid out before we really step into life and start living it. That is a huge waste of time. That is a huge waste of time. Do you know that you don't have to sit and wait for an opportunity? Attractive thinker, do you know that you are the opportunity? Do you know that just your presence makes a difference? Think about that. Do you know just by you showing up, you add value to the lives of others? Do you know that if you didn't show up, that seat would be empty? And that does make a difference. Think about when you go to an event. If you see an empty seat versus a full seat, can't you see the difference? Think about that, attractive thinker. Your presence makes a difference. You are the opportunity. You're not looking for opportunities. It's you. It's you. The thing that you're seeking is yourself. You're seeking believing in yourself, trusting in yourself. You're seeking your highest self, your highest potential, the greater version of you. Listen, attractive thinkers, we talk about seeds all the time. I believe that everything starts with a seed. And within the seed is so much potential. Within a tiny little seed is a forest. Think about that. Even human beings, women giving birth to babies, that was a seed planted in her that produced another life. And then that seed can grow up and get a seed planted in them to produce another life. And it continues and continues and continues from one seed. 5, 10, 15, 20 generations from one seed. That's how powerful you are, attractive thinker. Person with vision, who can see beyond what they're looking at and has the courage to focus on what they see until it manifests. That's how powerful you are. I hope you're posting in Virtual Networking Live because I really want to connect with you in Virtual Networking Live. Post your ahas and your takeaways. I want to see who's watching right now and who actually took action to connect. See, it's one thing to lay back and watch. When you get up and you take action and you do something, you activate something in your life. See, it doesn't matter what action you're taking. It's the action that you take that makes all the difference in your life. So what I suggest right now, attractive thinkers, is that you get up and go to virtualnetworkinglive.com and start posting. If this is resonating with you, if you're feeling this, if this has shifted your perception, if you feel better and your vision is more clear and you feel like you're inspired to and motivated to do something about your dreams and goals, post it right there in Virtual Networking Live so we can connect with you there as well. Would love to see your biggest takeaways. Attractive thinker, it doesn't matter the action that you take. Just start taking action. And then there's a trust piece that comes in place because you might say, well, Dr. Tony, what if I start taking action and it's the wrong action? Do you know that you will be course corrected? Think about that. You have to trust that the God inside of you will not let you fail. Nothing shall be wasted. I used to think that, well, man, if I had made this decision, or if this had worked out right, or if I had made this choice, or if I hadn't had this person in my life, or if I had included them in my life, or if I hadn't went to the left, and maybe if I had went to the right. Do you know you're bad all by yourself? And no matter what decisions and choices you make, you will become your greatest self. It will all work out in your favor. You can't lose. Who told you that that decision that you made messed up the rest of your life? Who told you that? That is not true. Are you still breathing? Do you still have life, attractive thinker? Then you still have an opportunity to make a different choice, to learn from the other choices and make a different choice. See, they're not mistakes, they're lessons. We don't know everything when we step out into life. We have to be taught, and life is a great teacher. Yes, sometimes it's painful, but it is purposeful as well. Think about that. If you like who you see, here's the deal. Yes, I've been through a lot just like you have. Yes, some of it was very painful, yes, but I love the person that I am as a result of it. And if you love the person that you are, then it was worth it. It was worth it. Some things you could not acquire any other way. Don't despise your past. You're unique. Maybe you had to go that way in order to be shaped and fashioned and molded in such a way that you fit a certain industry, in such a way that you fit a certain path, in such a way that only you can attract and help and support and heal and encourage and inspire a certain type of customer or client. You know, you're shaped, just like a key has all those ridges in it, it's shaped and fashioned a certain way to fit perfectly and unlock that door. Only you can unlock that door, attractive thinker, because of your process. Not in spite of your process, but because of your process. That process, has grooves in it, shaped you a certain way, pushed you over here, expand you over here, made you duck down low in order for you to get through, made you tiptoe and step over and go over the hurdles and step up high in certain areas. It shaped who you are so that you fit and are able to unlock the abundance that's only assigned to you. See, there's no that's why I say all the time, you're not competing with people, you're competing with you. I want you to think about this. You're not competing with other people. There is an abundance. When you think about abundance, you're thinking about a lot. You're thinking about more than enough. You're thinking about an overflow. You're thinking about something that you can't contain. It's so big you can't even contain it. Do you realize that that is available to you? Everybody has their own personal abundance. I'm not competing with other people. I don't care how many people have graced other people's stages and how many covers of magazines or that they're on the cover or in the magazine. I could care less. I'm not competing with you. I'm trying to be the best me that I can be while I'm here, attractive thinker. Think about that. There is no competition. Take your eyes off of everybody else and put your eyes on you. You have the potential to be simply amazing, to be breathtaking, to be astounding, all by yourself without anybody else's approval. That's why you're here. You have the potential to shine your light so that you attract who's sent here for you to serve. Only you can serve a certain kind of people. And if you never believe that, you never develop yourself to that place, those people will walk throughout life wandering and wringing their hands at 3 o'clock, looking for the solution that you provide. But because you don't believe in yourself, if you don't believe in yourself, attractive thinker, then why are you here? If you don't believe in yourself, are you saying that you believe in what you're doing now? If you don't believe that you're great, are you saying you believe that you're less, unworthy, undeserving, not good enough? Would you rather believe that than to believe that you're great? Why else are we here? If you don't believe that you're here to do something amazing, if you don't believe that you are a solution, you're not a mistake, you are a solution to a problem. Think about that. When I said have pen and paper handy, if you had paper and you didn't have a pen, what did you go looking for? A pen. Somebody created that pen as a solution to your current problem. You didn't have anything to write with. So you are a solution. If you look around your room, look around your car, wherever you are right now, look around. Everything you see is a solution. It was created as a solution to something. So what about you? Weren't you created? You think you were just randomly placed here with no thought? No. If things that don't have hearts and things that don't have breath, like a chair and a table and a light and a microphone, if they are a solution to a problem, how much more you that has life? Think about that has breath, that has ability, that can think, that can be creative, that can create with your thoughts, that can process. How much more are you a solution to a problem? Can you see that, attractive thinker? Is that a major perception shift for you? Because you're here for a purpose. I hope that I have inspired you and motivated you and shifted your perception, help you to see a little bit more clearly that you are here for a purpose and you have something that this world needs. I hope I share something with you so much so that you refuse to leave here without giving birth to those gifts, without bringing those solutions to the world. Real people are suffering, looking for the solution that only you can bring. Only you. I don't care how many people are doing what you're doing. Only you can bring this particular solution to this particular problem. That's what the attractive thinker movement is all about. You hear coaches and you hear all kinds of speakers. You hear things all the time. But see, the attractive thinker movement is just a little bit different. You know why? Because as a business vision expert, I support new and aspiring entrepreneurs in seeing their vision a little bit more clearly. Once the vision is clear, it is pursued and accomplished. I want you to think about that. Not only do we support you with business clarity with your vision, we support you with mindset. You know why? Because for every single goal that you have, there's a certain mindset that goes along with that goal. You can't take the mindset that you have right now and use that to accomplish a new goal, really? No, there's a certain way of thinking to possess that. That's why I always say to our new and aspiring entrepreneurs, an employee mindset is totally different from a CEO or entrepreneur mindset. So how are you just going to get information and implement with old thoughts and old ways of being and old habits? Because as an entrepreneur, you're in control of your time freedom, money freedom. You're in control. Now, the mindset has to shift in order for you to manifest, in order for you to be successful. So the attractive thinker movement is all about supporting you with your business vision, your entrepreneur mindset, and your health. You know why? Because these three, see, it's a three-strand cord. When you tighten that foundation, anything can be built upon it and not fail. Because you're growing your business, right? And most people are just business, focus on the business, running here and there, focus on the business, and they're sick. So how is the capacity of your health able to sustain and support the level of wealth that you've created if you always have a cold and you're trying to figure out which pill to take, the blue one or the purple one, or you're dealing with blood pressure and blood sugar issues? Do you know that can hold you back? That has weakened your level of wealth that you have created for yourself? So the business vision, the health and the wellness and the mindset, they have to grow together so that they can sustain each other. One of them out of alignment will weaken all three. Think about that. You've reached a certain level of accomplishment, a certain level of success in your business. Are you healthy? Does your health have the capacity to sustain that wealth you created for yourself? You poured your time and your energy and your resources into getting to that place in your life. One common cold, one flu can put you out for 3 weeks. What's going to happen to the business? If you're sick, the business is sick. Think about that. Think about that, attractive thinker. That's what makes the attractive thinker movement so unique, because we target 3 areas. Are you an attractive thinker? Do you have vision? Are you tired of starting and stopping and having the same goals year in and year out? There's a reason for that. There's a reason behind that. And whenever there's a problem, you better believe there's a solution. Don't walk throughout life and say, well, I just got to live with this. No, you don't. What you have to do is just find a solution. There is a solution. I don't care what it is. Somebody asked me one time, because they know I'm a certified health coach. They asked me one time, well, so-and-so has this and that and the other, because people are always calling me, asking me for things. Most of the time, I lead them right into their kitchen. You have something right now in your kitchen cabinet that will support you in being well, but you don't know it. Think about that, attractive thinker. There is nothing that you can encounter in this physical body that there is not a solution to. Think about that. So if you have something in your kitchen cabinets and in your refrigerator that will support your wellness, you better believe there's something in there also that's making you sick. It works both ways. And when that clarity piece is in place, I'm telling you, when the right things are in place, it's just like a natural flow of life. Healing takes place because healing is built in. Healing is built in. You have to stay healthy in order to have the amount of, and do you know how much energy, how much mental clarity and focus it takes to accomplish your goals? Think about that. You have to be well. When you eat and get sleepy, you've eaten the wrong thing. You ate the wrong thing, and it sapped your energy. The energy that it sapped was the energy that you needed to finish that book, was the energy that you needed to continue throughout your day and see the rest of your clients. So if you're eating and getting tired, you're eating the wrong thing. We got to pay close attention to our body. And that brain, that brain is the control center. It's controlling everything. You got to manage that brain, that mindset. You got to eat food that supports your brain. Your brain is the mastermind behind your business, behind everything you do. If you lose that, you've lost everything. We're dealing with so many different illnesses in our country today. But we have to grow our health and our wellness while we're pursuing our business goals. You can't be all business, and forget that you live in a body that's going to be with you everywhere you go. So I just want to encourage the attractive thinkers, and I trust that I have shared something with you that shined the light on your particular situation and gave you the courage to get up and do something. Go create your own opportunities. It's you. Everywhere you go, you make it happen. Everywhere you go. So if there's some negative thoughts going on, you got to change them into some positive thoughts. And that's what we do at the Attractive Thinker. We focus on mindset, reprogramming and renewing that mindset to align it with those goals. I want to encourage you to visit The Attractive Thinker. That's www.theattractivethinker.guru. That's guru, theattractivethinker.guru, and connect with the Attractive Thinker so that we can support you with your business vision, mindset, and your health. You know why, attractive thinker? because the world needs what you have to offer. I don't care if there's a million people doing the same thing you're doing. They're not doing it like you. They can't possibly be doing it like you because they're not you. You are necessary. Everybody can't reach the whole world. Everybody can't reach the whole world. You might say, well, the whole world knows about this one, the whole world knows about that one. No, they do not. Everybody can't reach the whole world, but everybody can reach their world that they're sent here to serve. Think about that. There is a certain group of people, and there are thousands of them, probably millions of them, that you're sent here to serve, and only you can serve them. If you don't serve them a track of thinker, they will not be served. Again, this is Dr. Tony Hatton, your business vision expert. So excited to be here with you today. Hope you're enjoying Life Leverage series today, and I look forward to reconnecting again in the future. Remember to visit Virtual Networking Live. I would love to connect with you there. I'll talk to you soon. Back to you, Shay.
Back to me. I'm coming in. Just a second. Stay right there. All right, Dr. Hatton. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. No, I'm just joking. That was super fantastic. Now, we have to share this mic because I didn't turn your mic on. So it's just you and I kind of going back and forth. If you can, you took time out of your schedule to be here. You shared a powerful message. Tell the folks why you decided to spend these precious minutes today with them sharing your message.
You know, I decided to stop by today to share my message because, and again, it's not my message. It's not my message. I have two things that I keep in mind when I stand before people and speak. I understand clearly it's not about me. I understand clearly that it's about the people I'm sent here to serve. And number two, I understand that I'm a vessel. Whatever you receive was flowing through me for you. It's not for me, it's for you. So I always keep those two things in mind because a lot of times, Shay, we hesitate to share our gift because we're thinking, well, I'm too fat, or I'm too light, or I'm too dark, or my hair, or my makeup, or my lips, or I have a run in my cycles, or my shoes, or I don't look right, or that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And when we do that, that means we're focusing on us. But when you stand before an audience of people, it's an opportunity to make an impact and to use what you've been through to change somebody else's life. Because people cannot see what you see. A lot of times when you're in your situation, you don't see that you're victorious and you're being processed and you're being developed and prepared for something greater. You don't see that. So if people have already come through that, Shay, you're obligated to go back and help someone else to see that. Yeah.
I almost don't want to touch the mic. I have an obligation to say something profound that I don't have right now. No, in all seriousness, Tony, she's just incredible. She rocks the mic. I'm going to ask her if she'll come back. Hold on, I'll be right there. So, Dr. Hatton, would you be willing to come back and today, not tomorrow, but today, and share another segment, another message? And if you are, I'm going to ask her this question too. What's the message you're going to share? And folks, listen, first, if she says no, she says no, right? Worst case scenario, she tells me no. Best case scenario, she tells me yes. And if she comes back, let's find out why you should stay tuned and hear her message when she comes back.
My question to you, Shay, is what do you think people need to hear most now?
She's asking me what you should hear. So here's what I'd like you to do. I don't know. You know. So in the private, in the elusive, good. It's just a great setup. In the private and elusive exclusive Facebook group, you can get there. This is where you're going to give your response by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, open up a separate browser. They can type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. And in there, put what message would you like to hear? And we'll take a look, and she'll strongly consider the message. But here's the message that I would like for you to share. And maybe you agree, maybe you won't. But I'd like for you to share how folks can have their best year ever. And there's a lot involved in that, right? Because their best year could be their best year from a relationship perspective, could be their best year in business, could be their best year from a personal perspective, could be their best year with their families or with their loved ones. It could be their best year just in their mindset and their thinking. But I'll let you, the attractive thinker one, just kind of meditate on that. And when you come back, maybe you'll share from two perspectives, a personal perspective, and maybe she'll share a business perspective. What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely will. I I definitely will consider that and think about that. But, just to address it quickly, in order for a person to have their best year yet, you have to act as if. Think about that. Where you currently are, in order to take a quantum leap into that and have your best year yet, you have to act as if. That means you have to write your own script. Who do you see yourself as being? Write that script and act as if. Because I used to be a drama director. So I know.
Drama? Drama. Drama.
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Should I smile? Should I stand there? What should I do? Train. Okay. So I'm getting coaching now from the drama director.
Okay. So.
Breathe, Shay, breathe. What should I do?
So I want you to think about being a successful. I want to say entrepreneur, but I don't want to say entrepreneur. I want you to, okay, I'm going to give you a script. Well, you would probably already know the script if I told you to be a successful mailman.
Okay. So if I was a successful
Off the
mailman-
chain, out the box, and everybody knows who you are because of your personality. So what does that look like?
A successful mailman would be smiling. A successful mailman would have a different walk when you walk. A successful mailman would wave and say hello. Why? Because he's successful on the inside. I don't know what's going on with his bank account.
That's
But I
right.
know he's successful here.
That's
first.
right.
And so he would carry himself, or she. There's a she that walks through my neighborhood, by
Yes.
the way. She would carry herself, or he would carry himself with certain confidence.
Yes.
So I think of three things. Number one, confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, a willingness to communicate by smiling or with a wave.
Mm-hmm.
And number three, would have a word of encouragement.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a successful post person would be.
So when you talk about how to have a successful year, you got to start out with once you write that script, you got to be confident in it. You got to be confident that that script is real and it's right and you can do it, right? And then you got to communicate that in your body. Your language has to change. Your personality has to change. You think, Michelle, you said how to have a successful year or how to be happy this year. Your personality has to change. You can't bring the same personality into a new goal because you're trying to accomplish something different. So you have to be confident in that and know that you can do it and just put it on just like you put a coat on. Put it on and walk it out.
Put it on and welcome it out. Well, with that being said, I'm going to take a quick check on Crystal. I understand Crystal's come out the green room now, so I just need to check her mic if I can for just a moment. I asked this question to a couple of folks, which was, what do you do for fun? I mean, she's here, she's an attractive thinker, and she's smiling, and she's having a good time. But wouldn't you like to know, what does the attractive thinker do just for fun? I mean, maybe she goes horseback riding. I don't know. We might find out she likes to go paintball shooting. No, I'm joking. I don't know what you do in your spare time. But please share what you do in your spare time. And then second, question number two. Question number one is what? What does she do in your spare time? Question number two is, tell us the last good book you read and why you enjoyed it.
I
I'll be
definitely
right back to
will.
check on her.
Awesome. So what does the attractive thinker do for fun? I love hanging out with my kids. My kids, children bring in the simplicity of life. And I really engage in what it is that they're doing. Most of the time they might put me out like, Mom, you don't know how to play this game. They're really into video games. They love movies. My daughter is a private chef, and she takes me to all these restaurants because we're foodies. And I love hanging out with my kids. That's what I do for fun. We do movies. We do, video games. We go out and eat, and, we travel, and we just have an amazing time. Sometimes sitting around looking at photo albums. So, yeah.
Photo albums these days? Like, are they like real? Are these like a real photo album?
Yes,
Open up?
yes. I kept all of my photos.
Are these Polaroid pictures? I'm curious. Are these even HD quality photos?
Yes, they are. And we flip through the photos because there's memories in there. There's so many we talk about a picture's worth 1,000 words. But sometimes our children have experienced things that they don't even remember, because they were too young to really be aware and conscious, right? So we go through the photo albums and we rehash, and, that's legacy right there, Shay. When you go back over certain things and then you talk about it and elaborate, you don't have to go searching far to connect with your children or teach them something. Just go through your own history and your family. Sit down and talk about it. So we have a lot of fun doing that.
Oh, well, thanks a lot. You promised to come back. You promised to share a message. I'll be checking in the private and the elusive and the exclusive Facebook group. She allowed, if you would, for you to post into the group.
Please do.
What is the topic you would like the attractive one, the attractive thinker, to talk about when she comes back? Thanks a lot, Dr. Tony Hatton, the Dr. Tony Hatton. We appreciate it. Looking forward to you coming back again soon. Thanks so much. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, look, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. The best is still yet to come. That's right. The best is still yet to come. And I can't wait. I'm excited. I was excited when we started. I'm excited now. And we've got, look, Crystal Carter Payne is ready. And she's going to come up here to talk about it takes a village to build a business. Now, check this out. Okay. This is going to be interesting. It takes a village to build a business. And I can't wait to talk to Crystal Carter Payne. Wonderful person. She'll be here. Like, she's here right now, and she's going to share that message. But here's what I'd like for you to do. In the private, in the elusive and exclusive Facebook group, go ahead and look above, and hit the share button. Hit the share button and put hashtag Life Leverage is going on right now. That's right. Hashtag Life Leverage is going on right now. This is so much fun. This is so exciting. I appreciate all of you who have been participating. It's a humble experience, I'll say, just to be here and share this time with you. So with that being said, it is my honor and my privilege, dun, 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 bring up none other than Crystal Carter Payne. Hey, Crystal. Oh, give me a hug, give me a hug, give me a hug. It's okay. Well, how are you?
I am doing fabulous. I am so
Fabulous.
excited about the opportunity to be here. It's just been great. I've been really excited about this speech because it's been a long time since I've had a chance to really do a lot of public speaking. So I'm excited about this opportunity and about being able to, wow, after Dr. Tony, maybe I do have a few nuggets I can drop, but that was amazing. I was back to typing notes and putting items in the elusive, exclusive.
The private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook. Oh, you got to say it. You got to say it. Hey.
So I'm learning a lot today. This has been great to watch it, and I'm excited about the opportunity to be here today. So I just thank you all for doing this because this is exciting, and I'm learning a lot as well as having an opportunity to present. So.
Well, we are certainly excited to have you here. It's very exciting. It's okay. Calm down. Relax. They don't bite out there. They don't bite. They may throw some things from time to time, but they're really okay. They're really good folks. So don't even worry about them, folks. You're here. You're live. Let me make sure you're live. Okay, you're live, and you came from where?
I live here in Greenbelt.
Greenbelt. Okay, so you're just right around the corner.
Well, as long as your GPS doesn't take you to Columbia, then back this way, then you do get here shortly.
What? To Columbia?
My GPS decided it wanted to send me to Enterprise in Greenbelt in Columbia versus Hampshire here.
So in English, what that means is she got lost. Okay, that's what it means. It means she got lost, or her GPS got lost, and she's only 15 miles away, maybe 12 miles, and yet she got lost.
Print out the instructions when you're
Print out? Does people still have printers?
It's not a guarantee. You will end up somewhere you don't want to be.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad you didn't mention what GPS system you use because we're recording this. I don't want to know. Please, don't say that. We don't need any trouble. You're here.
Yes.
You decided to be here. What's one of the reasons you decided to spend some time with the Life Leverage series?
This was an amazing opportunity to share and to learn, to share my story that may help somebody else. As you heard from the other speakers earlier, that everybody has some unique nugget, some unique jewel that's inside of them that nobody else has. So I like the opportunity of having a chance to do that.
Well, we appreciate you. I can't wait. I'm going to step to the side, let you step forward just a little bit here, and to take it away. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to your message. I know it's going to make a difference to the world. Thank you so much. Okay.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank you all for taking the time. Their answers. Don't give up. Don't give up your dream. As Dr. Tony was talking about your vision, stop putting down your vision. Pick up that vision, pick up that dream, pick up that desire in your heart that's keeping you awake at night, that you keep coming back to. Pick it up and go for it. Because there's answers to everything. I typed in their Facebook group that I am the solution to somebody's problem. You are the solution to somebody's problem. But I really appreciate Dr. Tony talking about that, because that even inspired me even more today. So I just wanted to put that out there real quick, and I'm going to go ahead and get into my speech. Every business begins with an idea. Some of you are thinking about different things that you want to do. Rather, you want to be maybe you're a hairstylist, if you do lawns really well, if you're a real estate investor. Everything begins with an idea. And that idea grows into a passion. It grows into a passion as something that you just can't stop thinking about. You feel like, I have to do this no matter what. So with that idea, here's where the next step goes to. Most business owners, the one thing most business owners do know, from that idea, they know their craft. They know what they do best. If you're an accountant, if you do lawns, whatever it is, you know what you do very well. And that's the thing, you know your craft. And that's powerful because being really good and offering a service that can bring value to someone's life is extremely important. Now, here's one thing that most new business owners don't know. They don't know how to get started. They also don't know who their competition is. They don't know what legal setup to do, whether it be an LLC or a sole proprietorship. They're a little unsure about these things. We also don't know where to find funding. Also about advertising and what is branding. And we also don't know how to use social media. Now, if you've been doing business in the last couple of years, social media has been an essential tool to learn because it's changed the dynamic of how we're communicating to people. It's changed how we're reaching our audience. Before, when some people used to go back, and this is going to sound really old, this is before my time, the Fuller Brush man used to come around to your grandmama's house out in the country and sell insurance or sell stuff at the door, how they used to come around and be on the road for days at a time. Social media has totally changed us to where we're sitting at our computers and from a desk, you're reaching thousands of people. When I was looking at the online, I was watching the video from the back, I was actually able to see that there's over 1,300 people viewing this today. That's an amazing number of people. But when someone's new to business and they don't know these things can be stumbling blocks. And that's the whole thing is, it's not about what you don't know. It's at first acknowledging that you don't. And this is how you feel sometimes. You feel like you want to pull your hair out and look a little crazy and you get a little frustrated. But I have a secret. Most new business owners don't know, they don't have to know how to do everything. When you first start a business, and even back when I first started my business, I started my business a few years back, and when I first started, I thought I had to know how to do everything. I had to be the accountant, I was the delivery person, I was everybody. I did everything. I was the sales and marketing. I thought I had to know everything, which left me looking a lot like this. Some days, I think I bought a wig a couple times to try to not lose so much hair. But it's just, the whole thing is that you don't have to be frustrated. You don't have to be, feel like you have to know everything. The key thing is how to get it done is to find the right people with the right skills, with the right resources. Now, I know some people are thinking, well, if I get other people involved in my business, what are they going to want and all this and that. It's not about that. Sometimes it's about you all working together to grow something. It takes a village to build a business. No one person can do a business and do everything in that business that needs to be done by themselves. So what you end up doing is reaching out to find people that can help you build your business while you help them build their business. You both are building your dream and working together. Like for me, I personally have an accountant, I have an attorney, and I have a social media person because social media is really just not one of my strong points. I do know business development, I do know training, I do know customer service, I do know how to find resources to help people. So I focus on what I do best, and the things I don't, I can find the right people to put in the right place to help me do those things. So, and then sometimes it's not about exchanging money, it may be bartering. You may have a resource or a service that that other person needs. So you all work together. So while you're getting started and growing, you work with each other. But also realize one very important thing. A lesson I learned a while back was people will always tell you that they respect what you do until they have to pay you. So remember, you have to be willing to pay for services and skills. You have to be willing to invest in your business, just like you have to invest in yourself with growing training and development. You have to be willing to invest in yourself because sometimes what's free is not all it's cracked up to be. So you want to invest in yourself. When you get with the right people who have the right skills, who are the right resources, you want to work with them and work with them to work with them with resources and helping them out. You all become a team. So you are the village. It's a small village initially, but then as you grow your business and as you get bigger, the village does get a little bit bigger and you get a few more people hanging out. You also want these people to be people that you like. Who really wants to do business with somebody that you don't want to look at, that you don't want to talk to, that you have issues with? You want to put the right people. That's also a part of putting the right people in place. It's knowing who fits with you and how well you work together. It's not just about their skills or their resources. It's about how you all can come together collectively. Also, one of the important right resources is having mentors and people that you can press ideas around with, because it helps you to be around other people, like-minded thinkers, that you can push your ideas around. It can help you think outside the box, especially when you get a little stuck sometimes like I do. If I'm working on a new idea, sometimes one of my resources is going to a team of other business owners that know things that may help me think outside the box or look at something from another angle. That's another valuable resource that comes in handy when you're building a business. Now, when you build your village, getting tongue-tied here, as I mentioned, you do need an attorney. There's a lot of legal things that need to be done as you're setting up a business. Sometimes it may not be that much when you're first getting started, but as time goes on and you start to do contracts and things, you do really want to talk to an attorney and have somebody that does understand what some of that fine print means. It helps you, make sure that you're not getting yourself into a situation that you don't know what you're getting into. So having an attorney does come in handy. Also having an accountant. And I should have put accountant/tax person. I'm going to be honest, you guys. This year, I love my tax lady. My tax lady, Marcia, was actually very great because this year I gave her a giant folder and said, here's everything from 2014. After she slapped my hand for giving her a giant folder with everything crammed in it for 2014, she sat down and showed me what she needed and how she needed for the coming years, but she also worked through all of that stuff, so I didn't sit here and have to try to read through tax laws and how to organize, how the business, what had to be done, put this in that box, do whatever. All I did was walk in and hand her a folder, and I bailed. When I left out of her office, she was a little frustrated with me, but when it came time to finish doing the taxes, they were done. They were done correctly. I didn't have to worry about it. You know, it was all taken care of. So having these people in your lives really makes a difference. With a mentor, find somebody who's already been where you're trying to go. Because the person that's already been where you're trying to go, trust me, they will help you avoid certain potholes that you don't have to run into unnecessarily. So you want to find somebody that's already been there because they can help you grow and they can help you push your boundaries. That person is extremely essential. I have a financial mentor, William Thompson, and William Thompson is amazing because over this past year, my mentor has really educated me about finances and taxes and all types of things. And having that mentor, and then also having business mentors. I have mentors for a bunch of different areas of my life. It's not always one person for everything, but those mentors have sown into me to help me grow and help me improve who I am as a person, but also push my limits. So I'm thinking outside the box. I'm not getting stuck. So having a mentor is extremely essential, but think about a mentor for all the different areas of your life, not just business, not just personal, fitness, whatever areas of your life that you need help in. Get a mentor and get somebody that knows better than what you're doing, knows how to do what you're trying to do better than you, because they can really help you and again push your boundaries. Don't be afraid of jumping outside that box. You know, it's a whole nother world and universe available for you outside of it. I mentioned social media earlier, and I put /technology on my PowerPoint because sometimes they go hand in hand depending on who you are. I have a background in IT, so playing with computers and rigging stuff up, it's second nature to me. I'm not afraid of it, but social media for me is a weak point. So that's why I have a person that does help me with my social media items and does work with me to help me be able to do those things. So you want to have this person there because, again, social media has totally changed how we reach our audience. It's totally changed what we're doing and how things are going on. So you do want to have someone that can help you. If you want to do it yourself, Have them teach you and educate you on how to do those things. Have them work with you to help you be able to do it yourself if you want to learn and if you're open to learning it. But if you're not, find somebody that can do it and get them to help you, get them to be a part of your team and help you get your social media things and reach the audiences that you want to reach. With brainstorming, oh man, this is where your pot of gold really, really lies. Your pot of gold with brainstorming, having a group that you can go to and safely share your ideas and push your ideas around and them help you develop them. Again, it helps you get outside the box. This can also be with your mentor, but you do want some other people that you can work together with that can help you build your business. You're helping each other. You're working together as a team. Again, it all takes a village. No one person can do everything themselves and everything perfectly. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, a jack of all trades but a master of nothing. That's how you can end up being when you're trying to do everything. And also, you don't want to be like that picture I showed you earlier with the gentleman who's pulling his hair out, looking a little crazy. I don't want you to look like that. So get a brainstorm group together. Get a group of people, serious business owners that want to get together and work with each other. Maybe the people that are in the group bring different things to the group. Everybody adds a different value from different angles, and you all become a very powerful team and can take each other to a level that you probably would have never, ever dreamed of. Now I want to take a moment and introduce my company. My company is called the Casma Industries, and we are a business resource store, and we work with business owners. And the whole thing with the Casma Industries is this. This is my brainchild. I was sitting at a restaurant with some friends one day, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I've been a corporate trainer. I've been traveling around the country. I've done a lot of different things. But I just wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. So my friends were sitting there drinking margaritas and eating some chips at a Mexican restaurant. And all of a sudden, they said, I'm trying to put this business together. So I was like, okay, let me take a look at it. So I took a look at it, and all of a sudden, on napkins in this Mexican restaurant, which I wish I knew the name of it so I can give them some credit for helping me build my business. But we're sitting at a Mexican restaurant drinking margaritas. If you're going to drink cautiously and don't drive. But I put together an entire business plan for them on some napkins. Now, who would have thought that you would find your vision or find a mission just on margaritas and some chips and some napkins? So I did this, and that's where this business came out of. And I realized that most business owners go into business knowing business. Knowing their craft, but not knowing business. Most business owners, if you're a hairstylist, you've gone to school, you've got all your training, you're like ready to go. You're like, okay, I can do hair really good. But then there's a business aspect that has to happen behind that. If you're going to be a beautician and run a business, rather it's a chair in a shop, or rather it's an entire shop that's your own. There's a whole business aspect of marketing and everything that has to be put together to help you be able to run that business and build it and grow. So that's how that's how Casma Industries came into place as a business resource store. We're here to help business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs, those people that haven't quite gotten their idea together. They want someone to work with them to help them build something, help them kind of mold it and shape it. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you with business development. We also have a great, great referral network. This network is used to, there's services that I can't do. So within services that I'm personally not able to offer you, instead of you having to go through trying to interview 3 or 4 accountants or whoever, this is what we do. We help you. We have a network that actually helps you find those people. We also offer technology and training. So there's all types of resources. One thing that people tend to forget, when you have a business, have you thought about having someone mystery shop your business? Do you know what goes on at the store or at the hair salon whenever you're not there? We have a service that lets you be able to do a mystery shop and see what's going on in your business, so then you can tailor training to your employees to make sure that you're presenting the image and giving the service that you want your customers to get. Now, what I've just put up on the screen, that's basically kind of wrapping up my speak for today, but I put my information on the screen so that you can take a look at it and reach out to me whenever you get ready. I've really had a great time coming out to speak with you all today. I really do appreciate your time. I hope that something I said or something I did that I showed you made you feel like, okay, I don't have to sit here and be frustrated with my business. I don't have to be upset, have to feel like I have to do everything. You don't have to do everything. You just need to find the right people to put in the right positions to help you get where you really want to go. Don't give up on that business idea. Hold on to it. If not using me as a resource, find someone else close to you that you can use as a resource. I really want you to live that dream, that life that you have in mind for yourself, that business that you really desperately can't keep coming back to and can't seem to get out of your head. I really want you to reach for it and go for it. So with that, I think Shay's going to come back in. And I
the
appreciate
big boss is calling me. The big boss is calling me. The big boss is calling me. Tony, I can't stay with you. The big boss is calling me to the set. Shay, come on up. But you're standing in my spot.
Oh,
No, thank you.
you can do this.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. She's always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to be up there. Well, you're here now.
Yes, this has been great.
It's been great.
Yes.
You were wonderful.
Thank you.
Talking about starting a business. What did you eat at the restaurant where you actually did a business plan on napkins hanging all over the place?
We were eating nachos and drinking margaritas. It was just a girls' night out with some friends in Atlanta. And
guys,
you
what
know,
is
it was
this
just a girls'
again?
night hanging
What
out.
about-
And when they
Jeez.
told me what they were trying to do, I'm like, well, why are you? And why are you doing it like that? And I just started sketching stuff out. And before we left, we had this whole business plan written out on some napkins.
Wow.
So I was like, and they're like, you should really do this as a business. And I was kind of like some other people when they start business, they're like, well, is somebody really going to pay me to do this?
Sure.
But then I found out they really were. And it's been a passion of mine for a very long time. And now that I've relocated from Atlanta back to the D.C. area, because my family's here.
Welcome back to D.C. area.
yes.
Welcome back.
I miss Atlanta, but I love being home. So it's nothing like it. So now that I've come back, I really want to push the business here and reach out and help some businesses here and help some people, because not everybody wants to work that 9 to 5. Not everybody wants to be, you want to be able to really take that creative expression, no matter what it is in a business, and be able to do it and live it, and not, love to get up and go. How many people want to go running into work because they like what they're doing and they're excited about it? So if I can help someone build their vision and live that dream, that's what I'm here for. And that's what I'm excited about doing, because number one, I kind of get to play Monopoly for real.
Sure.
And then number two is I really get to see something blossom. It's like planting. You get to plant a little seed and you nurture that flower. And so when I work with a client, I see them coming from this little seed up to this big, beautiful flower. And to me, that's like the coolest thing.
Wow, she's excited now. She's ready. Whoa, I'm ready. Where does this passion, where does it come from? I mean, where does this passion to want to serve, this passion to want to work with business owners, where's that passion? I hear that passion deep down in there.
I've always been a person of service. My family, I grew up in a Christian church here in D.C., so my parents have always been people of service. Even now, my dad, who is amazing, he's just turned 78 the other day, so happy birthday, Daddy.
Say shout out
Happy
to him.
birthday.
It's okay, shout out.
And, he's always taught us that we need to be of service to people, that it's not just about us, it's about helping other people. And because they've always been people of service, that always kind of ingrained in me, but I didn't know how I wanted to be of service. So it took me a little bit to find it. And then once I got into training, I realized I love training. I love teaching. I love helping. And like I said, the business thing just kind of took to another level, because I had been a corporate trainer for like about 10 years. And so here I am working as a corporate trainer and traveling around. And all of a sudden, here I had the great opportunity to build this business. And I started building it in Atlanta, and we recently moved it back here to D.C. And I'm just really excited about seeing what I can do in my own hometown, as well as what I've already done in Atlanta.
Sure. Just rapid fire, if I can, rapid fire. When you think of great leaders, who comes to mind right now in your mind, and why?
Mostly Martin Luther King.
Okay.
And he's kind of because like I said, he believed in being a leader, but if you see things about him, he was very subtle. He didn't make a whole lot of noise. He didn't come in acting crazy. He just kind of came in and did his thing and did his speeches, and he made it, and with him being subtle and calm, he made a great impact on an entire country that'll forever be, now we got a monument of him, so we'll never be able to forget it, especially with this monument that's so visible and it's beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. The word, when you think of success, what does success mean to you?
It's happiness. It's being happy, being able to embrace my family, enjoy my life. Just not having, you're always going to have some little drama, whatever, creep up. But it's having it where, you can like, okay, I got this and kind of throw it over your shoulder and keep going. But it's just having that happiness and that calmness that you're not feeling stressed or not feeling frustrated about what you have to go to work. Nobody wants to get up and go, oh God, it's Monday, I gotta go into work. You wanna get up like, yeah, okay, Monday, let's get this party started and let's do this. So that happiness comes from a lot of different pieces, but just having that makes a difference.
Okay. And life leverage. I've asked the question just about everyone who's been up here live. Life leverage. Why did you decide to participate? Why now? Why your story? Why this time?
It was crazy. When I saw the email, I was like, first I was like, yeah, that's okay. But then it was like, I thought about the movie, We Bought a Zoo. Benjamin McPhee, his family bought a zoo. And
Family Bought a Zoo.
Family bought a zoo.
Okay. Tell us about
this movie is kind of
Tell us about this movie.
It's a movie where this man whose wife had passed away, he has 2 kids, and he was trying to find a house for his kids, and he went looking for this house, and next thing you know, he found this property, and he discovered that this property really was a zoo. And it wasn't what he had planned on doing, but when he bought this house for his kids to have a place to live, the house was kind of falling down, the zoo was kind of falling down, but he decided to do it. And when he's telling his daughter the story about how he met their mother, he says it only takes just 20 seconds of absolute insane bravery, and he promised something amazing would happen. So when I kept thinking about that, I'm like, this is crazy. Like, this is crazy.
But you're here.
Get on here and do a live broadcast and just kind of, it's insane to do this. But then it was like, when I thought about that movie, I'm like, well, he bought a zoo and it turned it into an amazing place. So I can speak, and who knows what may blossom.
Sure. Well, tell you what, I certainly appreciate your courage. Appreciate you coming up here. Appreciate you taking time today. There's only 1,440 minutes, as I've said so many times today. It's never 1,441 minutes, but these are precious minutes that you cannot get back.
Right.
But you're spending it with us. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for telling us how we can really increase our business. We really appreciate that. Last question, if I can, as we go about, and I mentioned this to Franz when he was here as well. As I said, at some point, the hourglass will continue to drain on all of us, and we'll have to transition. We'll move on. What do you want people to say about you when you leave here?
That I was there for them.
Sure.
I want the people whose lives I want to be able to have touched someone's life in a positive way, whether it be one person or a couple thousand people. To be able to say that I touched their life in a positive way, I think that's probably the greatest compliment your life can get.
Wow. Well, today you've touched many, many lives. Thank you for touching the lives. You touched my life. You touched Tony's, touched everyone's here. Thank you so much. You are amazing.
Thank you so
and
much.
you're incredible. I'm looking forward to coming back. Will you come back again?
We'll come back
Will you
again.
see again?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a hand. We'll see her
Take care.
again. Thank you
Bye,
so much.
everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Take it over there. We certainly appreciate it. Hey, we are still here. We're still live. We're still going on. We're at Life Leverage. Life Leverage is about your story, your message, your lesson, your time, and sharing that with the world. And oh, how we so much appreciate you and all that you've done. Now, we've got a lineup. We're not done yet. There's so much more to come today. We have other folks who will be broadcasting in. We have other folks that are here. We got a special message coming. Not going to tell you what a special message is, but it's going to happen today. So today is your day. I couldn't think of a better time for you to be here right now than right now. So with that being said, I'm going to bring up the person who was just up here not too long ago, and I didn't have to convince her. I didn't have to persuade her or push her. I just asked the question, will you come back? And her answer was yes. And she's going to come back and talk about a topic. So I'm so excited to do that. So with that being said, it's my privilege and my honor to bring back to the stage the person who was just here, the hostess with the mostest, the one that's been carrying us for the last 9 weeks, none other than not the Dr. Tony Hatton. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm going to hand you the mic. I know you were just here a few minutes ago, but you agreed to come back for just a brief moment in time to share a very important message. For those that are listening right now, the message coming up could very well change your life. So if you're distracted right now, just stop. If you're tweeting right now, stop. If the kids are running around right now and there's a lot going on or there's noise going on, I'm going to suggest you just stop for just a few minutes. If you're driving down the road right now because you're listening, and we do appreciate all of our listeners, Tony. There's many folks out there, they're not at their computer right now, but they have the iPhone, their Android. Sometimes they're in the car, they're driving, but they are listening, they are participating. We're going to ask you to stay focused on the road. We don't want anything to happen, right? We want to stay focused on the road. But we want you to listen with new ears right now, like you've never heard this message before. And for those that are watching right now, we want you to watch like you have new eyes and pay very close attention. She said, Jay, because what you're about to hear could very well, in all seriousness, change your life. And how many ideas do you need to change your life? How many ideas do you need? Just one. One good idea implemented is better than 1,000 ideas you know right now. That's my promise. Over the next couple of minutes, you'll get at least one good idea. We're going to actually pay that for us. So with that being said, Dr. Tony Hatton, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm excited. I'll be back on the control boards taking notes. Looking forward to it. Over to you.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Shay. You know, Shay, I want to ask you one question.
Yes.
You encounter people and clients and customers all the time. What do you feel as though is the number one obstacle that they face in the course of reaching their goal?
The number one obstacle they face is mindset. I call it the invisible objection. It's the invisible thing. It's the thing that doesn't exist anywhere else but in here. Maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe this is a client that's not going to talk to me. Maybe they'll never buy from me. Maybe they don't have the money. Of course, I'm looking at it from a sales lens because I see the world through a sales lens. As you said earlier, they walk into a room and say, maybe I'll just wait and see what's going on. So the number one thing I believe to hold people back is their mindset. It's their belief in themselves. So they can believe in other folks, but they're not too sure if this is the time for them. Then they're not afraid, Tony. So they're not scared. They prepared, some of them, but they're just not sure. It's that mindset. There need to be a shift. So for some of them, when they shift, they have to move. It's going to be outside their comfort zone, but it's within their grasp. So it'd be just outside their comfort zone, but it's within their grasp. So what's the challenge holding them back? Inside of here, right here, right here.
I like that. We're going to talk about that. Thanks, Shay.
We're going to talk about it. I can't wait. Whoa. I didn't know. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot make this stuff up. I had no idea what she was going to talk about other than whenever Dr. Tony Hatton is speaking, the attractive thinker, then you want to be listening.
Yes.
I'll be over there listening. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Shay. Awesome. Great day, attractive thinkers. Dr. Tony Hatton here, back with you, your business vision expert serving new and aspiring entrepreneurs. I definitely want to encourage you to visit our website, www.theattractivethinker.guru. I also want to thank all of the life leveragers out there who've been posting in the feed, virtualnetworkinglive.com. I so enjoy seeing your comments. And, you know, if you're watching right now, I just want to encourage you to have pen and paper handy. Again, because you never know when you're going to see something or hear something that's going to cause a shift in your life. And today I have a special for you. I'm offering 50% off of any of my coaching programs and packages that I have to support you in your business vision, your mindset, and your wellness goals. So you definitely want to stay tuned and just write this number down really quick. You can contact our office. Of course, I'm not there, but I'll definitely be in touch with you. Contact our office at 410-298-2121 if anything resonates with you and you'd like to schedule that free complimentary consultation today. And attractive thinkers, and I call you life leveragers and attractive thinkers by habit, because you're a person of vision. And that's who I serve, people with vision who have the ability to see beyond what they are looking at. And then once they see it, they need the courage to focus on what they see until it manifests. When it comes down to mindset, see, with vision, once you see that vision, you're dealing with your current mindset, right? Now, the thing that you see, that goal that you see, there is a pattern of thoughts, meaning a mindset. There is a pattern of thoughts and behaviors that go along with, and habits that go along with that goal that you're seeking. See, a lot of times we're seeking the goal seeking, seeking the goal seeking, seeking, not understanding that the more you develop yourself, the closer you get to manifesting that goal, to actually accessing that, because it's not so much the goal that you're seeking, it's about who you are becoming. When it comes down to mindset, there are 3 beliefs that I understand clearly. You know, as a business vision expert and a certified health coach, I come into contact with clients and customers all the time. There are 3 beliefs that I see that are underlying that we all struggle with. And they are, I'm not good enough, I don't deserve, and I'm not worthy. Think about that. Just think about one of them. I'm not good enough. If you view yourself as not good enough, you're not going to ask for a high-paying client. You're not going to position yourself as an entrepreneur, you know, an expert in your industry. You're not going to have the confidence that you need to stand before a crowd and share the solution that you provide. You're not going to have the courage. See, it takes courage. See, attractive thinker, think about this. Think about the people you admire. They stand in courage and confidence, and they don't hesitate or procrastinate. They have character and personality. You understand what I'm saying? And they don't think twice about the value that they bring to the world. They're not hesitant on that. They're confident in it. They're not wavering. So you admire them for those qualities. When I ask you to think about the people that you admire, you talk about, and if I say why, you talk about the qualities that they have, right? So it's about who they have become. That's what you admire. Not so much what they have, because if they have a couple of million or even billions of dollars, you can get that too. But it's about who they have become in the process that attracts you, that thing that you admire the most. So I want you to think about that. There is a mindset that goes along with that. You think about a child in elementary school and a child in middle school, maybe even high school. There are 3 different mindsets going on. You can't graduate high school with an elementary school mindset. Your teacher will recognize that right off the bat, and they will hold you back. And that's what happens in our lives. When our mindset is not in alignment with the goal, the thing that we're seeking, it will hold us back in life. And you can spend a lifetime pursuing one goal because the mindset is not in place. When we talk about the mindset, attractive thinker, we're talking about your way of doing things, your way of thinking, your habits, you know, that negative self-talk, those things that we say to ourselves when no one is listening, because with your conscious mouth, you'll say you can do it. With your conscious mouth, you'll say you believe it, but that subconscious mind will say, yeah, right. And who do you think you are? And what makes you think you're the one? What makes you think they'll listen to you? Well, so-and-so is already doing what you're doing. Now you need to come up with a new idea. You know, that negative self-talk. You're not worthy. You're not good enough. Nobody in your family's ever done that. Think about that negative self-talk. If that's what's running in the background, that's what's driving your life. And when you think about that negative self-talk, is that really in alignment with the goal that you have? Does it look like it's in alignment with the people you admire? Do the people you admire look like they think like that? Do the people that you admire look like they struggle with those kinds of thoughts? No, they look like they have positive mindsets and confidence and great personalities, and they take action. They take action. They're risk takers. They don't hesitate. See, you have to work on yourself and become that kind of person. And when we talk about that mindset can be reprogrammed. Let me share something with you. Anything spoken to you over time. See, we want to know how our minds, how our mind got that way. That those thoughts, where did those thoughts come from? Anything spoken over you over time, whether it's true or false, becomes your truth. The mind is reprogrammed through repetition. So, I share this example all the time because I have a lot of children, and I homeschool for like 11 years, and that's like my passion. I love kids, and I love teaching children. I love seeing them grow. I love seeing that spark in their eye. I love seeing it when that light bulb comes on. And we used to study spelling all the time, and I used to teach my son how to study his spelling test effectively so that when he's sitting taking the test, he'll hear himself based on what he studied. Meaning, I used to say, okay, walk around your room and say yesterday, yesterday. Say it with me, attractive thinker. I need to hear, you need to hear yourself say it. So say it with me. Yesterday. Yesterday. I want you to say it again. Yesterday. Yesterday. Think about that. Now, you've heard yourself say it, right? Now, I want you to say it with your hand over your ears and see what that sounds like. yesterday. Yesterday. Think about that. Did you hear that on a deeper level? If you do that often enough, walking around your room saying that word, when you sit down to take that spelling test, you will hear, because you programmed it in through repetition, you will hear yourself say yesterday, yesterday. Do you know, attractive thinker, that that's the same way you can program your mind for success? I am good enough. You know, I had to get to a point in my life where I got tired of letting the negative self-talk have the conversation and I say nothing. Think about that. You got all this talk going on and you're so timid you only had the courage to say nothing back. Talk back. You know, the negative self-talk say, you can't do that. After a while, you get sick and tired of hearing it. You think about that. Think if you had an identical twin, right? And I'm not saying, because identical twins get along great, the ones that I know. I have a set of identical twin nieces, and my girlfriend has a set of identical twins. And, you know, as far as I know, identical twins get along great, right? So just imagine for a moment you have an identical twin. And every time you go to do something in your life, that identical twin stands in front of you and opposes the very thing that you're trying to accomplish. You take one step forward, and that identical twin runs in front of you and blocks it and tell you, you can't do that. Nobody in our family has ever done that. Who do you think you are? Think about that. That's what happens when we go to pursue our dreams and goals, and it's called self-sabotage. That means self-sabotaging self. That means me getting in my own way. That means me stopping me. And that happens all day long until you get to a point. See, in life, when you're being opposed, it's not going to stop happening until you confront it. As long as you say nothing, it will continue. You have to confront that negative self-talk and flip the script. And you know, when you hear that negative self-talk say you can't do it, you're going to have to talk back and say, yes, I can. I might not have the courage to say it with confidence, but I'm going to say it until the courage comes. That's reprogramming your subconscious mind. Say it until you believe it. You have to have the courage to get started. You might say, well, and like I felt in the beginning, you know, it sounds stupid, or I look stupid, or, you know, I'm saying something that I don't fully believe. But I guarantee you, if you don't quit, one day something is going to click. One day the light is going to come on, and you will believe what you're saying. And when you believe it, like you believe your name is what it is, you're going to take action, and you're going to pursue, and you will be successful. You will accomplish that goal that you have because you fully believe it. The reason why we don't access most of our goals is because we don't fully believe it. I ask attractive thinkers all the time. You know, they share their vision because I'm a vision expert. People get to hear. You know, most of the time when people talk to me, they hear what they say. As a vision expert, I get to see what you say. So I say, just talk. You know, sit right here. You talk. Let me do what I'm going to do. And when you finish talking, I'm going to hand you a picture of what I see. And you tell me if that's not what you just said. Because, see, once you get to see what's going on in your life, then you can make some new decisions and choices. Most of the time, we don't see the picture clearly, and we got all kinds of stuff hindering us. And you can't fight something you don't see. You can't change something you don't see. You can't shift something or move something around or remove something out of your life that you don't know is there. You can't add something into your life that you don't know exists. So vision is very, very important. You have to be able to see it clearly. So I let my clients talk. I'm like, I don't want you to think I'm not listening. I just want you to talk, okay? Because I need that feedback. When you talk in words, I see in pictures. I can't see your picture if you're not talking. So they begin to talk, and then I hand the picture back to them, and then clarity takes place. Oh, wow. And one of the first comments I get is, I never saw it like that. I never saw it like that. Now, here's the deal. I didn't give you anything. All of that came from out of you. All of that was locked up in there. And when it's locked up in there, it's in pieces. It's scattered. It's all over the place, and you can't make sense of it. That's why a vision expert is so important, because they get to see into your life. They get to see into your life and show you. See, imagine walking into a dark room. Let me share this with you. You know your house backwards and forwards. So if you're in your office right now, you know your office backwards and forwards. Or wherever you are right now, if you're in your car, you know it backwards and forwards. But if you turn the light out, you're going to be challenged. How can you be challenged with something you're so familiar with? How can you be challenged in believing that you're a winner when greatness is your birthright? How can you be challenged in believing that you can do it and you can accomplish it and you're here to provide a solution to a problem when you were born to succeed? Success is weaved in your DNA. How can you not know that? How can you be challenged in that area? How can you hesitate and tiptoe around your abundance when it's your birthright? It's the natural flow of things in your life. You're wired for success. How can you not know that when it's weaved in every fiber of your being? If you go into that dark room, and you know your room, you know the rooms in your house, you know your house like the back of your hand. If you go into one of those rooms and I turn the light out, I guarantee you're going to be challenged. You're going to bump into a table. You're going to step on something and hurt your foot. You're going to be standing right in front of the thing that you're seeking and not even know it. Think about that, because the light is out. You see the power of walking in darkness and walking in light? When the vision is clear, you can go right to the thing that you're looking for, access it, and manipulate it into what you want it to be and use it. When the vision is distorted, think about this. Most of the miracles that Jesus did in the Bible was the healing of the giving sight to the blind, right? That was the most miracles that he did in the Bible was restoring vision, right? When the vision is distorted, see, there's a story in the Bible where Jesus asked the man, he says, you know, he was healing the man's eyes in the process. He said, how do you see? He said, I see men as trees. And when I read that, I said, if he sees a man as a tree, he's going to walk up to a man and sit at his feet and expect shade. Because that's what we do with trees. And that's what most people do when they go to conferences or church or, go to hear a speaker. They sit at the feet of good men expecting shade and don't take action on what they heard. Because the vision is distorted. You're seeing men as trees. But when the vision is clear and you see a man as a man, you understand clearly that what you're receiving, you're supposed to take action on. Because faith and works produce. Think about that, attractive thinker. It's the vision that's the issue. When it comes down to mindset, how do you see yourself? Because how you see yourself is how you see everybody else. If you don't think 2 cents of yourself, you're not going to think 2 cents of anybody else. I say it all the time. How can you say you love somebody and you hate yourself? Come on, who are you fooling? Oh, all of a sudden love, this enormous amount of love going to come up out of you and you don't even like yourself. It's going to come up out of you for me and you don't even like yourself. Distorted vision. Think about that. So when we talk about vision, you know, it's a big question. How do you see yourself, attractive thinker? Do you see yourself as a loser or a winner? Are you a loser or a winner? Because if you see yourself, you know, one of my other presentations we did here with Shay and Trevor at one time, I had on my perception glass. I should have brought my glasses. I should have brought my glasses. I carry them with me, right? It's perception. How do you see one? You know, for example, you know, I have a pair of sunglasses and across the top it says I'm a failure. Do you realize if someone walks up to me and they have that perception right across the top of their sunglasses says I'm a failure, it doesn't matter what I say. Because they're looking through the lens of a failure, they see me as a failure as well. You can't see winners through the lens of a failure. Everywhere you look, you're going to see failure. Failure over here, failure over there. You look in the mirror and you see failure. You have to switch the lens that you're looking through in order to accomplish the goal that you have for yourself, in order to see more clearly. It's the lens that you're looking through that's stopping you. It's the lens that you're looking through that causes you to believe the negative self-talk. People talk about mindset all the time, and you wonder, you say, dang on it, I had a grip and it slipped right through my fingers. I believed it for a moment. I was pumped up and fired up, and now I'm back to square one, hating on myself, not believing in myself, not trusting myself, don't have confidence and courage to move forward in my life. What happened? You can't let your mindset go for a moment. People say, oh, I'm not going, no, I already heard that speaker, or I'm not getting on that conference call, or that prayer line, or that this and that and the other. You know what's going to happen? Just like if you don't brush your teeth every day, your mouth going to start stinking, your teeth going to get cavities, and your teeth going to fall out. We brush our teeth every single day for maintenance. So we have to feed our minds every single day for maintenance, to maintain the level of growth that we've reached in our lives. Think about that. If you've gotten to a place in your life where you're positive, you have to maintain that. Every day you wake up and your mind is back to square one. You got to have some things in place to keep that mindset right where it was yesterday so you can build upon that, or every day you're starting back at square one. That's what I see that's missing in the lives of a whole lot of attractive thinkers. The mindset piece, like Shay said. You got to have that mindset piece in place and the mindset maintenance to go along with it. Your business vision, your business mindset, and your health have to grow together simultaneously. You can't focus all on your business and leave your health. You won't even be able to enjoy the fruit of your labor sick. And that mindset is not going to support you being successful in any of those areas if it always goes back to square one in the morning and you're struggling because you don't have mindset tools in place. I want to encourage you, attractive thinker, if any of this is resonating with you, if you now can see more than you've seen before, if you now have clarity and you see things in a better way, I want to encourage you to contact our office at 410, write that down, 410-298-2121. That's 410-298-2121. Leave a message there so we can schedule a 30-minute complimentary consultation for you so that we can cast vision and bring clarity so that you can move forward in your life. I also want to make an offer to all of the life leveragers watching us today. All of the Attractive Thinker programs are now 50% off if you contact our office today. Only today. You know why? Because I want to reward attractive thinkers for taking action. It's one thing to sit at the feet of good men and hear a message and expect shade. You expect shade if you don't take action on what you just heard. This is your defining moment. This is not an ordinary day. You took time out of your day. You could have been doing something else, but you tuned in to the Life Leverage series. So this is your defining moment. Guess what? Your next step is to take action. If you don't take action, then it was just a good message. If you don't take action, then what you heard doesn't take root, and you don't see fruit. Think about that. If it doesn't take root, you won't see fruit. Attractive thinkers, again, this is Dr. Tony Hatton, your business vision expert, supporting new and aspiring entrepreneurs and shifting their perception so that they can create a new reality. Contact our office at 410-298-2121. Visit our website at www.theattractivethinker.guru, and that's .guru. Back to you, Shay.
It doesn't matter what side you're on. I just like to joke and play. Thank you so much, by the way. I like the analogy of the tree and just thinking you can sit in the shade, and that's going to take care of everything. And that's not the case, is it?
All of the literature and everything, and we go home full. Man, I had a great time. That was a wonderful conference, and now I'm stuck. I don't even know how to implement, or I don't have the courage to implement what I do know. So where's the fruit? If you don't implement what you know, you won't grow.
And how did you get started yourself in this this speaking arena, if you will? this training arena. Where's that passion come from?
Well, Shay, I had to recognize that I was born with this gift. See, I used to think that because of the journey that I went through with my son and him losing his vision, that my vision was developed as a result of that. It was not. I was born with the gift. See, we come with gifts. I was born with the gift of vision, and God gave me my son to show me how. That's why I say you have to go back in your life and look at the experiences. That it's a unique path. You went a unique way for a reason. And if you're strategic about your life, you will find something and make it worthy, make it worth it.
You'll find something and make it worthy. Is that correct? Okay. So with that being said, life, what do you call them? Life leveragers? Oh, life leveragers. I love it. Life leveragers. Stay tuned. The best is still yet. Okay, it's no offense, Tony. It's no offense. Dr. Hatton, no offense. The best is still yet to come. The best is still yet to come. With that being said, stay tuned. We're going to broadcast and bring in our next person. Thank you so much for the time you've been here. Thank you. Oh, I know. We'll see her. You'll see her in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Dr. Hatton is amazing. And maybe she'll come back again with a very special broadcast. I'm gonna wait to see what comes up. Who knows what goodies she may have left us with. I can't wait. Thank you so much. All right, with that being said, I want to let you know in just the next moment, we're bringing up the next presenter. It's going to be amazing. Life leverage is really a lot of fun. I mean, oftentimes I get to talk about business. And I like talking about business. I love talking about sales as the sales cardiologist. I love talking about that. But nothing is more special than seeing folks change their mindset, change their life, and really make a difference in the world. And you've heard this before. Change yourself, change the world. That's right. Change yourself, change the world. With that being said, I'll be right back in a moment with the next presenter.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Denise Dennis. I'm known as the Side Business Strategist. And what I do is help entrepreneurs grow a business on the side while they continue to maintain their full-time job. And I've been doing this successfully for quite a while, but it's not the it's not something that comes easily to everyone. I think the biggest challenge a lot of people face is trying to balance that time. How do you find the time for that side business? And what I want to tell you, if you're considering starting a business on the side, or if you're trying to grow a business on the side, the main thing that you need to remember is to start with the end in mind. And that's really the lesson that I've learned in my own experiences. I've been doing coaching, training, teaching for over 20 years and doing it very successfully. And I've had this current business, Prepared Mind Coaching, for several years and run that successfully. But it's not my first business. My first business was also a side business. And I had this several years ago when I first started as a professor. I'm a professor of psychology, and I would have people come up to me and say, could you speak to my organization on this or that? My area was leadership and organizational behavior. So I would go into organizations and talk, and I would do a lot of speaking for free. And after a while, I was thinking, well, why am I doing this for free? I should probably do this for money. And so I started doing it and earning some income from that. And I developed a whole coaching and training business focused on leadership development. And I would go, as I was doing these workshops, people would say that was a great workshop on conflict resolution or leadership or communication, but how does that relate to my specific situation? Can you come talk to me about that? And from that, the coaching developed as I started talking with people one-on-one. And I did that for quite some time, and I enjoyed the leadership coaching and the leadership training, and I earned additional education on coaching. But what I found was that over time, the business was starting to grow, which is, you think, yeah, that's great, but it was growing kind of fast. And in the meantime, I still had this full-time job. So now here I am trying to balance a full-time job, this business on the side that I just kind of grew out of nowhere.
Mike,
And I
there it is.
realized, I don't
Testing
know
one,
what I'm
two.
doing. I don't know where I'm headed with this. And it became very stressful after a while, particularly the time piece of where do I direct my energy? Where do I direct my time? What is going to happen as this business continues to grow and grow and grow and grow? And I realized that I had created a dilemma for myself. At no point had I really sat down and thought about where do I want this business to go. I did not remember to start with the end in mind. And so at that point, since I was at this sort of decision point where I had to decide, do I let the side business continue to grow and be my primary income, or do I scale it way back? Do I just focus on my primary job? And I decided at that time that I needed to focus on the primary job, so I ended up closing that side business. And it was a tough lesson to realize that I had developed a business that was growing in a sense out of control without really thinking it through. But it was an important lesson. And I think as a result of that experience, I'm really able to help my clients now really understand what it takes to have a full-time job and grow a business on the side. That it really does involve, as I said, starting with the end in mind. So now that I have my new business, Prepared Mind Coaching, the three things that I find are most important, both for my own business and for any other new entrepreneur, is to have a purpose, to have a plan, and to have a partner. When I say you need to start with a purpose, I mean that you need to start with a clear vision of what it is that you want to do with your business. What I do with my clients, one of the first things I have them do is do a vision board. And the reason you want to have a vision board, the reason you want to be clear on your vision, whether you use a vision board or not, is that you need to be clear on where you're headed. So I'll ask my side business owners, what do you see for that side business? Do you see it staying forever as a side business? Do you always want it to be small? Or do you want that side business to replace your revenue? So with one of my clients, who's in one of my group coaching programs, she likes the idea of her business being and staying small. She bakes cookies, delicious cookies, I've had them, and that's her side business. And she takes orders, she will ship them out, she will do festivals and fairs, and she likes the business the size that it is. She doesn't want to be huge. She's not trying to be the next Mrs. Fields, because she doesn't want to be in the kitchen cooking all the time, baking all the time. She likes the idea of doing these small batches. And so her vision, her purpose with her business is for it to always stay small. Whereas I have other clients who want that side business to eventually replace their current primary revenue source. And so for them, they need to think through what their exit strategy is for that full-time job. Not that they're necessarily going to quit when they reach that number, but at least you have it in mind. And so again, for this first step, it's about clarifying that purpose or vision. And as I mentioned, I use vision boards a lot with my clients. I have my clients begin by thinking about a period of time. Let's say it's the next 6 months, let's say it's the next year, let's say it's the next 5 years. And then thinking through, how do you see yourself at the end of that period? So at the end of this year, what kind of career are you going to have? What is that business, the side or the full-time position going to look like? What is your relationship status? Where are you living? How is your health? What are you doing for fun? And thinking through all of those sort of big picture questions and identifying where you want to be. Once you have all that in mind, now, that's when you get out the old magazines and the glue stick and the scissors and you put together that vision board. And this is my vision board behind me of my vision for my future. Now, vision boards are not magic. So I always remind people, if they were magic, we'd all be millionaires because we'd cut out a stack of money, throw it up there, and we'd all be rich. But vision boards are a great constant visual reminder of where you want to go. So that first step, again, is to clarify what is your purpose. The next step is to clarify your plan. Now that you know where you want to go, how are you going to get there? And this is more than just simply coming up with a business plan. Your plan is really thinking through, what are your goals for your business? I talk a lot with my clients about setting SMART goals. It's not a new concept, but it's one that I think we need to be reminded of again and again. SMART stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So what does that mean for setting goals? You want to set goals that are as specific as possible. If we're talking about weight loss, you don't say, I want to lose weight. You say, I want to lose 20 pounds in 2 dress sizes. So be as specific as possible. You want your goals to be measurable. So again, measurable, if I say I want to lose 20 pounds, I can measure that every time I get on the scale, and that lets me know how I'm doing. You want your goals to be attainable. So attainable means that if you were to try, would you actually be able to accomplish it? So maybe you don't say, I want to lose 20 pounds in the next 2 weeks. That's not realistic. A lot of weight loss organizations and science tells us that a healthy rate of weight loss is 1 to 2 pounds a week. So you set a goal that's in that range. You need your goal to be relevant. So relevant means, is it important to you? Is it a goal that you're setting for yourself, or did somebody else say that you need to pursue that goal? And then it needs to be time bound. What's the deadline for that goal? So that was an example of a weight loss goal. Yes, I want to lose 20 pounds in the next 20 weeks. That would be something feasible. It's realistic, it's measurable, it's time bound. But you do the same thing with the goals you set for your side business. How many people do you want to add to your email list in the next 30 days? How many public speaking opportunities do you want to pursue in the next month? Make those really specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound goals. You'll be much more likely to accomplish them. So set those goals, and then also, obviously, figure out, well, how am I going to achieve those goals? So break it down into some action steps, into some tasks, and again, assign deadlines for when you want to accomplish them. Everything that I'm talking about now in terms of thinking through this plan, I've actually written about in a report I want to give you called the Side Business Success Plan. And if you would like a copy of that, just simply go to sidebusinessplan.com and you can get a free copy of that report, which covers most of the things I'm talking about with you today. So again, I was talking about creating actions. One of the challenges with coming up with a goal and having an action plan is that it means that we have to behave differently. We have to develop new habits. So how do we create new habits? Well, one of the ways to create new habits is to do three things. You need to be clear about your intention, you need to be clear about your environment, and you need to be clear about your effort. When I say you need to be clear about your intention really is that SMART goal that we just set. So using an example for a side business, let's say that you need to build your list, do more marketing, get out there more, and so you want to do more networking. So one of your intentions might be that you're going to go out and attend 3 networking events a week, and at each one you want to talk to a minimum of 10 people. So that's your intention. And if you set a SMART goal, that intention's already laid out for you. The next thing you want to do is see what can you do in your environment to support that intention. So in this case, if we're talking about networking and developing that as a new habit, maybe that means you download an app like meetup.com or some other app that lets you know what's going on around town. So that anytime you want to attend a networking event, you have no excuse because there's a list that's going to pop up on your phone. Maybe that means that you take your calendar and you block out specific times for when you are going to network so that you know Wednesdays at 7 p.m. you're going to be someplace networking. You don't know where yet, but you know you're going to be someplace. Also, in terms of environment, you may want to do one of the things that I do, which is to put business card holders in any bag that I think I might take with me. So I own probably at least 10 business card holders, and I make sure I keep them fully stocked with cards. And again, I just leave them in any briefcase, bag, coat pocket I might take with me when I'm leaving the house, so that I have no excuse. I have everything I need to go out and network. That again is all part of setting up that environment that supports that intention. And then the third part of setting up new habits is effort. And effort just means putting forth that energy to actually act on that intention. And understandably, that's the most challenging piece. But it's deciding that, you know, maybe I don't feel like networking today, but I've committed to leaving my house 3 times a week to go to these functions, and I'm going to get in the car and go whether I want to or not. It's that expending that effort to accomplish that goal that you said that you want to accomplish to have the success that you want to have. So that's another part of setting up the plan. The plan also needs to focus on overcoming any potential obstacles. So potential obstacles could be in our minds. Sometimes our obstacles are the limiting beliefs that we create for ourselves. So maybe your limiting belief might be related to that vision for your side business. Maybe your limiting belief is that you don't think it could grow to where you want it to grow. And that maybe it's really about the fear that you have about where that side business could be, and that you talk about how you want to have a side business, but there's some small part of you that's like, what if I really were 100% in charge of what's going on in this business? Uh-oh, what next? And sometimes that holds us back. So in what ways are you being your own obstacle? In what ways are your own limiting beliefs about money holding you back? Do you view money as something that is evil, or something that you only comes through deception, that it's that money is somehow dirty? These come from our past experiences. that if the only way that you made money was by trying to trick somebody into the sale rather than showing them this is what I have to offer, this is how I can best serve you, and if they want to work with you, great. So again, those limiting beliefs can sometimes get in our way, and we need to work on overcoming them. But then sometimes obstacles are actual real-world obstacles. So I shared with some of the members of my group that one obstacle I faced recently was fog, which sounds kind of silly, but I was stuck in an airport and I needed to get back home, and the fog led to delay after delay after delay, and I was just stuck in the airport, and it was getting later and later, missed my connection, just an awful mess. So that's a real world obstacle that obviously I have no control over. So I could sulk, I could cry, or I could do what I did, which was write some blog entries, make some phone calls, uh, do some work on my website, get some writing done. So how do you handle obstacles? That's a key piece of your plan, of planning for overcoming the obstacles which we all face. Another thing that you need to consider is in addition to creating new habits, in addition to overcoming obstacles, we also need to think about ways of overcoming old habits that we might have. So an old habit might be procrastination. Are you the type of person that kind of sits and lets everything else get in the way? Do you walk in the house, turn the television on, and then all of a sudden you're mesmerized by the television, and you know you have things that you need to work on, but you just are going to watch one more episode of whatever it is that's coming on? We think about one way to deal with overcoming these old bad habits is to think about what could you do instead. So not just I'm going to stop procrastinating, because that's too simplistic to say I'm just going to stop doing that bad habit. Instead, we need to think about what can I do differently when I'm faced with that bad habit. So if I know I get caught up by the television the second I walk in the door, what can I do instead of turning on the television? Maybe just turning on the radio. Maybe that slight shift from, instead of having the TV blaring, you have the music playing, that then allows you to do some different things. You're not mesmerized sitting in front of the television. Maybe a bad habit you have is overcommitting. So you are constantly saying, oh yes, I can do that. Yes, I can take this on. Yes, I can take this on. It's about not just saying I'm no longer going to overcommit, but what are you going to say instead the next time someone asks you to do something? And sometimes that just means you learn to say no with no explanation, which is fine, but you need to be prepared to do that. And that one habit right there is really key if you're interested in growing your side business. You have to control your time. And we all have the same 24 hours in a day. We all have the same 168 hours in a week. So how are you going to use that time to make sure that you're devoting time to your full-time job and your responsibilities there, but still leaving time for that side business? And part of that means learning that we can't say yes to everything that comes our way, because we literally just don't have time to do it. So that's an important habit for you to develop as well. And then the third piece is the partner. I always, as a coach, obviously, I'm going to encourage you to have some sort of accountability partner as you work to grow your side business. Now, that can mean that you have a friend that you talk to, or that goes with you to the gym, if we go back to that example. So if you think about New Year's, people make their New Year's resolutions. They say that they're going to lose that weight. They're going to go to the gym every day. You go to the gym in January, it is packed, but by about February, it's a ghost town again. And often that's because people don't have a partner to hold them accountable. But if you had somebody that you could say, I'm going to the gym 3 times this week, and they're going, you know that you're going to talk to them at the end of the week and let them know how many times you went to the gym, you're much more likely to go. Even better if they go to the gym with you, but at least if you got to talk to them, you're more likely to do it. The same thing works with business. So as a business owner, a side business owner, because it can be a very lonely process, it's helpful to have somebody to say, I'm going to those 3 networking events a week, or someone who you can bounce ideas off of and say, you know, I have these different marketing opportunities. I'm trying to figure out where to best spend my dollars, or how does this presentation sound, or how does this outfit look? All of those things are important, and it's good to have a partner to bounce those ideas off of. So part of that having a partner, again, is to help you stay motivated. Now, you can stay motivated on your own, and again, I'm not necessarily saying that everybody should run out and necessarily hire a coach, although I'm obviously pro coach, but it's about figuring out how you're going to stay motivated, whether that means reading autobiographies and biographies of famous people who've already done what you did, reading about reading business books, reading books outside of your immediate field, so just expand your knowledge. That helps keep you motivated. Paying attention to your vision board helps keep you motivated. All this is related to each other. But even so, even with all that, I still come back to saying that coaching is so very important for reaching that goal. And I'm saying that based on my own research. Several years ago, my colleagues and I published a well-cited article that showed that when you add coaching to any training situation, you can increase productivity by approximately 84%, which is, it sounds unbelievable, but that's what we found. That is how valuable coaching is. Now, if you're going to pursue coaching, I highly recommend you look for someone who has experience as a coach, someone who has had some training as a coach, because coaching is a field in and of itself, and it's so vitally important to have that training. But as I said, what I do as a side business owner and side business coach is help entrepreneurs learn how to grow and balance their side business while they continue to work their full-time job. I do that by helping entrepreneurs develop clarify their purpose, to develop a plan, as well as identify a partner in their success. And that is what I want for you. I want you really to start with the end in mind, because when you start with the end in mind, you're able to maximize your success on the side. I'm Dr. Denise Dennis, the Side Business Strategist. My business is Prepared Mind Coaching, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today. Thanks.
I'd like to take the time out to thank the Life Leverage producers for allowing me to be a part of the Life Leverage cast. I'd like to thank them for allowing me to tell my story to empower that single mom out there who thinks they're not going to make it. Do you oftentimes have self-doubt, wondering if you're going to make it? Well, that was me 14 years ago. God had given me a gift at the time when I should have been just finishing college, working that dream career. You see, life sometimes can throw you a curve, and the plans that you think you have for yourself God has something totally different. You see, I started seeking affirmation from people after I found out that God had given me a gift. I went to a friend of mine and I explained to her my situation. But the thing is, when I went to her, she also had something she had to tell me. God had given her a gift at the same time as well. But I went to her, but I didn't get the answer that I was quite looking for. You see, because she was okay with the situation that she was in. She was confident. I didn't have that same feeling at that time. Actually, I think I was more, I had more shame. I was ashamed of myself. Um, I had fear about what was going to happen. And when I said what was going to happen, meaning that I didn't know what I wanted to do, didn't know what to do really, because I'd never been in that situation. I've heard of people um, being in the situation that I was in, but you see, it wasn't supposed to happen to me. And I don't know why I thought I was so different from everybody else that was out here. I thought I was irrelevant, I guess. Um, so then I went to my sister, and like, you know, with your sister, she's always gonna have your back. So I was like, oh, let me go to my sister, explain to her. I'm like, listen, God has given me a gift. I don't know what to do. I'm coming to you as my sister, knowing I'm gonna get some great advice. And her advice to me was, whatever you decide, I will support you. Honestly, that's a great answer, but that still wasn't the answer I was looking for. And to be honest, I don't really know what type of answer I was looking for. It's like I was looking for some magic potion that could fix it real fast and make everything okay. But it wasn't the case. And I hadn't talked to my mom, and of course I hadn't talked to my child's father about the situation. I think I was just, the situation was a surprise, you know, something that's is unplanned. Um, and that's when the embarrassment set in. And like I said, the guilt, you feel so much guilt on my end as the woman. Um, so I went to my doctor, finally went to my doctor, and she sat me down and she had a conversation with me to let me know that the situation, the gift that God had given me, that it was okay. You know, it wasn't like I was a teenager. It wasn't like I was 13, 14, hadn't finished school. Um, I was no longer that kid anymore. I was a young woman, so I had to put my big girl panties on. And she told me, she was giving me confirmation that it was all right. But it wasn't, again, it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Um, even though, I mean, there were lots of options. Like, I contemplated lots of things. And after I thought about them, honestly, none of them were good options. Um, Adoption for me wasn't a good option because I couldn't see myself carrying my child for 9 months and then handing it over to some random stranger. Abortion just wasn't an option. So honestly, I really did had to put my big girl panties on and make a decision on keeping my gift and and making the best of it. And even I just couldn't see how I was going to provide for this life. I couldn't figure out how I was going to provide shoes, clothes, formula. Like, how was all this going to get done? All these years I've only been providing basically for myself. And now I was going to have to provide for a little life that was going to come into the world. And I had to provide all the necessary things for for that child. Um, I think I went through so many emotions. Maybe I don't want to say depression, but you just feel lost. You just feel like you don't know where to go, where to turn, who to talk to. And for me, Like I said, I've talked to my doctor, I've talked to my sister, I've talked to my best friend, um, and then I had to get the guts, the nerve to talk to my mom because of the simple fact that that's a hard, well, for me, I can't speak for anybody else. That was a hard conversation to bring up because oftentimes now that I'm a parent, um, I understand that we have like goals and dreams that you want your kid to achieve or you would like for them to achieve. And so I'm quite sure they had goals and dreams for me that they wanted me to achieve. And I just felt like if I told my mom about the situation, um, it was going to be a big disappointment. So I think I had that on my mind. I think it was like I had a lot of worry and a lot of stress. And I carried this secret around. I felt like it was a secret. And I carried it around for as long as I could. And then I noticed my body started to change. So I had to eventually have this conversation with my mother. So finally, one day, I got the nerve up to tell my mom about the situation. And to my surprise, um, she was very open and, she talked to me and, she just let me know that everything was going to be okay. But it took, I think, it still took some time for me to come to grips that I was going to have a child. Somebody who didn't ask to come here, who didn't ask to come in the situation of, coming into a single parent household. Um, I just could not bring myself to uh, accept it. Um, but I got through it. To be honest, when I think back and I look back over my life, I actually got through it. I gave birth to a healthy 8-pound girl, and she's now 14. We do some amazing things together. I wouldn't change it for anything. I would not. Um, she keeps me very busy. Any parent knows that you don't even have to be a single parent to know that children keep you very busy. But I wouldn't do it any other way. Wouldn't have it any other way. We do some amazing things together. We go out. We built a business and a brand together, in which I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of her. She's working on publishing her first book. Um, she's even helped me launch my dream and my vision. So I'm going to be right behind her, empowering single moms out there. And we're working together as a duo, mother-daughter duo, us two. And when I think back to the beginning of how my journey started, it didn't start off good. But now I look back over my life and all I can say to myself is that I've done an amazing job. Amazing job. But I could not have done it without the help of family, like my mom, my dad, and just close family and friends that have the best interests of myself and my child. Um, so getting back to those points, you have to stop seeking affirmation from people. You have to believe in yourself that you can do it. And unwrap that gift that God has given you, because I'm not saying to go out here and have a child um, solo. But whatever your gift is that God has given you, take that time to um, unwrap it. Stop doubting yourself. If He gave it to you, then it must be something that He wants you to have. And He believes that you can do it. So believe that you can. Believe that you can do it. It's possible. Change the impossible to possible. Um, get out here and just show people your gift. I mean, rather you're supposed to be out here in community service, you're supposed to be out here speaking to people, helping the youth. Get out here and just show your gift. I wouldn't have it any other way. So right now, if you're trying to figure out how to unwrap your gift, how you're going to get through it, Um, you can I'll be having some coaching sessions and some workshops coming up really soon. Kennedy and I, the mother daughter duo. Um, you can contact me at lisaarm01@yahoo.com. You can find me on Facebook at Lisa Armstrong. You can also find me on Instagram at lisaarm814. And that's it.
Hi, I am Ms. Myra Smith Fry, and I bring you greetings from the porch in East Texas, Marshall, Texas specifically. You have linked in to the Life Leverage Series episode. I am, again, Ms. Myra Smith Fry, and I am special. Okay, I hear it. I can almost see it. You're like, what is she talking about special? Well, special means that you are unique and you have differences that have value and worth. And once you learn how to put those unique differences to work, then you and everybody else can benefit from them. Kind of like Ms. Keisha Williams, our executive producer. She had a different thought about an episode. It's now called Life Leverage. She leveraged her life, and we're leveraging our life, and we're allowing you to leverage yours too. Yes, I'm just a real person with a real situation, wanted to share it so that you can know if I can do it, you can do it. Yes. And so, again, Mr. Keisha Williams, thank you for stepping out and living an I am special kind of life, realizing that you had value and worth. You put it to work, and now you're benefiting from it, me and others too. And thank you for those Google Hangouts where we got to meet awesome hosts, Dr. Tony Hatton and Mr. Franz Conde. You all are such genuine people. I love you. I thank you for making me, as I'm stepping out of my comfort zone, making it a lot easier and so much fun. So back to you all. I'm so excited that you're linked in. We're in the 21st century. You're no longer tuning in. But I'm more excited and I'm applauding you because you chose to stay. Thank you very much. Now you may not know what you got the definition now, okay? Special. You got that. You wrote it down. And those of you, because you might get a little thirsty during this, so I want to invite you to do what I invite the ones who meet me on the porch each and every Sunday night for the I Am Special Sunday Night Inspirational Call to do. Get yourself a mason jar full of water, lemonade, or tea and come along this learning journey with me. Why a mason jar, you say? Well, all of us from rural America and the South know that everything tastes better out of a mason jar. So why not wisdom? And in terms of me coming to really believe that I am special, I also had to learn to embrace the fact that although I am classy and sassy, but I'm country too. Yes, I'm cultured country, but that's another show to do. But what that means is that I am from rural America. I do talk with a distinct sound. And, we do things a little bit slower and all of that, but we still have much to offer. And I'm excited about it that I can embrace that now. And I can truly say that I am special. And before we're through today, you're going to say that you are special. And the great thing about that is that you don't just say you're special just because. No, what goes with that is accountability and responsibility because you want to move from just knowing you're special to showing that special people do special things. I don't know at the time when you see this episode if the book that I've written will be out, but it's entitled Mason Jar Wisdom, 5 nuggets of wisdom that take you from knowing you are special to showing that special people do special things. The ultimate purpose of the book is to get you to know that special people do special things and that leads you to live an I am special life. But you can't keep waiting to start. You can't keep waiting to continue. You have to do it now and talk later. So that's something else I want you to get out of this conversation we have today. There's some questions I have for you. Do you know that you're special? Are you doing special things? Have you lost sight of your dream? Do you feel like what you put in is giving you, your work effort, if it's giving you the outcome or the profit that you would think it would? Are you making successes, or are you achieving successes and you're still feeling unfulfilled and you're worried about your legacy? Well, if that's you, you're on the right place tonight. You were meant to be on the porch tonight. You were meant to be linked into this Life Leverage series. Because after tonight, you will have been educated and motivated and inspired to keep going, to never give up, to never give in, and to know that you have to reach down inside of you to feel better and to start to do the things you were meant to do. In other words, you have to get to the point that you can say to yourself, I am special. I do special things. I am living an I am special kind of life, and I'm doing it now and talking later. So I want you to hashtag that, because that do it now and talk later, and the and is spelled out, is most important. Does no good to believe good about yourself. Does no good to do things, and you don't do them with a sense of urgency. Yes, so we're talking about me being special. You wondering why what does that mean? And doesn't she know my circumstances? The bills not being paid, not being promoted, struggling in school, wherever you are. Even I'm accomplishing something and I still don't feel good. Still not getting paid like I should. Whatever your situation is, you think I've never encountered any of it. You think I've always had it easy. You think I was always popular. Well, I have to tell you, you'd be wrong. So, just so you know, I'm not the most wealthiest or richest financially. I'm not the most intelligent. And I'm probably not even the most likely person to be on this platform. But what I am is determined to let you know that I've learned and want you to learn that life doesn't require you to be all of that. It just requires you to be willing. So I want you to be willing to believe you're special, do some special things, and live an I am special life, and do it now and talk later. So let's get to these nuggets of wisdom. Nugget number one, you have to make a choice to believe and say to yourself, I am special. People are going to often tell you that you're not. They're going to remind you of things in your control and out of your control that they feel that takes you out of this category before you even begin to think to put yourself in that category. But what you have to do is not to accept the opinion of anybody else, because that's the specialness that's inside of you. You were born with that. You were born that way. So all my life, when people were telling me, hey, you were born into a single parent household and raised by your mom and your grandparents, your maternal grandparents. And that didn't make me feel good, and some of the other things they said were even worse. But I had to choose to believe that I am special. Yes. And then I had to do some things. See, I had dreams. Some of the dreams I did do what I had to do to try to at least accomplish them, and some of them by my choice or other people's choices I didn't do. And if you fail to take the gifts and understand that you have value and it adds to this world, and that you have to discover your purpose and accomplish them during your lifetime, then your dream becomes a nightmare. Wanted to be a dancer like Debbie Allen. Mother, by the time I got grown, because she was all for me doing the dance stuff while I was young. But by the time I got grown and was going to college and wanted to major in dance, she told me I had to do the practical. So she squashed that dream. And I wasn't comfortable enough to go out on my own and try to, go ahead and still fulfill that dream without her support. But God allowed me a second chance when a few years ago I met my mentor, Mr. T. Wayne Gatewood, better known as the Builder, who helped me to take activities I was doing with young ladies teaching them dance steps and life steps and turn it into a full-fledged workshop. Y'all, he did that in 2.5 hours in my trip from Houston to Marshall, and it takes way longer than that. But I promise you, I don't remember speeding. But he helped me to build a workshop in 2 hours, build it in 1 month, and I was actually initiating it and executing it the next month. Yes. So I, at that point, was able to revamp my dream, to modify it and take my love of dance, my love of teaching, and fuse those two together. And it became known as moving into the rhythm of your life. It started out as just one simple math, the math and science of dance. It was a STEM workshop that incorporated life skills and, you know, personal development skills. And then it turned into an entire workshop and a series under an educational system known as Discovering Your Life with a Facilitator. So thanks to Mr. T. Wayne dreaming and then doing, you know, with his T. Wayne the Builder Incorporated, transforming your child's life with a builder, and the math and science of carpentry. See, that helped me to do what I needed to do. And that's what we all are meant to do. When we dream and do, it helps somebody else to dream and do. It's like a dance contagion that says one person does it, next person, and when it gets to the end, it comes back again. And so you've got to know that you were meant to dream and then do. And then you have the third nugget of wisdom: pursue it until you do it. Well, some people, and often they like to call me determined. You know, sometimes they say you're like the Energizer Bunny. You just keep going and going and going. And that does not mean that life has not given me my share of ups and downs. I've already shared about, you know, somebody hurting my feelings to the core when I was going to try out for the dance routine. But I also had the situation with work where I've been there 14 years and I'm told I'm worthless. When I used to help that person do their work, they turned around and told me I didn't know how to do my job and nobody else's job. And so therefore I didn't need a job. So I got terminated. And so to again about, you know, taking the first step, the next step, any step, that almost paralyzed me. And but thank goodness I was about to go apply for a similar job, but somebody at that place, they saw in me what the other job should have seen. They offered me the next position up. So that helped me to take that next step. And so, but I almost didn't, because I'm like, what if I get over there and they feel I'm as worthless as that person did? Because sometimes, if you're not careful, you start to accept the opinion of who you are and what you're capable of doing of someone else and not yourself. So you do have to first of all make the choice to believe that you're special, and do things like this to keep believing that. You know, you're going to have to do some personal development. You're going to need a mentor. You're going to need a coach. Yes. And then you have to choose to dream and then do. And you can't just want to do something. You just can't think about doing something. But you got to do something. And you can't keep putting it off. You got to do it now and talk later. And as you're doing all of that, of course, as you're striving towards your dreams and your goals and your destiny, of course, life's going to happen. Chaos is going to break out. You know, heartbreak is going to come. But you can't allow that to make you doubt yourself, want to give up, make you wish you never started. You've got to pursue it until you do it. All right? That is big. Pursue it until you do it. Now, there's two other nuggets, but I'm not going to share that with you tonight. But I want you to be aware that all of them lead you closer to living an I am special kind of life and doing it now and talking later. That's the ultimate goal. So, also, next, we want you to know that you are in the right place again. I just want to remind you that you're in the right place. You know, did you answer those questions? You know, you realize that I've had some circumstances similar and or worse than yours, that I still made the effort to do what I needed to do. And so regardless of whether you are an executive, regardless of whether you are a mother wanting to transition back to working, to whether or not you don't even know what playing field you're supposed to play on. Wherever you are. See, the key is to be willing to implement. That's the type of people I want to serve and work with. That's the type of person I want you to become, because I know that failure to implement is going to ultimately lead to nothing but failure, and that's failure to even try. See, you don't be afraid to take that step. It's a misstep and you might fail because you can't fail your way to success. Look at me. And if you don't really take much stock in me yet, well, look at Michael Jordan, Lucille Ball, Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Hey, I know you've heard of those, at least one or two of those. And there's a host of others too. So you can fail your way to success, but you have to be willing to take a step. You have to be willing to do something and do the right something. But even if you do the wrong something, that's okay because you have a chance to stop, drop, and breathe, realize it's not the end of the world, and take another step. Now, I want to be able to show my appreciation to everybody that was linked in today. Yes, I do. So I want to offer you a free, no cost give back. That's right. I, I, I want to be able to give to you uh, in a document form the 5 nuggets of Mason Jar wisdom along with the explanation. So if you text me 903 407 8796, I am special, I will send that to you. And for those of you that text me, do it now and talk later, I will offer you either an excerpt if the book has not come out, a free excerpt from the book Mason Jar Wisdom, the 5 nuggets of wisdom that take you from knowing you're special to showing that you're special. And you will also get the 5 nuggets of wisdom, and then I will also add in a resource guide as to some of the personal development options and resources that I've been able to take advantage of. And now, for those of you that text me, not only text me with the subject, well, no, I take that back. I need to tell you, I have an upcoming personal coaching and project management program I'm launching. I'm so excited about this. I have an awesome person by the name of Star Babatoon. She's amazing in so many efforts, but if you ever have a option or the chance to listen to her Star Points Illuminate Your Life CD, you want to get that. You want to grab it. It's worth it. It really does some awesome, awesome, inspirational, motivational things. I didn't want to say things. Mr. Wallen, hope you're not out there. She'll make me start over. But, yeah, that was my 10th grade English teacher, by the way. Yeah, so I'm about to launch a program. It's going to be a free teleconference that will be held on the porch. And it's called Do It Now and Talk Later. 3 tips to getting your butt or getting off your butt to find purpose, fulfillment, and make a profit. Let me say that again. Do it now and talk later. 3 tips to getting off your butt to find purpose, fulfillment, and to make a profit. So if you're really serious and you really got something out of today, I want you to connect with me at getting off your butt. And butt is with 2 T's, by the way. And then not only will you get the excerpt, not only will you get the document, but you will have the opportunity to be on this call, and you will have the opportunity to not only learn how to take the first step, the next step, but ultimately the right step, somebody to hold you accountable, somebody to just help you, stay on target, to get on target. Well, that's coming soon. But those that text me, getting off your butt with 2 T's, then I will send you that information to be invited to the call. The slots are few, but you'll find all about that on that call. But tonight, I want to make sure that you walk away knowing that you are special. So I need you to hashtag I am special. I need you to hashtag do it now and talk later. See, I really want you to live an I am special kind of life. I am Ms. Myra Smith Fry, and I am the facilitator. But what you will learn about me is I'm fun, I'm sociable, but I like to get it done. And thanks to Big Mama for saying do it now and talk later, I've been able to put all these principles together And it's come to be known as Mason Jar Wisdom. Yes, you can hear it at no cost for free each and every Sunday night on the porch. That's 712-432-6100. Access code 3502-8508. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. Everybody else, find it out. So I'm grateful again to have been on this episode. I thank you. Live your I am special kind of life. Good night.
Hello, beautiful people out there. This is Sade Wayadu, the Savvy Life Coach, and I am so excited to be talking to you today on this Life Leverage presentation. And I will be talking about a story called The Journey from Overcoming to Becoming the Savvy Herstory. And I wanted to share with you today about this little girl from Irvington, New Jersey, who had this big dream. She had this big dream of living in another country and learning a new language. And throughout the years, this dream became hidden in her dreams journal. It was hidden. No one knew about these dreams. And the dreams journal is the place where dreams go to die. Well, most dreams go to die. And this little girl, she grew up to become a young woman. And like most people around her, they encouraged her to do three things: graduate from high school, go to college, get a good job. Those were the three things that they encouraged this young girl who had become a young woman to do. This little girl who became this older woman was diligent. She worked really, really hard, and she was destined to follow down that path of graduating from high school, going to college, and getting that good job. She graduated from college. She went to graduate school, one of the top schools in the country. And she finally thought it was time to get that job. She was going to go back to her old neighborhood and teach high school and middle school students. And she was going to further continue and teach other students to continue that cycle of graduating from high school, going to college, and getting a job. However, somewhere in that process, things got a little weird for the little girl who became that young adult. She found that dream journal, she dusted it off, she looked at it, and she opened it and realized her dreams that she had as a little girl. She wanted to see the world, she wanted to learn a new language, and she wanted to broaden her horizons. All those years ago, she had these big dreams that she forgot about. She looked at the journal and she said, "Oh, this is nice. Maybe this will never happen. That was a nice dream." And she closed her dream journal and went on her day. Until one day, a new road was paved for her, and it was in the form of an opportunity to teach in the Republic of Kazakhstan. This young girl thought, "You can't be serious. Do you really want me to go to another place and teach? I knew I said I wanted to travel the world. I knew that I said I wanted to learn a new language, but I thought I would go somewhere like maybe France, Spain, or Italy. Kazakhstan, who, what, when, where, and why? I don't get it. This is not the dream that I originally had." So the little girl, who is now this young adult, paced back and forth, backwards and forward, backwards and forward, until she left her imprint of her footprints on the carpet. This constant motion continued, backwards and forwards and backwards and forward, until she stopped to ask herself, "Why are you so afraid? Why are you paralyzed with fear?" Black girls from Irvington, New Jersey don't pack up their bags and move to Kazakhstan. We don't do that. We go back home after we've finished high school, graduated from college, and we get a job. We don't go and travel the world and do and learn new languages. It's not what we do. We stay home and we'll be safe. And the people around her said, "Stay home and you'll be safe, young girl. You'll be safe. Don't leave." But instead, the little girl went back to her dreams journal. She dusted it off one more time again, and she looked at her dreams and she pondered at what she once wanted. And despite her fear and her tension, she decided to take that journey through that unknown path. There was no guidebook, there was no Facebook friend that could help her at this point, but she was ready and prepared to take that hero's journey. She relied on faith and herself, and that sealed her fate. With her ticket in one hand, the young woman headed to JFK Airport, hugged and kissed her parents goodbye, and headed on a 5,000-mile long journey across 3 continents and several seas. Now, if you haven't figured this out by now, if you haven't guessed it, this story is about me. It was about my journey and the decision to leave everything I knew behind in the United States to move overseas. What was supposed to turn into a 1 year journey turned into a 2 year journey, which turned into a 3 year journey. And by the time I had spent 3 years in this foreign land, being one of the first Black people and maybe some of the last Black person that some of my people have ever seen, their grandparents have ever seen, I knew that it was time to come home. But I was stuck. I had accomplished my big dream. My dream journal was completed. What else was there for me to do? I went to school. I graduated from college. I traveled the world. I got a job as a teacher. I had done all the stuff that I wanted to do and that I was told to do, and I was still completely lost and miserable. What was I supposed to do next? I was stuck. And I took this unknown journey, and now the unknown journey became too familiar to me. So I went back to where I started. I dusted off that dreams journal again, and I noticed that the pages were blank. There were no more dreams for me to accomplish. I could no longer live in the past. The dream journal could no longer help me because the things that were in it were finished. So what did I have to do? I needed to complete and create some new dreams. While on this journey of overcoming to becoming, you sometimes forget that life doesn't stop. Life continued without me. Although I was 5,000 miles away from my family, life didn't stop because Sade wasn't in America. Life did not stop. Some people moved on and some people passed on. And during my journey, while I was away, 2 people who were really close to me passed away. One died 2 months into my journey, and who was a very close college friend. He passed away, and his death reminded me to take the risk and live life to its fullest potential. And I needed to be intentional on my journey. So, on my journey to overcoming my fear of being by myself, moving to a foreign land, I needed to be intentional with my journey. The second death occurred a couple of months before I was going to leave, and it was on March. It was in March, and it reminded me that I needed to move forward and take action. I needed to do more. I needed to become more. I needed to inspire people more. I needed to become savvy. I needed to be the solution to other people's problems. I needed to create my new dreams. So I dusted off that journal and I wrote some new dreams down. I was furious and ferocious and unapologetic about these new dreams. I knew that it was my time. I knew that I had to inspire people. So once I pulled out that worn and torn journal, I created my new dream. And a month before I left, I started Savvy Solutions Consulting with the aim to provide a strategic toolkit for purposeful living. So no longer could I accept unintentional, unpurposeful living. I had to require it and needed to demand it from the people that I was going to be inspiring and be participating with because it's so important on that journey from overcoming to becoming that you are intentional and that you are purposeful in all that you had to do. I didn't know 3 years ago that I would be on this journey to inspiring women, to inspiring people to live bold, beautiful, and confident and clear lives and live the lives that you wanted that were expanded beyond graduating from high school, graduating from college, and getting that good job. I didn't know that I would no longer be a consumer. I was going to become a creator and help people create opportunities and create jobs for themselves. This was not a part of my plan. My plan, like I have been saying, graduate from college, graduate from high school, graduate from college, and get that job. Who knew that I would be creating my own opportunities and helping other women do the same? This, like I said, was not my plan. It was my purpose. It took that little girl over 20 plus years, 20 plus countries, and a lot of plane rides to figure this out. To everyone watching this today who decided to take that road less traveled, understand that it's not easy. It's supposed to be a challenge. We're supposed to be uncomfortable with being comfortable. It's time for us to do something new. It's time for us to accept our greatness and be the wonderful, fearfully, and wonderfully made people that we were born and destined to be. It is time to tell your story. It is time to expand your life and be what you are supposed to be. You won't be given a guidebook on this road less taken. There's no Twitter app or Facebook link that's here to help you. Sometimes we have to figure it out on our own. But understand, when you take the road less traveled, you are supposed to be there. It's the journey that you're supposed to be on. And when you get there and when you finally overcome to become the person that you are supposed to be, understand that you will have an amazing story to tell. And if you're out there and you're thinking, I can't do this, I can't start this new business, I can't be a creator, I'm just a dreamer, I cannot become a doer, don't do it for yourself. Sometimes our dreams are too huge, they're too magnanimous, they are too amazing for us to even contain or even understand how they're going to work. But I am here to tell you, they are here for you. When you start living in your purpose and identifying your dreams and passions, people start coming out of the woodworks to help you. The universe starts to literally conspire to help you. And even if this is too much and this is too overwhelming for you right now to even accept, think about the person, that little girl from Irvington, New Jersey, or that little boy that's from your hometown. Think about them. They don't even know that this dream is even possible. You are what they're waiting for. You are their realized dream. You have to make it happen so they know it's possible. So when you feel like the road is tough, the road is challenging, and I'm not willing to accept my greatness and move on to being great and a powerful, not just a consumer, but a creator in the marketplace, understand that there is someone who is waiting, dying, impatiently excited about what you are about to do because it gives them so much hope for what they need to do. And I'm constantly reminded that when I don't want to do something and we all get discouraged, and when I didn't want to get on that plane to go to Kazakhstan, I told my parents, I said, let's cash in this ticket and we can go back home. And they said, no, it's too late. Know that you need to do it. The process of overcoming to becoming is a challenge, and it's a challenge on purpose, but you need to make it happen, and it'll make you a better person. It'll give you that great, amazing, epic hero story to tell, and it will change your life and the lives of people around you. And I just want you to know that you are amazing. So take that chance, take that risk, take that next opportunity, and see where it goes because you never know how your life is going to turn out. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Good, better, best, we can't let it rest until our good is our better and our better is our best. This is Ed Womack, the Life Transformer, and I am so delighted today to be able to join the Life Leverage series and share with you just a few nuggets over the next couple of minutes about how this guy here, Ed Womack, the Life Transformer, was able to take that first step, even though I couldn't see the entire staircase. When I attempted to bring myself, with the help of God and a number of others, back from broken. You see, during my journey, I had pretty much made some decisions that left me broke, busted, disgusted, outraged, frustrated. I don't know, maybe somebody sitting out there today that can relate to the depths of depression, the pits of frustration, and we're wondering, where do I go from here? How do I possibly lift myself out of this particular situation that I'm sitting in? How do I go out and pursue that new career, that new business, that new relationship? I'm broken, I'm busted. If that's your story, sit tight, strap in, and enjoy the journey, because I'm a living witness that it is possible. No matter where you might find yourself today, I am guaranteeing you, and you heard it right here, that you don't have to stay stuck where you might be. And regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the noise in your ear, regardless of the self-doubt, the shame, the guilt. You see, I traveled that path. I've been there. I've experienced the very depths of hell. I stood on the step of hell and peeked in and saw that little red, horny dude bouncing around. But the Creator, the ultimate one, the awesome one, saw fit to leave me here on this planet to share this message with you, that you too can be happy, joyous, and freed, and you can come back from broken. You see, as I have traveled this path, I have come to understand that I was down, but ooh, baby, I wasn't out. And here's what it took. It took a couple of very determined days. It took a lot of self-introspection. It took a lot of truth and honesty with myself. You see, I could very easily stand here before you today and say that it was everybody else's fault. It was all the circumstances around me that caused me to experience the things that I did. I could very easily stand here and tell you that I wasn't even there. But the reality is this. I came to a moment of clarity where I was able to say for myself, to myself, the devil is a liar. I had to free myself, you see. And one of the things that I oftentimes share with my clients and also with the audiences that I'm afforded the opportunity to speak to is we've got to learn how to free ourselves from ourselves. Now, everybody's story may not be that of mine. You see, I was a individual who actually went through some pretty traumatic things as a kid, and something that a lot of guys really won't share with you. I was a victim of sexual abuse, and that sexual abuse caused me to go into such a deep funk, into a mode of running, into a mode of trying to escape, into a mode of trying to alleviate myself from the stigmas, the stereotypes, the things that people might say. But what I stand before you today here is to tell you is this: there is hope, and you can come back from broken. You see, once you learn how to free yourself from yourself, once you get ready to suppress that guilt, that shame, that self-doubt, once you get rid of the naysayers that are in your ear, and you have that moment of clarity of not only who you are, but whose you are, you're on your path back to whatever level of restoration, whatever level of elevation that you might need, that you might want, that you might have come to the final understanding, as I have come to, that I'm destined to do something pretty awesome. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to be an entertainer. It doesn't mean that you've got to be an all-star athlete. It doesn't mean that you've got to even make multi-millions of dollars. It would be nice though, wouldn't it? I mean, I could use a couple extra Benjamins in my pocket. But the thing that I'm really trying to impress upon you is this: no matter where you are today, there's greatness within you. And all you've got to do is dig a little deep, be honest with oneself, and that could be for anyone that's listening to this video. Chances are, if you're listening to Life Leverage, you've either committed to yourself that there's some level of acceleration that you're looking to have happen in your life, or you know somebody who could perhaps benefit from watching this Life Leverage series to accelerate themselves to a new level. Whatever the case may be, you're here, and we're so delighted that you joined us, because if you're not careful, you might just hear something that could help you change your life. And that is my hope, because one of the things that I have been able to come to as I have been on this path of back from broken is I've come to realize that there are so many things that were hiding behind that self-doubt, that were hiding behind that fear, that's been hiding behind the naysayers conversation. What is it for you? What are you hiding from? Are you hiding from something? Are you running from something? Are you trying to escape from something in your past, some decision that perhaps you made as a youth? Perhaps something that was inflicted upon you, some circumstance, some relationship gone bad. Ed Womack, the Life Transformer, is here to tell you today, today, you have a choice. And that choice will allow you to realize a liberation, a relief, a freeing of oneself that is unsurpassed. And you too can be happy, joyous, and free. You know, one of the things that I oftentimes share with my clients is this: that without struggle, there is no progress. And Frederick Douglass said that a while ago, and I began in my journey back to kind of surround myself, to engage myself, to make myself available to new information, to new surroundings, to people of influence. And what I've come to understand, what I've come to be the recipient of, is an amazing evolution of a life that I possibly could have totally destroyed. And in fact, at one point in time, I thought I had. And I made every effort possible to ensure that that would take place. I don't know. Perhaps for you, it may be a relationship. Perhaps it could be that you squandered an opportunity. But what I want to say to you today is this: let that go. Where are you today? Where do you want to go tomorrow? And do you have the intestinal fortitude? Are you willing to put forth the effort, the energy? It's simple, but it's not easy. You see, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And so what I had to understand was, first and foremost, I was not at fault. I had to free myself from myself first and foremost, because you see, this thing between our ears, the thing we call a brain, a mind, at times it can be a very tricky thing. At times it can make you think you're not good enough. At times, it can make you think you're not worthy. At times, it can make you think you're at fault for things you had no control over. But along this journey, and as I began to evolve into the man that I am today, the life transformer, I want to share this with you. The party ain't over until the Creator says it's over. And even when you think you might be down, chances are you're not out. So I want you to know today that you too can come back from broken. You too can be happy, joyous, and free. You too can realize your dreams. And I want you to chase them with everything you got. A good friend of mine said one day that if you stop chasing the wrong things, woo, if you're a note taker, if you're somebody that goes and posts things in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you're a note taker, I want you to share this. When you stop chasing the wrong things, you allow the right things to catch you. And that's exactly what's taking place along this journey for Ed Womack, the life transformer. You see, I wasn't always a personal coach. I wasn't always willing to listen to the advice of others. I wasn't always willing to read and extend myself outside of the comfort zone. And what I come to know is once I stopped chasing and running away from those things that were really of no benefit to me, when I stopped chasing those things that made me feel good on the inside. You see, I used to try and find my pleasure in the bottom of a beer bottle, in the bottom of a Jack Daniels bottle, at the end of a cannabis stick. You know, that thing they call a joint or a blunt is what they call today, I think. And then it evolved into a little white powdery substance they call crack cocaine. I tried everything I could, every mind and mood altering substance available to try and alleviate the things that I chose. I chose not to deal with. I don't know, what are you choosing not to deal with today? Are you trying to be freed? Are you trying to be happy and joyous? You know, I think if you get to a point where you can be honest, and that's what it took for me. It took being honest. It took being open. It took being realistic about the fact that I didn't come from a broken home. I was given and afforded some of the greatest opportunities educationally. My parents were affluent. I traveled, had a few bumps, you know, that whole sexual abuse thing that went down inside my house. And it really devastated me for quite a while. But what I am here to say to you today is I'm back from broken. And today, I'm happy, joyous, and free. It took a lot of work. It took the energy of several people, several organizations to pour into me, to help me, that poured love into me until I learned how to love myself. And now today, I can love others that are hurting. I can love others that are going through a transition. I can love others that are finding themselves in a transition through life. You see, we all, if we're over the age of 10, have probably encountered something that was pretty devastating. And if you haven't just yet, just hang tight. I'm not wishing it on you, but I can pretty much guarantee you if you're over the age of 10, something kind of crazy, unexplicable is going to happen and take place in your life. Perhaps it won't be drugs. I pray to God it's not. It may not be substance abuse. Hope it's not. May not be a broken relationship. Hope it's not. Really hope that you can go through life with something that's pretty reasonable, pretty bearable. But the reality is this: you're going to go through something. And my favorite book, the good book, it says that those he chooses to use, he'll reduce to nothing. And see, I used to struggle with not fitting in. When I was growing up on the west side of Detroit, you know, it was amazing because I was a star athlete. I was a bookworm. They used to call me nerd. And I used to really get my feelings hurt. You know, back then, the kids were cruel. You know, and kids would call me Mr. Ed. And I'm like, wow. Walk home dejected as a kid. But oh, baby, I embrace Mr. Ed today. And if you know what I know, like I know that I know, Mr. Ed ain't a bad thing today. Somebody will get that on the way home, but it's all good. But when I was a kid, being called Mr. Ed was something that caused me to further withdraw inside of myself with all the things that were already going on. And I don't know, somebody out there today may be experiencing that mental battle that's going on. You see, because when I was growing up, I had this outward appearance that made people want to say crazy things like, wow, I wish my kids could be like yours. Or your kids have got it going on and madness like that. And I'm thinking to myself, if you only knew some of the things that were going on. And at that time, I couldn't really reach out to anyone. I chose not to expose what was happening inside of my home because I was reared by old school parents. Like, okay, what happens in this house stays in this house. Love my parents to death, but I didn't want to jeopardize, or because I was so stuck on what I thought others might say. I was so stuck on what others might think. I was so stuck in my own madness that I suffered through several years of trying to run from and chase things that just really weren't good for me. But I come back to my point of, when you stop chasing the wrong things, you afford the right things the opportunity to catch you. And ooh, baby, I'm going to shift gears on you just like this here right now, right at this particular moment, because see, this is what I've come to understand, is that as I've made that transition, which was painful at times, as I've made that transition, I've taken a few chances. When I made that transition and I stepped outside of my comfort zone, here's what started to happen. I started to see that there were things being placed into my path, and I think there's some things that are about to find their way into your path that are going to help you to realize, to be rejuvenated, to be inspired, to be uplifted, to be energized, to tap into that gift, that talent, that ability that only can come from you. And you're going to begin to pay your rent for being on this planet. That's right. I said you're going to start paying your rent for being on this planet. Because, see, the rent that we pay to be on this planet is simply our service to others. It's not the big salary. It's not the fancy house. It's not the big car. The rent that we pay to be on this planet is our service to others. And I'm totally dedicated to doing just that these days. And the reason that I do that is because I understand and came to awareness that it's better to be blind than to have sight without vision. And as Helen Keller shared that in her works, I began to embrace that. It's better to be blind than to have sight without vision. And see, it kind of piggybacks on that earlier reference that I made where I was saying if you stop chasing the wrong things, you afford the opportunity for the right things to catch up with you. It kind of ties hand in hand with that. It's better to be blind. And again, if you're a note taker, this one you might want to hold on to. It's better to be blind than to have vision or to have sight without vision. And to have sight, to be exposed to the various things that are going on around you, to be exposed to a number of different things that you may think you want, to be exposed to things that you think you can actually move yourself into without a clarity of vision can be a very dangerous thing. It can be a very devastating thing. In fact, it can actually be painful. You see, because I thought that I needed to fit in. I thought I needed to be like everybody else. I thought I needed to have everything that everyone else had. Some people call it the Joneses syndrome. But what I came to realize is this. I was never supposed to fit in. Oh, whew. Go ahead, post that in the Facebook group. Go over to Life Leverage, go over to the Elusive, the exclusive, the best Facebook group on the planet, and post that in the. I was never meant to fit in. You were never meant to fit in. Every last one of us has been created as unique beings with unique gifts and talents and abilities that only can come, guess where from? That's right. Your gifts, talents, and abilities can only come from you. What helped me to come back from broken, to arrive at the point where I can honestly stand here and say that I am happy, joyous, and freed, was the fact that I was able to eventually step outside of my comfort zone, quit worrying about what any and everybody had to say, to include the little war that was going on inside of me. Oh, well, you're not good enough. What makes you think you have enough education? You were born, you were named for greatness. You have gifts, talents, and abilities that only can come from you. Well, but I'm such a loser. I have nothing else that I can possibly do, and I don't think that this is perhaps the thing for me, but I'm just, I don't know, I'm doubting myself. I'm scared. I'm fearful. Fear is not of God. You are a human being that was created for greatness. You have purpose. You have stigma. You have guidance that you need to provide to society. I came to realize as this war was going on, this negotiation that I didn't necessarily invite, that was brewing inside of me that would literally almost cause me to kill myself. I had to step back, be honest with myself, and come to the clarity of thought that perhaps, just perhaps, I need to get rid of some of the things in my life. I take you back to that sticky point that I was making earlier. Is we quit chasing the wrong things and began to allow the right things to catch up with us. Guess what I discovered? Check this out. You're going to love this one. I like to fly a lot, right? And been afforded the opportunity to do so in my corporate job where I've been traveling the world. I have traveled the world at corporate expense. But one of the things I came to understand is that as you're traveling, you need to move lightly. And if you have a carry-on bag, you can be very nimble. You can move very freely about. But if you happen to have one of them big 28-inch jammies, one of them heavy-duty checked bags, it's a struggle to maneuver and to navigate even to the check-in point where you can drop that checked bag off. Ed, what you talking about? Well, here's what I want to share with you. See, what I realized is that I had to get rid of some of that luggage, some of that baggage that I was carrying around in my life. I had to loose myself from some of those things that weren't so good for me. When I stopped chasing the wrong things, and see, that's that weight that some of us are experiencing in our lives. It's that weight that I had carried around with me. You know, I found myself seeking out folk just to go try and get inebriated with, get high with, get drunk with, so that I could escape the things that were going on within me that prevented me from actually taking a moment of clarity to actually see what was going on with me. But you may be saying, okay, well, Ed, that's all well and fine, but how does that apply to me as I sit here and listen to Life Leverage? I'm so glad you asked. Because, see, your situation, I pray to God, is not substance abuse. I pray to God that your situation is not sexual abuse. I just pray to God that you will be honest enough with yourself that whatever it is that may be plaguing you, that may be keeping you from optimal output, I just pray today that you will find confidence, find comfort, find revelation in what I'm sharing and what I'm openly, putting on the table for you today, that you'll be able to look at yourself and say, you know what? Maybe my stuff ain't so bad. Maybe there's something that I can address, that I can get rid of, that I can take out of that big checked bag so I can get down to a carry-on that allows me to nimbly move through life, arrive at the place that I'm destined to be, and experience happy, joyous, and freed. You see, I'm going to step out on a skinny branch today and be totally unapologetic about it. And I got that from Allison Bird, listening to one of her hangouts, and she's like, I'm just going to be unapologetic about being successful. I'm going to be unapologetic about stepping out on faith. I'm going to be unapologetic about stepping into the greatness that is buried within me. And I challenge you today, step outside of that comfort zone. Step out on that skinny branch. Step into your greatness. And it's not simple, because if it was, everyone would do it. But it's worth it. And as Frederick Douglass said, without struggle, there is no progress. So if you're walking through life and everything is just hunky-dory and you have no issues, you have no challenges, wow. God bless you. But for those of us that are willing to be transparent, those of us that are willing to dig deep, those of us that are willing to admit that trying to go through life by oneself can be a bit challenging. And I'm reminded of an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, or if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, you go with a tribe. So what that brings me to is what we're going to close out with today as my final topic is once you've arrived at that breakthrough, once you've been allowed or you've allowed yourself to put that checked bag to the side and began to walk through life with your carry-on. What I want to say to you is this. You'll begin to realize that there's some help required. And there's some situations where you might need to extend a phone call. You might need to reach out to someone that has been there, done that can help you navigate some of the things that you may be faced with so you don't have to go through them. One of the things that I certainly am grateful for today is that I'm in a capacity where I am a certified coach. I have a network of certified coaches that we can reach out and extend our hands to those that are willing to step to the plate and say, you know what? I need a helping hand. I need somebody to pour into me. I need somebody that's going to believe in me. And as a life transformer for my clients, that's one of the key elements that I try to use with them is that I believe in you. I believe there's greatness in you. I believe there's something that only can come from you, and it's a gift to someone else. You see, as along this journey, what I've also learned is this. The challenges and issues that we go through in life, when we come out on the other side of those, it's not necessarily for us. My good friend, my man of vision, John McClung, he has his company. He's called I Am Testimony. And we were just together a couple of days ago, and we were sporting our I Am Testimony t-shirts, which are pretty hot, by the way. And we were working together and trying to develop a movement for men to help them to be able to feel comfortable, feel confident, because that's not something that normally takes place. And some may be sitting here looking at this video by me saying, oh my God, I can't believe he was that transparent. But what I've come to realize is once I was able to get butt naked, y'all better get your mind out the gutter. I'm talking about getting butt naked honest. I was able to realize there was about an 800-pound gorilla that was lifted off of me. And it allowed me to step into a level of happy, joyous, and freedom that I had never experienced, that I had never imagined was possible. And today, I am able to work with individuals. Today, I am able to work with groups. Today, I'm afforded the opportunity to pour into youth, males, females, that will allow them to understand that there's different ways to look at things. There are outlets. And in this new microwave society, you got to be creative with it. And I try to do that. So what I want to say to you as closing is this. You know, no matter where you are today, if you don't hear anything else, hear this, that where you're at today is not where you have to be. And again, even though you can't see the entire staircase, even though you think that you may not be destined for greatness, even though you may not think highly enough of yourself to step into the greatness that's already within you, because see, what I've come to know is this, it's an inside job. Because there are going to be haters. There are going to be players that are going to say to you that you can't do that. Why is it that you think you can come back from broken and now be someone who can help to liberate others? Well, I've got the proof. I don't even have to listen to that any longer. And it took some work. It took some energy. And today I'm grateful to have a top-bound coaching program that for those of you listening to this broadcast, you can go to Ed Womack Speaks, click on the link, provide yourself your name and your email address, and guess what? You can get a 30-minute free coaching consultation for Top Brown Coaching by Ed Womack, the Life Transformer. And during that session, we're going to just chop it up, try and understand where you're at. And if you're bold enough to be honest, be truthful, if I may not be the person for you, that's okay. I've got a network, as I mentioned at the top of the hour, a vast network of males, females, guides, and guidance counselors that can help you to work through whatever your situation may be. So if I don't happen to be a fit, which that's a possibility, but nonetheless, I'd love to network with you, love to get to know you, just share some nuggets and boulders on a regular basis, uplift and inspire whatever you step out on and your mission that you choose to take. Because you see, this is what I came to understand is as I started to take that first step, the path before me began to fill up with awesome people. It began to fill up with support from places I never imagined. It began to fill up with opportunities that I would have never fathomed about 9 years ago when I was sitting in a trap with a crack pipe in my mouth. 17 years ago when I was sitting in a forest preserve in Chicago, Illinois, had drank 3/4 of a gallon of antifreeze trying to commit suicide, I'd have never thunk it. But when you take that first step and you stop chasing the wrong things, baby, you give the right things the opportunity to catch you. And once they do, the illumination, the elevation, the freedom that takes place when those right things began to enact themselves within one's life, when those right things that you've been self-doubting, those right things that you've been fearful of, those right things that you've told yourself that you can't do, I want you to put them down. I want you to get rid of them. And I want to close on this, because what I've become to believe is this, that good, better, best, we can't let it rest until our good is our better and our better is our best. And what do you mean by that, Ed? What I mean by it is this. No matter where you might be in life, you could actually have a great job. You could have a family that seems to be thriving. You could be at the top of your game and still be miserable. How do I know that? I know that because that's where I was. Before I took my tumble into crack addiction, I was working for one of the largest companies on the planet, making a very decent six-digit salary. And on the outside, it appeared as though I had it going on. I was traveling the world at corporate expense. I was seeing nations and cultures, being able to take in different things that the average person typically doesn't get the opportunity to do. But yet and still, I was absolutely miserable on the inside. I couldn't look myself in the mirror. I barely wanted to be seen by anyone. But what I can say to you today is that I'm back from broken, and I'm happy, joyous, and free. I hope someone today has been liberated. I hope you're sitting there right now saying, okay, I can do this. I hope you're sitting there right now knowing and believing within yourself that when it comes to fear, you got a choice. Yeah, that's right. When it comes to fear, you have a choice. And here's your choices. So if you got a pen and a paper, I need you to write these down. If you're on Facebook, I need you to post them. Here's the two choices that you have with fear. You can either do one or two things with fear. You can forget everything and run, or you can face everything and rise. And I hope today that as you begin your ascent, as you begin to surge above the transition and the trauma that you've gone through, as you begin to take flight into your new place in life, I hope you make choice number 2. Again, those two choices are forget everything and run, or face everything and rise. Again, I leave you with this. Good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good is our better and our better is our best. We'll see you at the top now, because the bottom's entirely too crowded. And my prayer for you is that you too can come back from broken and be happy, joyous, and free. This is Ed Womack, the Life Transformer. You can stay connected with me by going to edwomackspeaks.com. There are a number of free resources out there for you. Do it today. Free yourself from yourself and watch your life elevate. This is Ed Womack, the Life Transformer. We'll see you at the top now, because the bottom's entirely too crowded.
Hello, I am so happy to be a part of the Life Leverage series where I get to share my wisdom with you. It is my absolute love to be able to impart the little pearls of wisdom that I've received along the way in my life. And I spend a lot of my time, advising my clients on different things that they can do to enhance their life, to reach their goals and their dreams. And so it's my hope today that I'll say some small thing that may, point you in the direction that you need to go in, or, maybe can have an aha moment or a light bulb moment and something to just move you a little bit further along in your dream and in your goal. So my name is Angela Fitch. I am the life lessons expert. And again, I just love sharing the benefit of my wisdom, and Lord knows I have plenty of it. So what I want to talk to you about today is what I call some breaking news that I received. And it really shook me to my core. And I think that probably some of you will be able to utilize this to help you move along. And it relates to elevation. If you've ever been in a place where you feel like, I don't understand why I'm not elevating to the next level. You may feel like, stagnant, not really, stuck. You're working, you're producing, you're aligning yourself, you're putting everything into play, you have your plan, and it just seems like you're in a holding pattern. And it's like, you can almost touch it, but it's just a teeny bit out of reach, and you just can't figure out how to get over that hump. And that's where I was. I was at a point where everybody around me seemed to be elevating, and I still seemed to be like in a particular place. So I was complaining about it. And so here's my story. I was sorting clothes, lights and darks, about to wash some clothes, and I was talking out loud, and that's how I talk to God. I talk out loud, and I was complaining about, my frustration. I'm like, I don't understand why it is that I'm just, not elevating to the next level. People around me who seem to have less on the go than me are moving along, and I'm still stuck, and I can't figure it out. And so just as I reached down to grab those darks and drop them in the washing machine, I heard in my ear these words: as good as you think you are, you aren't. As good as you think you are, you could be better. And I just froze and dropped the clothes. I was taken aback. I was like, well, what do you mean by that? Because I feel like I've done everything that I could possibly do. And, I give my all in everything that I do, and I'm confused. I don't get it. What do you mean? I'm not good enough. He's like, well, I'm not saying you're not doing good. He's like, but I didn't call you to be good. I called you to be great. Okay, so here's your problem. Right now, you are creating habits of mediocrity. I was like, habits of mediocrity? What are you talking about? Mediocrity and Angela are not two words that should be in the same sentence, because there's nothing that I do that's mediocre. You're calling me average. I'm not average. I've never been average. Well, maybe once. My mother instilled in me about overachieving. And so I really, took that personally. And he says, well, that's what you're doing. You are only doing the things that you want to do while not doing some of the other things. And I was like, no, I disagree. He says, okay, let me ask you this question. What about the teachers that ask you to come to speak in front of their classrooms? What about people that ask you to come and speak at events? What about people who invite you to health fairs to speak about wellness? What about those opportunities? You always turn those down. And I said, well, that's true. But the reason why is because I'm not really comfortable being in front of a room of people. I don't like public speaking. I'm nervous. I'm an introvert. So that's not really my thing. But I do spread the message in other ways. And he says to me, so basically, you're not following the instruction. You're not going with the agreement that we have. You asked me for particular gifts. I gave you those gifts. What your responsibility was and what you agreed to was that you would share your gift with anyone who needed it on a large scale whenever you had an opportunity. That was our exchange. Yet, you're only doing what you feel comfortable doing. That's why you're not elevating to the next level. I was like, wow. I had to like really sit back and take that in for a minute. And then I was like, you know what? You're right. Like, wow. I guess he's like, of course I'm right. I'm always right. Yeah, it takes me a minute to catch up, but okay. I'm like, okay. He said, so here's your problem. You enjoy being what I call a neighborhood star. My father would call it a ghetto star. You know, you like the fact that everybody comes to you with their issues and questions and that you're able to help them. And it makes you feel good, as it should. You love it when you go in the store and you don't even have to ask for whatever you normally order. They just bring it right to you. You like the fact that when you leave, they speak highly of you and your family and your son and all that. You love that. And that's great. However, what are you doing going, you know, above, over and above for yourself? You're doing all that for those people, but what else are you doing? You're stuck right there. You're just happy to be regarded by the people that are, you know, in your neighborhood. What about outside of the neighborhood? What are you doing about that? I was like, He said, so I have a question for you. Do you want to be scared or do you want to be successful? So that's my question to you right now. What do you want to do? Do you want to be scared or do you want to be successful? And you have to make the choice right now. And once you make that choice, then you have to take corresponding action to go with that choice. And that's kind of where I found myself. And, you know, I really thought about this. All of our lives, we create a space of comfort. Like when you're young, you're working to have a nice home so that you can live in comfort. And then when you have your nice home, you know, you have your room that is decked out with all of your comforts. And, you know, you don't let anybody in your room you don't want in your room. You watch the TV programs you want to watch on your TV. You only talk to who you want to talk to. You have your favorite beverage. Everything in there is all about you and what makes you feel good and comfortable. And you know what? I call it the comfort cube. It's like you're in your comfort cube. So, but when you're in this comfort cube, you have those four walls surrounding you. And so sometimes you can be, you know, stagnant because that's where you stop. You do whatever you do all day and then you come there to relax and then you never take any further action. And then you just, you know, get to a point of stagnation. And that's really where I found myself. And so once I realized that I really was being stagnant and that I made the decision that I was going to be successful, that I was tired of, you know, not elevating. You know, I turned 50 last year and I realized that I have, you know, more days behind me than I probably have before me. So when was I going to get started? So I decided I really need to get started now. And so I had to attack the thing that was really bothering me, which really, when you break it down, is just fear. So here's something that you could write down, because this really helps me when I'm, you know, dealing with my own issues or just helping people with theirs. There's only two reasons why people do anything in life. One is to gain pleasure, and the other one is to avoid pain. When you identify why you're doing what you're doing, it's usually one of those two reasons. So for me, this would be to avoid pain. Avoid pain of what? Avoid the pain of the fear that I feel when I come before people to speak. And why do I feel this fear? I don't know. It's just talking, but for whatever reason, I just cannot bring myself to do it. So I had to, you know, what I call consult with myself. And really, when I consult with myself, I'm consulting with the counselor in me. And her name is Angela Real. She's my alter ego. She's the person that my clients talk to. But me, Angela, I don't really like to talk to her because she makes me face my reality. But, you know, sometimes you have to strip down to the core so you can be more. Okay, so since I want to be more, I have to be, transparent. I have to really go inside of me and look at myself in the mirror and really face what's really going on with me about this fear. So I call on Angela Real and I tell her, I need a consult. Now, one thing about Angela Real, her lifestyle is solutions only, no excuses. That's the motto. So when you go in, you come up with an excuse, she has a solution. And once you have a solution, there's nothing left for you to do but to do it. Or just, stay where you are. So I said, listen, I got to get to the bottom of this fear thing. I have to break through because that's what's stopping me from elevating to the next level. So she says, well, what exactly are you fearful about? Like, what about speaking is fear, makes you fearful? I said, well, I don't like the way I look. I don't think my hair is cute enough. I think my nose is too big. I don't like my smile. I think my voice is boring. I don't think people would find me interesting. I don't really know if I have anything to say. I don't know if I could really share a story. So, those are the things that sort of, bother me. And so she says, okay, well, if you don't like your hair, you can go get it done. If you don't like your nose, you can get it contoured with some makeup and make it look smaller. If you don't like your teeth, you can go get your teeth whitened. If you don't like your smile, then you don't have to smile when you talk. If you don't think you can tell good stories, you can take a class. If you think you're boring, learn how to tell your stories in an interesting, manner. And in terms of speaking, let me ask you this question. She says, has it ever been physically painful for you to talk? And I said, no. You mean like, does it hurt? She was like, yes, does it hurt? I'm like, no. She says, okay. Do you have any reason to believe in the future that it's going to be painful and that it's going to hurt? And I'm like, no. She said, do you market, text, Instagram, Facebook, make YouTube videos, talk to clients on the phone and conduct business on a daily basis? And I'm like, yes. And so she said, and so I'm confused as to what could be the problem with you talking. It's just talking. It's not painful. It doesn't hurt. I was like, you're right. Why is that, a problem? She says, so I've given you solutions, okay? Fear, you're going to have fear. What you can do with the fear is you have to cooperate with the fear, okay? Because the fear is not going to go away, but it only lasts a couple of seconds. So all you have to do is take a deep breath and persevere through it, and you'll be fine. She says, remember this. The gift that you have inside of you is more important to the world than your fear. And I really hold on to that because that's the only thing that gets me through, because, you are the answer to somebody's prayer. You are somebody's aha moment. You are sometimes the difference between life and death. You are somebody's next level. And wouldn't you feel horrible if you didn't share it just because of fear of talking, speaking, saying words, something you do all day, every day anyway? How could you let that stop you? And I said, wow, that is really true. How could I do that? That would not be fair. What if the answer that you harbor or have inside of you would be something that could save somebody's life? Would that be fair of you to, keep that to yourself? And I said, you know what? No, I'm going to, move forward. I'm not going to be, scared. I'm going to do it. If I get an opportunity, I'm going to take advantage of it, and I'm not going to let it stop me. Well, there I was on Facebook, scrolling through my timeline, not 10 minutes after I made that declaration, and what did I find? The Life Leverage series. I was like, oh, look at that. That looks interesting. Maybe I'll give it a whirl. And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, I don't know what I would talk about, and you know what? That'll be good in the future. I don't want to do that right now, but, I'll keep it in mind. Angela Real says, excuse me, didn't you just say that you wanted to be successful? Didn't you just say that you weren't going to be fearful. What are you waiting for? What can you talk about? You can talk about the fact that you were fearful and now you're not. So there's a topic. So what are you going to do? I was like, oh, Angela, I hate you. So I said, okay, I'm going to do it. And so I did. I signed up for it and I was excited. I'm like, yes, I am, moving forward. I'm going to elevate. Life is going to be grand. And so I was on top of the ceiling for like 30 minutes. And then the fear set in and I was like, oh no, I can't do it. I feel like I have to throw up. Oh my gosh, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to quit. I'm not going to do it. And, but I made myself not quit. I was like, I'm not going to quit because I'm not. I'm going to persevere. That's just that. So I managed to do it. Then of course I had to, craft my message and, all of that. But I think that, half the battle was getting me to the point of recognizing my fear, acknowledging my fear, but making a decision to not let it hold me down, to hold me back. And it's kind of like, I like to call it, you have to have a pit bull on a pork chop mentality, meaning that you're going to grab onto that goal and you're just going to clamp down on it and you're just going to not let it go until you reach your goal. You're going to visualize your goal, at the end, and anything that's in your way, you're just going to keep your head down and move forward. And one thing about a pit bull, they are not going to let go until they're ready. And until you're ready is not going to be till you hit the finish line. And that's what I decided that I was going to do. I was just going to keep my head down. I was going to stay focused. I was going to stay on task. I wasn't going to let the fear that still pops in my ear stop me. And I was just going to make it down to the finish line. And, I call that, the ring of fire. And, when you get to the ring of fire, you can't stand there and say, wow, it's really hot. Because if you stand there at the ring of fire, the heat coming off that fire can burn you up. So when you get to the ring of fire, the only thing you could do is suddenly go through. And once you suddenly go through and you're on the other side, you're safe. So as I was moving towards, this talk and sharing my journey with you, I had to, when I got to the point of this very moment, I had to suddenly, make this, step. And so I did. And now I'm on the other side and here I am and I feel good. And it's just like, I finally completed it. Who knew I could do it? I don't know. Did I know? Maybe I did, but God knew. And I'm here and I'm on the other side. And now when I look back at the ring of fire, guess what? It really wasn't a ring of fire. It was just a hologram made to look like a ring of fire. Everything that I thought was a problem was just that. It was my thought. I created the heat in my mind. I created the negativity in my mind. None of you ever said that you thought I was ugly, that you didn't like my smile, that I was boring, or, that you didn't like my teeth or my hair. That was just all stuff that I thought. But here's the thing, Angela said to me. She was like, what if all those things that you think people said, what if they did say them? So what? What does it matter? Does that change the message that you have inside of you? Does that stop you from sharing your information for that one person who it might make a difference for? And I was like, well, no, actually it doesn't. Actually, it's worth it. Actually, I'm glad that I could share this little piece of information, which is really nothing but facing yourself, going inside of yourself and being real with yourself. If you're not, you just can't fix what you don't face. Like, you have to live in your reality. And knowing is half the battle. However, knowing by itself isn't going to do anything. If you really, really want to make a change in your life, you have to have a corresponding action to go with your desire. I like to say it like this. There's two methods of change that don't work, and that's hoping and praying. They'll help you get some ideas, okay? They'll make you feel good, but they won't make you change. You need hope, prayer, a plan, and some action. Those items mixed together equal change. And one of my favorite quotes from Creflo Dollar is, change isn't change until you change. So the only way to change is to actually do it, to actually do something, to actually get started. And if you don't know what to do, you can always start with Googling something. If you have an area of interest, it could be anything. It could be photography. It could be gardening. It could be baking. Whatever your area of interest is, all you have to do is Google something. And that something will lead you to something else. And then it's just like once you put that out and you take a step, all things related to that will start to come to you. And next thing you know, you're on a path. And your mind will be open and expanded. And then you'll see yourself actually doing the very thing that you didn't think you could do. It's amazing how that works. But the way God works is He's not going to add more to you until you take a step forward. So you can sit there meditating all day, strategizing all day. However, until you actually make a step, you're never going to get there. Many of our problems begin and end with us. We are our own problem and we are our own solution. So my father used to always say something very important, and I always keep this in my mind. He was like, it all starts with capital Y-O-U. What are you going to do? What are you doing to make a change? What are you willing to commit to? There's nobody walking around. I always tell my clients, there's no little leprechaun walking around saying, hey, is your pocket open? Let me drop some money in. That doesn't happen, okay? If you want results and you say you want results, what are you going to do to get them? Where are you right now? What are you thinking? What are you filling your head with? What are you learning? What are you willing to do to get what you say you want? Because people will say a lot of things, but they won't do a lot of things. And I think it's very important that you really take that to heart and really think about, what am I offering? What am I sharing? What am I doing? How am I going to affect the world? I always like to think that when I come into a situation, whatever the situation is, that I add something to it, that I add something to you, that you're going to be excited to see me whenever I come in, that you'll never want me to leave because I'm always imparting and sharing and uplifting. That's, important to me. And so I just wanted to share that, and I really hope that you'll just, chew on that and think about it. So I hope that I was able to impart something in you, ignite something in you, challenge your thinking in some way to propel you to make the change that's necessary in your life. And if you would like to stay connected to me and you want to hang out with me and network with me, that would be awesome. I would love to talk to you further and extend our conversation. You could just text the word network to 97000 and we can stay in touch. I even have a free little gift for you that I would like to share just based on our chat today. And I thank you so very much for taking time to listen to the likes of me. And I just, wish you all happiness, peace, and blessings. Thank you again for taking time out of your busy life to listen to my heart.
Growing up, I had the opportunity to spend time in the company of two amazing women, Miss Doll and Miss Virginia. Miss Doll was a fun loving, spirited, feisty woman. cocoa brown skin, bow legs. I mention that because back then it seemed to be a big deal. I don't really understand why. But one thing about Miss Doll, you did not mess with her. And she was very loving, very spirited, and like I said, feisty. She loved hats. She loved wearing hats and dressing up on Sunday to go to church. And she also loved shoes and was just an amazing, amazing woman. Miss Virginia also was just really precious. She was warm-hearted, very sweet. She worked in a dress shop and she also worked really hard. She also looked very nice all the time. Her hair was always styled really beautifully and she wore great dresses and she had a certain regalness about herself and again just warm-hearted, loving, very giving. Both of them poured into my life tremendously. Now, as time went on, Miss Doll aged very well mentally, but not so great physically. Her mind was always as sharp as a tack and always 100% on target. But physically, she suffered from poor circulation. In fact, it was in her late 70s when she found out, and her doctor eventually told her she was going to have one of her legs amputated. I think she was around 80 at the time. And just hearing that news seemed to take a part of her spirit away. And even worse, when she turned 82, she had to have the other leg removed, and with that one went another part of her spirit. Now, she hadn't been really, really mobile in quite some time, but just knowing that she was going to lose her limbs seemed to take a piece of her away with them. Miss Virginia, on the other hand, she aged very well physically, but not so great mentally. Her limbs, her heart, everything was completely intact, but she was diagnosed with dementia and she had complete cognitive decline. The very last time I saw her, she didn't even recognize who I was. She had no warm memories or no way of connecting me to the past, and so she didn't even smile. And she didn't even have the mental ability to create new memories and meet me again and establish a new relationship. So in fact, when I saw her, her hair was in plaits and her body was just kind of slumped in the chair she sat in and seemed to lose some of that height and some of that regalness. Now, these two ladies were my grandmothers. Miss Doll, or Mama Doll as we called her, was my mother's mother, and Miss Virginia, or Grandma Warren as we called her, was my father's mother. And the day we buried Grandmother Warren, I it just kind of I had a revelation that hit me like a ton of bricks. And I just sat there, very sad for the loss, but also thinking, "Oh my goodness. Is this going to be my heritage? Am I going to suffer physical decline from my mother's side and then mental decline from my father's side?" And at that moment, I knew I had to do something because even more urgent than what was going to happen to me as I aged, I started to look at my parents and think, we have got to do something. And we have got to do it now, get on a different path so this won't be their story as well. Hi, my name is Kim Warren Martin, and I am just so blessed to have a few minutes of your precious time, of your precious life, to be able to share a lesson that I've learned, something that's helped me to improve my life. And it has to do with legacy. That day at Grandma Warren's funeral, what I realized is this is the legacy that is being left behind. And I know sometimes the words legacy and heritage or inheritance are often used synonymously. But for the purposes of this talk, legacy is if you're the person leaving it behind, it's legacy. If you're the one getting it, it's inheritance. So the legacy that I could see that my grandmothers left behind, and I know it was not intentional. I'm sure beyond the shadow of a doubt they would not have wished mental decline and physical decline on their worst enemy. And yet, it was still the legacy they left behind. And for me, it was my heritage or my inheritance. So that wake-up call was crucial in my life, and I knew that we had to do something about it right then. Now, when it comes to legacy and inheritance, most of us don't even think about leaving a legacy, because we look at it as something that the ultra rich, the very wealthy, your um, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and your maybe Hollywood stars or oil moguls, shipping moguls, people who are very, very wealthy, Kennedys, Rockefellers. We think of legacy as something those people at those stations will do because we think of it as money and being able to leave behind a lot of money or a big business, a large company, or something like that to run. But the fact of the matter is, all of us on a daily basis are creating a legacy, and we're all going to leave a legacy no matter what. The thing is that most of us go through life building an unconscious legacy, so we're not very decisive about it. Again, most often because maybe we don't have those billions or millions, or we don't have a lot of financial reward to leave behind. However, no matter what you do, how we live our lives on a daily basis matter. Our decisions are important when it comes to our health, when it comes to our finances, when it comes to our relationships, and all other parts of life. We're establishing family patterns, and we're passing things down. So in my mind, since we're all going to leave a legacy anyway, let's make it a conscious legacy. Let's not just unconsciously go through life. No, we may not be a Rockefeller or a Gates, but we are going to leave a legacy regardless. So let's be decisive. Let's consciously leave behind patterns and habits, and yes, even money, and even ways of living your life in a healthy fashion that's going to bless future generations. So that's what I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about. Leaving a conscious legacy, a decisive legacy, a legacy of love and life. Now, when I set about changing the legacy that for my family for future generations, I had to go through a three-phase process, and I realized that over time from multiple things. Whenever I'm thinking about changing, I go through this three-phase process. I call it ACT: awareness, commitment, and taking action. So that day at the funeral, I entered into the awareness phase. I became aware of what was going on in my family, what could possibly potentially be the health concerns of my parents and the legacy they left behind, and then the one that I would leave behind, and so on and so forth. And so I became aware of that, and I realized if we wanted to change, we're going to have to do something different. So it kind of reminds me of a story I've heard very often, and you've probably heard it too. It has to do with a dog sitting on a porch, moaning and groaning. And a neighbor came by and asked the owner, "Why is your dog just constantly moaning and groaning and wailing each and every day?" And the owner said, "Because he's sitting on a nail." Well, then the logical thing, to the neighbor and to me as well is, well, why doesn't he just get up? And then the owner said, "Because it doesn't hurt bad enough." And so that was the situation I found myself in. It began to hurt bad enough that day. I didn't want to see another member of my family unconsciously have to go through those health issues and suffer that decline. So I became aware. I also acknowledged and accepted that there was a possibility that this could be my parents' legacy and mine. And so I knew we had to do something. So that awareness, that acceptance, that acknowledgement, being in the space where it hurts bad enough, where we're finally going to do something about it, is always the first step to bringing about change. So as you look over your life, even now, what are some areas? Just think about some areas that you may want to change in. You literally may want to be in a different space. So you may want to move from here to there, whether it's financial or whether it's your physical health. It may be a part of a relationship. You want to better it or establish something different. You already know what it is. But when you get to that stage of acceptance and acknowledgement, then and you come to that real awareness that it hurts bad enough that you want to do something different. That is actually when you're really, really going to start moving on the path to make a change. So that's the A, the first step, awareness. The next step, C, is for commitment. So once you're aware of something, it hurts bad enough that you want to make a change, you have to really commit to making that change first. And that's what happened that day at the funeral, Grandma Warren's funeral. For me, I went, I believe, that day from the awareness phase and also into the early stages of the commitment, because walking out of there, I made up my mind, no matter what, this is going to end here. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I am going to do something different. I am actually going to, I just didn't know. I just knew I needed to do something differently for myself and then be able to share that and help my parents as well. There's a quote that I actually love from Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, if I make a decision to do a thing, then surely I have the capacity to do it, even if I don't know how at the beginning. And that's the space I was in. I didn't know how. I didn't know where. I didn't even know where to start. I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew I had to do something different. And I was committed to, no matter what, doing something different so that my family's legacy, heritage, inheritance, all that from this day forward would actually stand a fighting chance of being different. So as you look at your life, what is it that you want to commit to changing? Even if it is physical or financial or in your relationships, it could be something even, as far as I need to lose that last 10 pounds. I know I'm there with you. I can feel it, okay? But I'm committed to doing that also. But what is it that you want to commit to change? You already know. You just need to take it a little bit farther and move from awareness to commitment. You don't want to dwell in awareness too long. Um, you know, it has to begin to hurt enough for you to make a change and make that commitment. So I moved from awareness to commitment on this issue, this plague that was my family was faced with, and all in a single day. But like I said, I didn't know how, I didn't know when, I didn't know what. It's kind of like Indiana Jones in that movie, where he stepped out and the road or the earth rose to meet him. So when you commit to doing it, no matter what, things will align. You can figure it out, work your way through it, but make the commitment to get it done. So that's the C, committing to making the change no matter what, even though you don't know how at the beginning, just being firm, knowing that it can be done, it will be done, it shall be done, it must be done. So commit. So the third step is the T, take action. And that's what I had to do next. Remember, in the commitment phase, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew I had to do something. So the first action I took was starting with research, and I consulted with my physician, my medical doctor, but I also consulted with alternative healthcare professionals, people like naturopaths and herbalists and acupuncturists and even chiropractors and iridologists, just to literally understand. I knew that I wanted to do things in a natural fashion. I know that as I was growing up, my great grandmothers, my grandmothers, there were, various foods and different things that had healing properties. I just didn't remember all of those things. And I wanted to go back to some of that, to do things naturally. But I literally, I just started learning. Ralph Waldo Emerson says, if you do the thing, you will have the power. So I started learning, gathering data, gathering information. Now, you don't have to become a healthcare professional or go talk to all those people that I did. There's some wonderful information on the internet. Find, just start somewhere and start learning. And once I started learning and gathering information, I went just crazy with changing my lifestyle. I sometimes I tend to be an extremist. So, from what I learned, I nearly immediately cut out all white foods, sugar and bread and rice and fried foods and things like that. And over time, I came back to the middle because one thing about me is I love desserts. Absolutely love desserts. I don't have to have a lot of sugar, but there's just something about dessert that I love. And so, and I love butter, not margarine, not butter substitute, but real butter. Not even unsalted. I just love butter. I love bread and butter, crackers and butter, butter. So, one of the things when I initially eliminated, like I said, I came back to the middle, and I literally realized that okay, you don't have to completely cut these things out, or there are some different alternatives that you can use. And so I took some action. I learned some things. I implemented some things, and just got to the place where I am today. It's a process. It didn't happen for me overnight, but as I went through that awareness and that commitment, I was, moved into taking action. So that's the T phase. Take action. Now, as you look over your life, and we've talked about awareness, we've talked about commitment, and what are some of the things you need to take action on, whether it's physical, financial, or relationship wise. You literally want to be healthy. Health and wellness, I think about is all areas of life. My desire, my goal, and my everyday decisions are based on being healthy and wealthy, physically, financially, in my relationships, even emotionally, because stress and depression and other, emotions weigh in on various organs in your body. That's something else I learned by doing the research. I had no knowledge of that and might not even know today, had I not got into that awareness and made the commitment for change. So, in your life, you don't have to make extreme changes like I did. Maybe you should. I don't know, but it can be something simple or small that sets you on the path to where you want to be. So that's literally the key to this phase. Take some action, learn something, gather some information, gather some data, and then do something with it. I have a pastor that used to say, you can have all the knowledge in the world and still not be wise, because wisdom is the application of knowledge. So once you have that knowledge, you want to put it into action. So that's the T phase. Take action and make some changes for the better for yourself in whatever area of life it is. This three-phase process just works over and over and over again. It's worked for me, and I'm absolutely certain it'll work for you as well. Awareness, commitment, take action. Again, three key steps that I have found that come into play when I'm seeking to change something in my life. In fact, anytime I know I need to change, I just immediately go into that and realize which phase I'm in. Now, another thing I learned, that in order to really bring about change, is that at the core of it all is self-care and self-love. So for me, I had to realize that I deserved to have something different. Right? I was aware that I needed to do something different. I was committed to making something happen. I did take some action. But underneath all of that, as I look back, I learned that I had to be in a place and be in a space where I stopped and realized that I had to take care of myself. As I was going through this, I knew I could not bring my parents along with me. Imagine if me telling my dad not to have butter and not to fry chicken, that just was not going to go over well. So what I realized is I had to do like they tell you to do on the airplane. put your own mask on first, and then you can assist anyone around you. So that's literally what I had to do. And so I took care of me. I had to move into that self care space. And I initially thought of self care and, beyond massages and facials and those sorts of things because I love them and I'm never going to stop them. But beyond that, focusing on me. Initially, it felt selfish and it felt like I was leaving people out. But over time, I realized it was one of the most selfless things I could have ever done. There's a quote by Mr. Jim Rohn that it's quite a long quote, but the part that really sticks out for me says, you know, I'll take care of me for you. You take care of you for me. That epitomizes self care for me because if I take care of myself and I am at my best, then I can present my best to my family, to my friends, to my business, in relationships. So I learned that at the core of it all was self care. And because of that, I put together a free gift that can kind of help you get started on the path to self-care as well. It's a sort of a self-care basics, and you can have access to it if you go to freeoffer.kimwarrenmartin.com. Again, freeoffer.kimwarrenmartin.com. Now, another thing I'd love to do is when it came to taking care of my health, and like I said, I wanted to do things more naturally. Over time, I continued to learn. I never stopped learning. And about 3 or 4 years ago, I learned about some products from a company called Kyani. In fact, I'm partnered up with them now, but it's called the Kyani Triangle of Health. And what I want to do is bless one of the viewers with a 30-day supply of that Kyani Triangle of Health, all natural, whole food-based products that really transform my body from the inside out. So if this talk has blessed you, there are some aha, some mic drops, some things that have helped you, please tweet them. Use the hashtag self-care or the hashtag legacy of love and life, the hashtag decisive legacy, hashtag conscious legacy, whichever one of those, works for you. Anything you tweet from what I've said, use one of those hashtags, please. Again, hashtag self-care, hashtag legacy of love and life, hashtag conscious legacy, hashtag decisive legacy, hashtag ACT, hashtag awareness, commitment, take action, any of those things. Because what I'm going to do is actually do a search for any posts that use these hashtags, and I'm actually going to randomly select a person to bless with a 30-day supply of the Kyani Triangle of Health. And with that, I'm just really excited. Again, I honor you. I honor your time. I don't take it lightly that you're making space in your day to listen to this talk. So I commend you for doing that. And I'm just absolutely blessed to be able to share this lesson because it has changed my life, like I said, not only physically, but financially, emotionally, in my relationships, even spiritually. It has a major impact on my life. And it is my hope, my desire, my prayer that it has blessed you as well. So with that, I just want to thank you for joining and for listening in. God bless you, and thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, it's me, Mark Wiggins, the speaker, man. I'm so excited to be here. You know what? I can't contain all the energy, but I'm going to try to reel it in so I can get my message out. And hope you got your pencils out. Hope you're on the timelines. You're ready to drop your hashtags because I'm about to give it to you quick, fast, and in a hurry. What are we talking about? Today, I'm going to talk about the concept of permission to succeed. Permission. Permission to go and do what you want to do. Maybe many of you are out here listening to this and you're at the event and you're paying close attention because you're here and you want to get to the next level. Everybody talks about, I want to get to the next level, get to the next level. Well, unfortunately, to get to the next level, there's going to require a few things to happen. Number one, we need to recognize that we're on a level and we got to get to another level. The second thing we got to recognize is that in order to get to whatever said level you want to get to, you've got to give yourself permission to go do it. You've got to allow yourself to say, go. And the quicker we can get to saying to ourselves, let's go, we'll get there. The quicker we believe that we can give ourselves power to go, we'll get there. It's when you try to depend on others to tell you, go ahead, that you're going to struggle. When you consistently need other people to co-sign your dreams, it's not going to work for you. Matter of fact, right now, if you're writing in your notes, you're doing a hashtag success doesn't need a co-signer. That was a little bit long, but you get it. Success does not need a co-signer. Success needs for you to sign off on your own success. It's part of the process. But there's some things that have to happen before we get there. Let me back up a little bit. Let me tell you about myself. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, and spent all my life there, and I went to school in Alabama. But growing up in Cleveland, I did all the things. I played the sports. I played football. I played basketball. I didn't like the cold weather, and I didn't like getting hit. Went to the gym, and I started playing basketball. Grew 6 inches over the summer. Bam, there you go. Love basketball. The other sports, we did baseball. It was too hot outside. But then, kind of ironically, I played in some of the hottest gyms in the world and on the blacktop during the summertime because that's what we did as kids. It didn't really matter. We just did it. But even back then, we have been conditioned to ask for permission. Think about it. Think about it. You had to ask to go outside. You had to ask to come back inside. You had to ask for the keys to the car, ask her out or him out on that date, ask for their cell number or maybe their pager number, depending on how old you are. And now I got to ask you, hey, can I get you on Facebook, your Instagram, your LinkedIn? We're still trying to get permissions from people to do things that we need to do. But the issue becomes that when we were younger, we had this big pool of people around us who would endorse and say yes to. Yes, can I go outside? Yes. Can I have the car? Yes. But as we get older, the group gets smaller, and therefore fewer people are around to give us that yes we're looking for. So we wait for them. We need people to say it's okay to go. And I'm not talking about support. There's a difference. People support what you do. We got you, go ahead, we go ahead. And then there are people who you listen to and you won't move until you hear from that person. I'm waiting for my friend because my friend's always right. And if my friend told me I can go do this, I'm going to go do it. Wrong answer. You will spend a long, long time waiting for that friend or those friends to come to you and say, yes, go. And when you do that, here's a better question. If you're waiting for people to give you your yes or your go orders, are you really doing it for you? Or are you doing it for them? Is it their dream you're working on, or is it your dream you're working on? There's a difference. If you're waiting for those people to get on board and tell you to go and you will not move until they say go, you're working on somebody else's dream, somebody else's yes, the co-signer. Or if you just say to yourself, today, self, we're going to move forward and we're going to get this thing done. That's what I'm trying to help you with today. What I want to talk about is to give you a tool to help you learn to give yourself permission to succeed. Permission to succeed. Let me give you a little more backdrop about myself and how I became to understand about this thing called permission to succeed. It was a hard, hard lesson. There's a lot of life-changing things that happened to put me in this point to be able to share with you so you maybe won't have to go through some of these learning curves. Several years ago, I used to be a franchisee. I owned part of a franchise, and we made cookies here in the Northern Virginia area. And we were one of the first stores in the Northern Virginia area, me and my business partner at the time. And we got into the store. Now, mind you, I went to school in Alabama, and I got a psychology degree and a communications degree. I didn't say anything about business, marketing, advertising, but you know, there's something about when you have this right now, if you have that burning desire in you to go do something, put on the timeline, I got the burning desire. I got it. I need it. You got that disease, that entrepreneurial disease, or you got something that you really, really want to go do. Put it down and say, I got it, because that's what I had. I didn't have all the knowledge base, but I had the passion, the hunger, and the drive. Hashtag, I got my PhD. I got my passion, hunger, drive. So that's sometimes that's all that's needed, is to get that passion, hunger, and drive and go do. So we opened up this store with little or no knowledge. Went to cookie college. I do have a degree in cookology, right? I can make cookies. And we learned systems. Then we had to come back and start building a business. So we cracked the doors open, started doing business. Things were going splendidly. Business was growing. You know, we still had the regular aches and pains of wondering if you're going to make payroll, pay taxes, keep the lights on. Small inconveniences, but they're realities, right? So we're going through all this growth and things are starting to happen, and the business is doing decently well. We become ranked in the franchise. We're one of the top 10 producing franchises in the company. Things are doing great, so we decided to expand. And while it wasn't, looking back on it, it wasn't the best thing to do at the time, but it was the right thing to do. I just needed to modify some stuff. So I had a bigger vision. I wanted a hub and spoke situation, one big plant and some other stores. I was going to have about 6, 7 stores, right? Because somebody else had it, and I'm following somebody else's dream because they had it, I can have it too. So we opened up the big unit, and it didn't go as planned. Didn't get the business, didn't get the foot traffic, and the bills began to mount. The issues began to come, and all of a sudden, you're smacked in the face with the reality that this may not work, and we're going to make some adjustments. I remember clearly one afternoon when I had to make the decision. The landlord was willing to do some other stuff for us to help us keep us in the building, but I was not feeling it. I'm like, I want out of this. This is not going to work. But I didn't know how to exit a business. I knew how to get into one. I just walked through that process. I did not know how to get out of the business. So I did what most people do. I called my daddy. Picked him up, picked the phone, called my dad. Said, yo, Pops, what's going on, man? We need to talk. I got some news, some bad news, need to talk. Yeah, what you want? What you want? I said, well, Dad, I'm faced with this big decision. We're going to have to close the store up here, and I'm not sure. I'm feeling some kind of way about it. I feel like a failure, and I feel bad, and hello? Hello? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I said, Dad, what are you doing? I got a major crisis going on here. What in the world are you doing? He was like, man, I'm watching Gunsmoke, dude. You know it's Wednesday afternoon. I watch Gunsmoke. Really, Dad? You're watching Gunsmoke right now? Yes. Okay. What is your question? I said, Dad, I want to know if I'm a failure right now because I feel some kind of way and the business is closing. And he says, yes, son, fortunately, you are a failure. Say what? He goes, you're a failure if you don't take anything out of this experience, if you don't take any knowledge with you from what you learned and apply it to what you want to go do next. Think about it, son. Your age, you're 26, 27 years old. You've done more at this moment than a lot of your peers. You've done more at this moment than a lot of people have done in their lives. You need to spend some time looking back at all your success, stop focusing on the thing that didn't work this time and right now, and prepare to move yourself forward to do whatever's next. I said, wow, Dad, that's really insightful. Yeah. Hello? Gunsmoke. So what happened, my dad comes up, we move, we shut the store down, and we fall back into the main store. The main store is doing very well, but we still got the stigma of the closed business up in Maryland. Then, like most people around the world, that fateful day on September 11th, life changed as we knew it. Everybody remembers where they were. Here's what I was doing. I was on my way to the bank. I've already closed one store, feeling some kind of way about it. I'm now on the way to the bank to make a deposit. I walk into the bank and everybody's looking up at the TV. Like, hey, what's going on? Boom, Tower 1. Boom, Tower 2. Life changed. Because I couldn't deliver anymore. People stopped taking surprise packages of gifts because of the gift-giving industry. They thought it was anthrax, so they sent it back. Government buildings shut down because they wouldn't let anybody into the dock. The government and federal buildings that I could just skip right up in there no longer had access. Business started taking a hit. Things were going bad. I'm fighting to survive. Business is slowing down. People are terrified. Anybody outside the D.C. area didn't quite feel the impact yet of what was happening. They couldn't comprehend it. New York knew. D.C. was right on top of that as well because of all the things that go on here, nation's capital, right? So we're struggling along. That was in September. Here comes my 9/11. It happened in October. I get a note from the landlord. I'm out of town. My store calls and says, Mr. Wiggins, they just put a sign in the window for rent. What? My lease is almost up for rent. So I call the landlord. What's going on? Hey, Mark, you know what? It's not you. It's us. We just don't think you're a fit anymore. We're not going to renew your lease. Thanks. Have a great day. What? I've got to close my business all the way down now. I got to shut my doors. It was hard. How do you tell people right before Christmas they don't have a job? How many of you out there have been in that situation yourself where you're working and doing all and trying to make a living and someone comes in and says, I'm sorry, my dream is over, therefore your job is over? Harsh, but real. So I had to deal with all that. And afterwards, here comes where the process started. Afterwards, I didn't think about it much because you know what? You got to grind, you got to keep the lights on, you got to keep the kids fed, keep home together, and it was very stressful. That day when I shut my door, not only did I lose my business, I ended up losing my marriage behind it. I lost friends behind it. I lost myself behind it because I didn't know who I was or where I was going. All I knew what to do was survive. That's all I do is survive. You ever feel like that? That you just survive and you're just existing. There's no vertical in your life. It's all lateral. Everything is just going from here to here to here. There's no growth. There's no nothing. I had nowhere to turn. I was depressed. I didn't recognize it then, but I was actually depressed. I mean, I was just really like mourning the loss of the business. If you've lost something in your life and you've not dealt with the grieving process, it affects you. I had aversions. I didn't want to do any more businesses. I didn't want to do anything else by myself, for myself. I didn't want to make cookies. I didn't want to taste cookies. I ended up losing a few pounds, but I didn't want to do anything that dealt with cookie. I had cookie aversion. What I really had was a fear aversion. I was afraid. I'm just being transparent right now because a lot of people won't talk about this, but I know people out there right now are dealing with this issue at this moment. You are sitting here trying to get gassed up to go do the next best thing, and you're still scared. And you're still waiting for someone to say, you go. Oh, yeah, it's awesome. You go. Because you won't do it for yourself. But unfortunately, you're going to have to do it for yourself. You're going to have to give yourself permission. Let me do this. Let's take a pause. I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give my free gift out to you right now. I want you to take your phone, and I want you to create a new text, right? You're going to text the word Speakerman. That'd be me. Speakerman. Speakerman. All one word. And send it to 90210. Yeah, you heard it right. The show. Right. 90210. You'll never forget it. Text the word Speakerman to 90210. I'm going to give you my audio series of Permission to Succeed. It's a 6 CD series, digital series. Download on your phone, your iTablet or whatever, your mobile device, and listen to it. And hopefully you'll get some motivation out of it because that's what I had to start the process to do to get me moving, to get from where I like to say off the bench into the starting lineup. Because when bad things happen, you tend to take a seat. And things continue to happen. And you have to make a decision on whether or not to get back in the game or stay on the bench. That decision will come. That decision will come, and you're going to have to make a decision what to do. Hopefully you'll find the power within yourself to go and do it. Hashtag get off the bench. Somebody put that on the line for me. Hashtag get off the bench. Tweet that for me. Tweet me at Speakerman87, matter of fact, and I'll like it and reply to you. This is what it's going to take. Because at that moment, I had to make some major, major decisions. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Some people came into my life, some great mentors or whatever. Everybody tried to get me to get to this next level. One guy named Spencer, who I met working at Rite Aid, working night shift, old guy, just decided to tell me, I'm taking me on his wing, and he asked me the big question. He said, Mark, how bad do you want it? What? How bad do you want it? I said, how bad I want Spencer? I said, how bad do you want success? How bad do you want to get back on top? I said, I do. I really want it bad. He says, well, that's the big question. Because if you really, really want it, you're going to have to learn to give yourself the permission you need to go get it. Now, we're dealing with all that issues. And I told you my marriage had fallen apart. And one of the nights we had a big fight. And words have flown. And, you know, who knows what said what. But I know I retorted back like, you know, Venus off the baseline. And bam, here's a volley for you. And I said to my ex-spouse, I said, you know what? I don't need your permission to be successful. Oh, that was pretty good. Let me write that down. And I started meditating on that thought. I said, you know what? I don't need you to tell me to be successful anymore. I need to give it to myself. Because if I don't give it to me, then who else will? They've taken everything from me. Everything is gone except my will, right? My passion, my hunger, my drive. I've got that. That's what I need to get going. So I began to go through the process. I began to find ways to get back on top. It was a slow burn. It was a slow process. But I remember doing some things. And I want to share with you like one of the major points. I don't have time to get in all of it, but if you text me at speakerman at 90210, you'll hear the rest of the story. But here's one of the things I want to talk about. And one major concept is forgive yourself for wasted time. Forgive yourself for wasted time. This concept is crucial to the starting process of moving forward. We spend a lot of time looking to the back and talking about would have, could have, should have, and what about this and who did what, and we want to assign blame. It doesn't really matter. I did that with the business, and when it failed, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I was in denial, not the river, but in denial, right? And I had to eventually own my piece. This is mine. Mark, you did this. Yes, I did. I had to take my own from the divorce. Mark, you did this. Yes, I did. Now what? Now what? Don't waste the time. You didn't waste time. Like my dad said, if you're not taking a lesson away from it, then you have wasted time and you failed. But if you're taking something with it to apply to make yourself better, you're on your way to success. Getting off the bench is where you're getting to. So in this concept of forgive yourself for wasted time, there are 4 principles I'm going to give you right now. So get your notes ready. Write this down. I want really to write these 4 principles down. These are the beginning steps to where you want to go. There's a common quote people like to say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. Well, that's not the exact quote. The exact quote goes like this. The journey of 1,000 miles begins under one's feet. It begins under one's feet. So when you're ready to take that journey to go move and you set your goals and do whatever, that's when the journey begins, not at the first step. Because you can take a first step and not know where you're going. You're wasting time. So start backing the process up, know where you want to go, and you've begun your journey. That's how we're going to get you back on your feet and give yourself the permission that you want. Let's go. Concept number 1. Concept number 1 is to have that conversation with yourself. Have that conversation with yourself. You know, remember at the job, hey, you want to come in? We need to have a talk. HR has showed up and they've come in and pulled you to the side and said, we got to have a conversation. Ooh, never a good thing. But this is the thing that you must have with yourself in order to get moving. The conversation with yourself is probably going to be one of the most brutally honest, hurtful, acknowledging conversations you'll ever have with yourself. But it's so necessary because you need to get it out of you and get it into the ether and let it go and dissipate and go where it needs to go. As long as it's out of you, then we can be real with ourselves. You close the door and you just go at it. You call yourself out. You know what, Mark? You were a slacker. You didn't do your job. Yeah, you're right. I slacked. Well, what are you going to do about it? I don't know. I'm going to find some plans. I'm going to join the program. I'm going to get some coaching. I don't know. We're going to make it happen. And you just go and you walk through the points and you just have it out. Because we internalize a lot of stuff, and we internalize, it starts affecting us emotionally, with our physiology. Everything happens to us bad, and we internalize things. So we need to get it out. Be truthful. Be honest. Be brutally honest to yourself. To thyself be true is what the concept is for that. Have that conversation with yourself. Point number 2, stop pressing the rewind button. Stop pressing the rewind button. My son, when he was younger, drove me bananas watching TV on Saturday morning because he figured out how to rewind the VCR. I'm like, dude, can you let it play? But this is funny. No, it wasn't as funny as it was the first time. Although he rewound it and laughed, we do the same thing, but we ain't laughing. Unfortunately for us, when he rewound that button, he was going back for the emotion that was evoked the first time. The laughter, the happy. We press the rewind button and we go back and grab all the negative and all the pain and all the hurt, and we relive it, and we feel it. You ever go back and tell a story and you find that you told the story one way, the original way that it happened, and then 30 times later, 30 renditions later, that story has kind of modified and grown and got a little deeper. Here's why. When we tell the story, we got to add more emphasis to get the emotions back up to where they were originally. That's wasted time right there. Stop rewinding stuff. Now, don't overlook the lessons that need to be learned from history because, people who don't know their history are doomed to fail. Go back and get the life lessons. I still fall back to those days of the cookie store. On my experience now as an executive director, when I'm doing coaching, when I'm doing speaking, when I'm doing training, I go back to those as my life stories to help other people not have these problems. I'm telling you where I failed. I mean, I learned from it, and this is what I learned. If you're doing that, stop pressing the rewind button. Somebody say hashtag fast forward. No more rewind. Fast forward, right? We don't want to go back and evoke emotions anymore. That's a waste of time and energy. Point number 3, begin where you are. Starting over is not an option. Begin where you are. Starting over is not an option. You're sitting there listening to this show, all these great speakers, all this great content, all of these things just coming at you. And some of you are going to make the decision to start. Some of you will. Matter of fact, all of you are probably pumped at this point. Hopefully, you're excited about my presentation because I know I'm trying to keep it together because I got this video. Usually I'm running around on the stage. I'm trying to keep it together because my energy is like way up here. But you've got to begin where you are. And the thing about beginning where you are, it doesn't require a memo. It doesn't require a Facebook post. It doesn't require a tweet. All it requires is for you to say in your mind, I'm starting. And we're going to go get it. Even if you start and fail, we're going to start over again and do it again. Begin where you are. You can't go back. Think about this. Think about the 4x100, the relay race, right? Runner A goes to runner B goes to runner C goes to D, and runner D brings it back home, baby. Brings it all the way back around. Woohoo! 4x100 happens in seconds. Well, what if the 4x100 went like this? Runner A goes to runner B. Runner B now turns and goes back to the starting line and then runs to runner C. Runner C turns around and goes back to the starting line and it goes around, and then they get around to D, and D has to come all the way back to the beginning and then go all the way around to the end. That's not even right. And you will just get disqualified. It doesn't even work that way. But that's what we do. We want to go back and try to fix and repair and try to redo stuff. And if I had it all over to do it again, I would do it the same way. Most people say, I would do it differently. You can't do it differently because you've got knowledge, and you can't unlearn stuff. What I learned in that cookie store, if I went back and did a cookie store, it would be totally different. Even if I tried to do it the same way, I could not because my knowledge base is way too much expanded than what it was when I started at 27. So it's impossible to go back to the beginning. But what is possible is to begin where I am, taking what I've learned and what I've known and what I've experienced and what I've felt and move forward to where I want to go. Begin where you are. Starting over is not an option. Number 4, my mom gave me this one. Moms is this cool. Moms will tell you, she's the one that's going to keep it real for you. Baby, you know what? That's just not going to work for you. That's not who you are. You ever get that call from your mom? Hashtag love mom. Right now, put it on the line. Hashtag love mom. And thanks mom. Thanks dad. Because my mom talked about silencing the whispers. And I was like, Mom, what are the whispers? That group back in the day, the whispers, I don't turn them down. You want me to turn down the whispers? I like the whispers. They actually can sing. She's like, no. The whispers is that internal voice that gives you conflict. The one that tells you you're not good enough. The one that tells you you're not strong enough. The one that tells you that, you know what, they were right about you. You can't. They were right about you. There's no way you can make this happen. The whispers are your enemy. There's another voice that's happening inside of you that says that you can do it. There's another voice inside of you that says you should do it. You are the best. You are the one. And you need to listen to that whisper, not the bad whisper. Shuttle the noises down so we can clear our mind and make better decisions. Are you out there fighting the whispers? I bet you are. I know you are because we all deal with whispers. Even now, I deal with the whispers. When I go to get on stage in front of a group of people, I still get to feel, dude, you really think you're worthy to get on the stage? Then the other side comes in and elbows the other person. Yeah, he's worthy. He's the man. My ego kicks in. I'm ready to go. But I still have whispers. But you need to deal with your whispers because if you don't, they will always hold you back. And some other whispers are the people trying to tell you it's okay. You can go be successful. See, that's permission from other people. You don't need it. You need permission from yourself to be successful. Hashtag success is personal. Success is personal. What do you mean when you say success is personal? Well, when you're trying to regulate what you think you've done in life, remember my dad told me to go back and look at things I've done? That was my success. I was gauging success as having this great big store with all these things going on, and my dad simply said, your success is going to have to be, right now, the things that you've done that you've completed that most people have not done. Success. We've forgotten what success looks like. Hashtag success is personal. Put it on your line right now. Write it down. Put it on a sticky note. Put it on your forehead. Pow. Success is personal. Put it on your phone that you open 400 times a day and remind yourself success is personal. Because until you recognize that, and until you recognize that you have to give yourself permission to do it, it's not going to happen. This is what it's going to take to get off the bench and move to the starting lineup of life. So what happens to the rest of the story? So after the stores were closed, I tried to get myself back together, and I wanted to do speaking, and I wanted to do some work, so I finally get a job. And I took a job as an executive director. And the first few days, I sat in my seat and twiddled my thumbs. I didn't know what to do. I had come back, got to the top. I was back to making decisions, and I was afraid. I was afraid that I would repeat myself. When we had slow days, what came to mind? The whispers. Oh, my God, we're going to close. We're going to fail. I can't let this business after 50 years close under my watch. Silence the whispers. You're going to be fine. What did we do when we were faced with this last time? Oh, I know what we did. We did more marketing. I know what we did. We did this. And now, all of a sudden, you're able to fight your way through, and you're delivering and do what you need to do. Right now, someone's dealing with that. I want to help again. I want to help you. So here's my offer. This is the big offer. This is the bonus offer. If you're texting me right now, Speaker Man, to 90210, and you get my audio series, what I will do is you will be able to get some one-on-one coaching with me. I'll call you, we'll chit-chat, we'll talk about some issues, and we'll go through some questions you may have. And listen to the audio first. Listen to all of the audio first. Make sure it's 6 audio series. Download to your iPhone, your iPad. Speaker Man, 90210. Do it right now. When you do that, then I'll call and reach out to you. And then we can have some one-on-one coaching. And I want to help you get off the bench, because that's what I'm about. Zig Ziglar said it best. If you help enough people get what they want, you get what you want. And I need you to be successful. We need you to be successful, because that is what we want at the end of the day. Now, there's more processes to go through. Like, we don't have time to go through all of them. But the key component we talked about now, forgive yourself a waste of time, is crucial to your growth. What are your plans? What are your dreams? Have you shared them with anybody? Did somebody ever tell you that your dreams are stupid? I have this phrase that I make my group say. It says, my dreams are just as stupid as yours. You say it. Say it again. My dreams are just as stupid as yours. Now let me clean that up for you. I'm not saying what you want to do is stupid. I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm just letting you know that because your dream sounds so crazy to other people, I got a crazy dream too. And when you hear my dream, you're going to go, dude, that's crazy. It's actually stupid. I'm going to say, your dreams are stupid too. Ha ha. Step 1, get out and ether. We don't care. I don't care if you think my dream is stupid. It's my dream. So if it's my dream, I don't need your permission to go do it. See how that works? See, if it was your dream, then I would need to give you permission? No. If it's your dream, you give yourself permission. There is the catch. Learning to give yourself permission to succeed. That's what I got for you right now. Again, I'm Mark Wiggins, the Speaker Man. You can hit me up on all social media, SpeakerMan87, except for Pinterest. I don't do Pinterest. SpeakerMan87. I'd love to hear from you. Again, get the audio, text Speaker Man to 90210. Get my audio series. Get some one-on-one coaching with me. Let's get you off the bench and into the starting lineup of life. Again, I'll leave you with this. As my daddy always said, if you can reach your dreams with a step ladder, then they're probably too low. I'll see you in the game. Take care.